Chapter 729. Boom. When the black fog void beast swallowed the surrounding void beasts, its body, which had been shrunk by Ning Tian, instantly returned to its original size. Terrifying power surged in its body again. Roar. When its power recovered, the black fog void beast roared at Ning Tian and Spirit. It seemed to be talking to Ning Tian and Spirit. Come on. If you have the ability, come and fight me. However, this pair of bad master and disciple did not move at all. They just crossed their arms and looked at it calmly. They did not seem to want to fight at all. They just wanted to watch a good show. Just like what Ning Tian had said, if they could watch their opponent die, why should they fight? Roar! When the black fog void beast saw that the two people in front of it did not attack, it could not help but roar in confusion. It then decided to take the initiative to attack. The surrounding black fog was shrouded and a huge aura was gradually released. Boom. Boom. However, just as the black fog void beast was about to attack, there was a series of roars from its body. Then, it let out a confused low roar and a powerful aura was released from its chrysanthemum. The black fog void beast's body was full of energy that it had absorbed. When it released the energy, it was the energy that it was releasing. Boom. Boom. In an instant, a burst of aura erupted from the black fog void beast's anus. Its huge body was like a deflated balloon as it continuously shrunk. All of the void beast's energy had already poured out. Moreover, the most important thing was, this pair of bad master and disciple were very bad. They were not just using laxatives, they were using cold laxatives. However, when the aura was released, it spread to the surroundings. At this moment, the cold energy contained within it also spread to the surroundings with the help of the aura. In an instant, the surrounding void beasts were all frozen. In other words, the black fog void beast could no longer use the same trick to absorb the surrounding energy. This bit of shocking material is indeed shocking. Looking at this scene, Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile. This way, not only could he easily defeat the black fog void beast, but he could also get rid of a large number of void beasts in the surroundings. This was killing two birds with one stone. Why not? Ling nodded, feeling a little excited. This was the first time he had fought alongside his master. Although the moves were very serious in their own words, it was not too much to ask for. On the other hand, the black fog beast was like a deflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, it was only tens of meters in size. However, this size was enough for Ning Tian to wipe it out with a lift of his hand. Are you still begging me to F***CKU? Ning Tian looked at the black mist void beast mockingly and raised his hand slowly. Roar. The black fog beast immediately trembled. It wanted to head towards the depths of the black-red space, but escaping from Ning Tian in its current state was simply wishful thinking. When Ning Tian's large hand fell, a wave of aura instantly suppressed the black fog beast's body. Boom. In an instant. As Chu Feng's power surged forth, the black fog formed by the black fog void beast immediately disappeared without a trace. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was an item flickering with black light within the black fog. What is that? Although the black light flashed by, Ning Tian's eyesight naturally did not miss it. He frowned slightly. With a flash, he appeared at the place where the black light was flickering and looked at it. It was a stone flickering with black light. There was a faint black aura on the stone. This stone was left behind by the black fog void beast after it disappeared. Master, this should be the void beast crystal. At the side, Ling also came over. Looking at the strange stone flickering with black light before her, she could not help but speak. Void beast crystal? Hearing that, Ning Tian raised his eyebrows and looked over. This black aura, it did not seem to be the aura of chaos, but demonic aura? Demonic aura? Could it be that this black fog void beast was a demonic beast before it was devoured? Although it's chaotic on the outside, it's the purest demonic heart on the inside. Ning Tian frowned slightly and muttered. If this was the demonic heart, it would be a good thing for him. This item was destined to be with him. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth lifted slightly. With a wave of his hand, he kept the black demonic heartstone and took out the Buddha demon tower. He wanted to see if the demonic heartstone that was engulfed by the chaos would be absorbed by the Buddha Demon Tower. The fact was, the Buddha Demon Tower did not seem to be a picky eater. However, when Ning Tian deliberately let it absorb the energy, it really slowly absorbed the energy above. However, although there was such a huge amount of energy, the Buddha Demon Tower did not increase. Was it not infuriating? The first 2 levels are very easy to open. However, the later levels are indifferent. Could it be? Is the energy here not enough to support its opening? Ning Tian frowned and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. The most important thing was, darkness was coming. However, only 2 levels of the Buddha Demon Tower had been opened. There were still 10 levels that had not been opened. It was not that Ning Tian did not want to open it. It was that he could not open it. In other words, there was not enough energy to open it. He even had a premonition that even if all the demonic energy in the mysterious sky continent was supplied to the Buddha Demon Tower, it would not be able to open it. Could it be? The existence of the Buddha Demon Tower itself was not born in the mysterious sky continent. Could it be that it was born in a higher place? The power of the mysterious sky continent alone is not enough to open it. In other words, opening 2 or 3 levels is enough to deal with the dark chaos in the mysterious sky continent. Ning Tian frowned. In his mind, various thoughts flashed through his body. Finally, he came to a very terrifying conclusion. The Buddha Demon Tower, it might not be a product of the mysterious sky continent. In other words, there was no limit in the universe. Ning Tian did not feel that this was too much. After all, even his existence was, in a sense, a guest from another world. It seemed that, the splendor of the mysterious sky continent, or the splendor of the entire world, did not stop here. However, to him, the current issue was the dark chaos that could destroy the entire mysterious sky continent. Ling, let's go to the depths of this space. I need these demon heartstones. Ning Tian was silent for a moment before he said to Ling, okay. If Master wants to go, I will go with you. Ling nodded slightly without any hesitation. Ning Tian chuckled when she heard this. She moved and headed towards the deepest part of the mountain. Ling followed closely behind her, not leaving her side at all. In the sealed space, the deepest part was still a sea of black and red. The surrounding void beasts were constantly attacking them. However, not every void beast had a demon heartstone. After all, these void beasts were not just demons before they were devoured by the darkness. Chapter 730. This sealed space seems to be endless. After several hours, Ling Liu frowned slightly and could not help but say, with their current strength, they should have been able to fly from the southern Frost Star Ocean to the Sky Devil region in several hours. However, they still hadn't reached the end of the sealed space. Could it be? The sealed space was bigger than the entire divine region? No. It's a kind of spatial array. However, Ning Tian shook her head, as if she had seen through something. Among them, it should be an unknown spatial array. It used the power of space to expand the sealed space. It seemed endless, but it was actually just the power of space. A spatial array? Spirit asked. However, she didn't know anything about spatial arrays. The law of heaven and earth she had mastered was only the law of ice. Yes. Let's go back. I wonder if the several hundred demon heartstones can help the Buddha Demon Pagoda improve. Ning Tian didn't explain anything. After all, this was an unknown spatial array. He didn't know anything about it. At this moment, he already had several hundred demon heartstones in his storage ring. It was still endless. They didn't know what they would find if they continued forward. They might as well give up. Yes. Spirit put away the ice blade in her hand and nodded. The two of them turned around and traveled for a few hours. When they turned back, Ning Tian also paid special attention to the trajectory of the space here, but she didn't seem to have discovered anything. In front of them was the exit. Several minutes later, the two came out of the sealed space. After coming out of the sealed space, Spirit heaved a sigh of relief and patted her chest. We're finally out of that place. That annoying suppressive aura is finally gone. Beside them, Ning Tian took out the Buddha Demon Pagoda and took out the several hundred demon heartstones. He let the demon pagoda absorb the energy within. However, several minutes later, the several hundred demon heartstones turned into torrential demonic energy and were all absorbed by the Buddha demon pagoda. However, even after consuming several hundred demon heartstones, the third floor of the Buddha demon pagoda didn't show any signs of loosening. These several hundred devil heartstones, even a single layer of the seal is unable to loosen it. Exactly what kind of existence is the pagoda of Buddha? Seeing this scene, Ning Tian frowned, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Master, are these demon heartstones not enough? Then, do you want me to go in and find some for you? Seeing this, Spirit said, Oh, little girl, you still want to go in? Hearing Ling's words, Ning Tian silently put away the Buddha demon pagoda. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Ling Can. Can't I? At this moment, Ling did not realize the seriousness of the matter. She blinked her eyes and was stunned for a moment before she asked, What do you think? Spirit, do you know what I said before I entered this sealed space? Ning Tian chuckled gently. A kind smile appeared on his face as he approached Ling silently. WH. What words? At this moment, Ling finally realized the severity of the situation. But, at this moment, she could not escape even if she wanted to. Because Ning Tian had already grabbed her hand. Master, you. What did you say? Ling asked cautiously. Master said, if I catch you, little girl, I'm going to whip your ass. Ning Tian sneered and looked in a direction. Ling widened her eyes. Although Ning Tian had grabbed her hand, she still used the other hand to protect her pitiful little butt. She then gritted her teeth and said, Master, I'm no longer a child now. I'm the ice god. Ouch. Ice your head. However, before Ling could finish her words, Ning Tian knocked her little head and rolled his eyes at her. Then, he formed a chair with the power of space and sat on it, placing Ling on his lap. I don't care if you're the ice god or what. You're the ice god in their eyes, but in my eyes, you're just Ling, so you won't be able to escape this beating. As soon as his voice faded, Ning Tian did not hesitate. He raised his hand and slapped Ling's little butt. However, Ling seemed to have the last bit of stubbornness. Wait. She let out a cry. Little girl, you still want to beg for mercy? Ning Tian stopped and raised his eyebrows. Spanking. Don't you have to take off your pants? I saw those mothers hitting their children. They're all. Ling blushed and her voice became softer and softer. In the end, it was almost like a mosquito. Hearing this, Ning Tian was stunned. Indeed. When those mothers punished their disobedient children, they would put the children on their laps and take off their pants. Then, they would give them a good beating. But, Ling was no longer a child. Cough, we're different, so let's cut the crap. Ning Tian coughed dryly. Oh. Ling seemed a little disappointed. Ning Tian had already raised his hand. Smack, 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 smack. In the land sealed by the endless frost, several crisp voices echoed continuously. Ning Tian did not really slap Ling's little butt. After all, to slap the butt of an ancient god sovereign, it was a little difficult. Moreover, he could not bear to do so. So, he just gave a few symbolic slaps and let go of her. Little girl, don't be so impulsive next time. Ning Tian coughed dryly and said. Oh, Ling muttered softly. She curled her lips and muttered something. Why is it over so quickly? Hearing this, Ning Tian could not help but cough dryly. Shit. There was something wrong with this little girl. Alright, let's leave here and return to the Ice God Palace. Ning Tian glanced at her surroundings. The seal of the endless frigid lands was indeed undamaged. However, it could no longer withstand the darkness that was about to arrive. There was no longer any meaning in staying here. No, I want to stay here and guard the seal. However, this time, surprisingly, Ling did not listen. She shook her head, a stubborn look on her face. You little girl. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian suddenly felt a headache. Ling, this little girl, was indeed unbelievably stubborn. No matter what he said, there was nothing he could do. So, he could not be bothered to say anything more to her. He just waved at her. Ling, come here. Chem. What's wrong, master? Ling frowned and leaned over. Nothing, it's just. Ning Tian waved his hand and leaned over. Just as he was about to say something, he raised his blade and knocked Ling unconscious. This little girl did not suspect him at all. She was not on guard at all. Even an ancient god sovereign could easily kill her. Chapter 731. Sigh, what the hell is this? Ning Tian held his forehead helplessly and carried the unconscious Ling on his shoulder. It was a waste of time to talk to this stubborn girl. Plus, this place was extremely unstable. He couldn't waste any more time. So, he chose the most direct and violent way, which was to knock Ling out. He would take Ling away from here first. If there was anything else, he would leave first. Although the seal is still here, the power of the dark turmoil seems to have started to seep in. It seems, the Ice God Palace has to stay here. Ning Tian looked around and frowned. He originally wanted to take the Ice God Palace into the Tianmo cult. But looking at this scene, it was impossible to realize this idea. Unexpectedly, the first place to be eroded by the dark turmoil was the southern ice starry sea. Let's go. Ning Tian murmured and left the place sealed by the endless cold. He had once risked his life to guard the place, but at a certain point, he had no choice but to give it up. Ice God Palace. Boom. In the sky. A roar sounded. This instantly attracted the attention of countless people in the divine ice city. When they looked up into the sky, they saw a figure stepping out of the void. On his shoulder, there seemed to be a slender figure. Is that the ancestral master? The ancestral master is carrying the ice god. Could it be? The ice god is injured. The moment they saw Ning Tian, everyone in Ice God City was originally ecstatic. However, in the next second, their expressions changed. Worry flashed through their eyes. The ancestral master had returned, but he had returned with Lord Ice God on his back. Could it be, even the ice goddess was severely injured? At this moment, everyone in the Ice God City was worried. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. Elder Ce Bing and the other two, as well as a group of strong cultivators from the Ice God Palace, appeared in the sky. They looked at Ning Tian gravely. Elder Ce Bing hurriedly spoke. Ancestral Master, the Ice God is, at this moment. Elder Ce Bing and the other two looked solemn. The cultivators of the Ice God Palace behind them and all the cultivators of the Ice God City were trembling. They didn't dare to imagine what would happen to the entire southern ice star ocean if something happened to the ice god. I'm fine. Under everyone's gazes, Ning Tian shook his head and said calmly, Ling is fine. I just knocked him out. As soon as he said that, the entire Ice God City fell into a dead silence. Then, there were many intelligent gazes filled with question marks. Patriarch knocked Lord Ice God unconscious. The F***CK? Wait, I'm sure it's hitting, not doing. Damn, don't hit me. I didn't mean what you think. What I meant was... A real man shouldn't hit the face. Please. You're courting death. How dare you insult Lord Ice God? Beat him up. Aya. Below. After hearing that Lord Ice God had only been knocked unconscious by the Patriarch, the group of cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Lord Ice God was fine. This, Elder Ce Bing looked at Ning Tian with a strange expression. As expected of the Patriarch, a master who knocked out his own disciple, as expected of you. If it wasn't for the fact that Elder Ce Bing and the others knew that Ning Tian wouldn't have any ill intentions towards Ling, the three elders would have fought Ning Tian to the death. You have shocked Elder Ce Bing and the other two. Acquired impregnable city wall. A defensive array. At this moment. In his mind, the system's voice sounded. Impregnable city wall? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. Could this thing resist the chaos of darkness? No. In his mind. The system came out for a long time to enhance its presence. What can it do? Ning Tian frowned slightly. Although it can't resist the incoming darkness, it can resist the black tide that just attacked. The system said lightly. Just attacked, the black tide? Ning Tian had some doubts in his mind, but the system didn't explain too much. Let's send Ling back to the Ice God Palace first and then slowly study it. After thinking for a while, Ning Tian didn't have an answer. He simply carried Ling back to the Ice God Palace first and then study this black tide later. Although everyone in the Ice God City saw that the Ice God had returned safely, their brows were still tightly knitted. In the past few months, they had seen the changes in the entire southern Ice Star Ocean and had a bad feeling in their hearts. Ice God Palace. In the palace, Ning Tian put down Ling on his shoulder and let her sit on the throne. Patriarch, what the hell is going on? In the eyes of Elder Ce Bing and the other two, the entire palace was filled with the experts of the Ice God Palace. Well, let's wait for this girl to wake up and then we'll talk about it. Ning Tian glanced at Ling and said lightly. Hearing that, Elder Ce Bing and the others had no choice but to wait for the Ice God to wake up. Might as well. Ning Tian didn't use too much force. She only wanted to make her fall into a temporary coma. So, after about 10 minutes, Ling, who had her eyes tightly shut, regained some consciousness. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she gradually woke up. Ling opened her eyes and was still a bit confused. Girl, you're awake. This is the Ice God Palace, your home. Ning Tian, who was sitting beside her, took a bite of an apple and said indifferently. Master. Ice God Palace. No, I have to guard that seal. Ling subconsciously glanced at Ning Tian, and after hearing his words, her whole body trembled and was about to step into the void. Fortunately, Ning Tian reacted quickly and pressed her on the throne. Girl, you don't even listen to your master. Ning Tian didn't say anything else. She only said one sentence indifferently. After she finished speaking, she released her hand. Her expression was as if she was telling him to leave if he didn't want to listen. Seeing Ning Tian like this, Ling hesitated for a moment and sat on the throne obediently, not daring to go. As expected of the ancestral master, in this world, I'm afraid only the ancestral master can make the Ice God so obedient. Below, Elder Ce Bing and the others looked at her with respect. Girl, I know what you want to do. Seeing that Ling had quieted down, Ning Tian slowly opened his mouth to speak. He glanced at the girl and said indifferently, although the seal is still intact, you can also sense that the power of darkness is already able to ignore the seal, right? Hearing that, Ling didn't say anything and just nodded. So, little girl, you want to rely on your own strength to resist the dark chaos for the people of the Southern Frost Star Sea? Ning Tian shook his head helplessly. He placed his hand on Ling's head and rubbed it. Even if you are the Ice God, you can't face the dark turmoil alone with your strength. You have to rely on yourself. Not just me, but everyone in the Southern Frost Star Sea. Chapter 732. That's right, Lord Ice God. As long as you say the word, even if the darkness attacks, this old man dares to rush to the front. I think not only the Ice God Palace, but most of the cultivators in the Southern Frost Star Ocean will fight for you as long as you say the word. You've protected your people for millions of years, but now, we can also fight for you. On the side, Elder Ce Bing said slowly. Beside her, the cultivators of the Ice God Palace all looked at Ling sincerely and nodded heavily. When they heard that the Lord Ice God wanted to block the darkness for them alone, they were touched and helpless. Ling was silent for a moment and didn't say anything. Girl, staying in the sealed lands is an act of seeking death. The seal is no longer of any use. Now that the guardians of the 4 great sealed lands have retreated, I do not wish for you to remain there. Or, I don't want you to die. Do you understand? Ning Tian looked at Ling and said seriously. Master. Ling paused for a moment and smiled bitterly. It seems that if I persist like this, Master will have a headache. It's not just a headache. I'm about to die from anger. Ning Tian rolled his eyes at her. Then I won't go. Ling's words finally made Ning Tian breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the cultivators of the Ice God Palace with a serious expression and said slowly, Everyone, if I'm not wrong, darkness is coming. Darkness is coming. Hearing this, Elder Ce Bing and the other cultivators of the Ice God Palace all had serious expressions. They naturally knew what this sentence meant. It was a kind of term. The darkness will once again cover the entire mysterious sky continent. And, if I'm not wrong, the first place to be blocked by the darkness will probably be the southern frost star ocean. Ning Qian frowned and said again. Hearing this, in the hall, everyone was silent. Their expressions were ugly, but they didn't seem surprised. It seemed, the master of the undying ocean wasn't the only one who sensed the recent fluctuations in the southern ice star ocean. The experts of the Ice God Palace also heard about it. They were already mentally prepared. How about, let's move out of the southern frost star sea before darkness arrives? At this moment, an expert in the Ice God Palace asked tentatively. No. Elder Sealing shook her head. There are so many people in the southern frost star ocean. Even if they were to leave, where would they go? Moreover, many people have already adapted to the icy cold environment of the southern frost star ocean. Leaving at this time is undoubtedly courting death. This can only be a last resort. Elder Ce Bing was indeed the analysis master of the Ice God Palace. Her analysis was very organized. Indeed. Moving out could only be a last resort. You can escape now, but you can't escape forever. Even if we can escape, the chaos of darkness will engulf the entire profound sky world sooner or later. If we can't escape, we can only face it. Perhaps this is fate. Ning Qian shook his head and said slowly. Then what should we do, dark turmoil? Is there really a way to stop it? Darkness is coming, profound sky will be destroyed. Sigh. Inside the Ice God Palace, there was more despair and anxiety. Darkness is coming. There was nothing they could do. Master, do you have any ideas? Ling was still calm at this moment. She looked at Ning Qian and asked. Ideas? I haven't thought of any for now. Ning Qian frowned and shook his head. Even the ancestral master has thought of a way to deal with it. Sigh. Hearing that, the people from the Ice God Palace felt even more hopeless. However, even though they felt hopeless, they would still sacrifice their lives for the Ice God without hesitation. Although I don't have a solution. But, I have a move that can stop it. Perhaps it can stop the black tide before the chaos of darkness arrives. Just as everyone was in despair, Ning Qian's voice sounded again. A move that can stop it. Ancestral Master, what move is it? Elder Ce Bing and the others hurriedly asked. You'll know when the time comes. Ning Qian kept them in suspense. He looked at Elder Ce Bing and the others and ordered, Elder Ce Bing, help me find the toughest ore in the entire southern ice star ocean. Remember, I want the toughest one. The toughest ore, I understand. Ancestral Master, please wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Elder Ce Bing paused for a moment. Then he seemed to have thought of something and walked out of the palace. A few minutes later, when Elder Ce Bing rushed back to the palace, he still had a few blue ice crystals in his hand. Ancestral Master, this is the ice crystal ore in the southern ice star ocean. It should be the toughest ore in the entire southern ice star ocean. There are countless supra-divine items made from it. Elder Ce Bing picked up one and handed it to Ning Qian. Ice crystal ore, this ore is indeed very tough. Looking at the ore in his hand, Ning Qian frowned and murmured. However, he didn't come to a conclusion. The ice crystal ore was indeed tough. But vaguely, he felt that something was missing. This is not the toughest ore in the southern ice star ocean. At this moment, Ling glanced indifferently at the ice crystal ore in Ning Qian's hand and shook her head in denial. Lord Ice God, this is indeed the toughest ore in the entire southern ice star ocean. Hearing Lord Ice God's words, Elder Ce Bing frowned and couldn't help but feel confused. Based on his many years of experience and knowledge, this ice crystal ore should be the toughest ore. This is only the toughest ore you've seen, Elder Ce Bing. Ling glanced at Elder Ce Bing and then looked at Ning Qian. Master, the truly tough ore in the southern ice star ocean is in the deepest part of the Undying Sea. It's called the Undying Bluestone. The supra-divine item made from that ore can even block the attack of an ancient god. Block the attack of an ancient god? Hearing this, in the main hall, the experts of the Ice God Palace couldn't help but be shocked. If that was the case, then it was indeed much tougher than the ice crystal ore and perfectly met the ancestral master's requirements. However, that was the Undying Sea, another superpower. How could they let them take the Undying Bluestone so easily? Don't worry about the undying sea. That guy is scared to death of the dark turmoil. Just scare him a little and he should obediently hand over the undying bluestone. While everyone was worried, Ning Tian said with a chuckle. He met the master of the undying sea before. That guy seemed to be scared of the dark turmoil. If this undying bluestone could be used against the black tide, he shouldn't refuse the Ice God Palace's request. After all, if they could stop the dark turmoil, it would be beneficial to the master of the undying sea. Chapter 733. Really? Elder Ce Bing and the others' eyes lit up. Of course. Ning Tian's lips curled up slightly. After hearing Ning Tian's words, Ling didn't hesitate and ordered Elder Ce Bing, Elder Ce Bing, go to the undying sea and tell the master of the undying sea about this. Yes. Master Ice God. Elder Ce Bing nodded and took a step forward toward the undying sea. Next, we just need to wait for the master of the undying sea to transport the undying bluestone. Ning Tian murmured. Everyone in the hall began to look forward to it. While Elder Ce Bing went to the undying sea, Ning Tian told everyone about his plan. He would use the system's reward, impregnable city wall, to surround the entire frozen land with the undying bluestone. When the black current attacked, it would definitely spread in all directions. No matter how many undying bluestone there were, it wouldn't be enough for him to use impregnable city wall. Therefore, he might as well use it at the location of the black current to block it. However, there was a slight risk in doing so. The black current's power would be very strong and ordinary ores wouldn't be able to withstand it. Therefore, Ning Tian asked Elder Ce Bing to find the toughest ores. An hour later. Boom. Above the Ice God Palace, there was a sound that broke the void. The master of the undying sea is here too? Ning Tian frowned and moved out of the hall. Ling and the others followed behind. They saw, above the Ice God Palace, the void had been broken. In the sky, other than Elder Ce Bing, there was a figure that was made of pitch-black seawater. It was the master of the undying sea. It is indeed the master of the undying sea. When they saw this figure, the Ice God Palace's experts all had serious expressions. This was the only super expert in the southern Frost Star Ocean who could fight with the master Ice God. Ancestor. Ice God. The undying ocean master nodded at the two of them. He ignored the others and went straight to the point. Ancestor, is it really as this old man said? The undying limestone can stop the dark turmoil? His tone was a little anxious. It was as if he was grasping at the last straw. Wrong. It's the first dark tide of the dark turmoil, not the dark turmoil. Ning Tian calmly looked at the undying ocean lord and said calmly, don't treat this undying green stone as a trump card. It won't be able to block the chaos of the darkness. If the undying bluestone could really resist the dark turmoil, the undying ocean lord would not hand it over so easily. Instead, he would treat it as his last straw of hope. But unfortunately, the immortal bluestone could only resist the black tide, and it still had to rely on Ning Tian's means. Hearing this, the master of the undying ocean fell silent, and the gleam in his eyes slowly dissipated. It seemed like Ning Tian was right. This guy did have that kind of thought. The black tide is fine too. It can give us some time to react. He muttered in his heart. Then, he looked at Ning Tian. Ancestor, how many undying bluestones do you need? 30,000. Ning Tian pondered for a moment and said slowly, 15,000 of them could be used to resist the dark tide with, solid as a city wall. The remaining 15,000 could be used to forge armors for the people of the Tianmo cult. It could even be used to create a supra-divine tool. It was definitely a profit. 30,000. Hearing this, the undying ocean lord was dumbfounded. Ancestor, 30,000. I'm afraid I can't take it out. My undying ocean only has a few thousand. A bitter smile appeared on the undying ocean master's face. He sighed. There are indeed a lot of undying bluestone mines in the undying ocean, but they are all sealed by an ancient seal. We can't open it. Only the real key can open it, an ancient seal. Ning Tian frowned. This was an urgent matter. No one knew when the black tide would descend. The, solid as a city wall, must be built as soon as possible. Can you take me to have a look? Ning Tian looked at the undying Ocean Lord. The undying Ocean Lord fell silent. After a while, he said, "There are a lot of secrets of my race in the undying ocean, but, since things have come to this, forget it. Ancestor, you and Lord Ice God can come with me to the undying ocean." "Okay." Ning Tian did not hesitate. "Ancestor, be careful," Elder Ce Bing hurriedly said. No one had been to the undying sea before. If the master of the undying sea was trying to trick them and something happened to the ancestor and Lord Ice Goddess, the consequences would be unimaginable. No need to worry. If the undying Ocean Lord dares to make a move, Ling and I will kill him. Even if we can't defeat him, with the 9 supremes of the Heavenly Palace, the Demon God Domain, the Tianmo cult, the Fire Domain, and many other ancient gods, it should be easy to kill him. Am I right, Undying Ocean Lord? Ning Tian looked at the Undying Ocean Lord indifferently. The Undying Ocean Lord, this was simply a conspiracy. Moreover, this kind of lineup was 2F** King terrifying. Cough, ancestor, don't worry. I have lived for so long. I am not that stupid. The Undying Ocean Lord coughed and said slowly. He had lived for so long, how could he be so stupid to give up everything he had? It's good that you know. Ning Tian glanced at the Undying Ocean Lord indifferently. Let's go. Okay. Soon. In the sky, the 3 of them stepped into the void, leaving the people of the Ice God Palace in anticipation. The Undying Ocean. 3 figures stepped out from the void. The surface of the ocean was calm and there was no wind. The water was pitch black, as if it was a sea of death. This was not the first time Ning Tian entered the Undying Ocean. When the space-time law appeared, the first place he came to was the Undying Ocean, but at that time, the Undying Ocean was not pitch black. After 1,000,000 years, there was less life in it. Although this is called the Undying Ocean, it is better to call it the Dead Ocean. After all, there are no living creatures in it. Those that are alive might as well not be alive. Looking at the pitch-black ocean, the Undying Ocean Lord laughed at himself. Then, he shook his head and looked at Ning Tian and Ling Ancestor. Ice God, let's go in. As soon as his voice faded, he turned into a pool of pitch-black water and rushed toward the Undying Ocean below. Seeing this, Ning Tian and Ling also followed. Splash! The 3 figures rushed into the ocean, but there was only a subtle sound. The entire ocean became deathly silent again. Even when the 3 of them entered, there was no movement on the surface of the ocean. It was terrifyingly quiet. In the Undying Ocean, the water was pitch black, blocking one's vision. Fortunately, Ning Tian and Ling were ancient god experts. Even if their vision was blocked, they could still use their divine consciousness to sense their surroundings. Chapter 734. The pitch-black seawater. The biggest difference between this place and the endless ocean of the firmament territory was that the former was dead silent and gave off a strong sense of oppression. On the other hand, the latter was dark and no different from ordinary seawater. Ancestral Master, Ice God, the seawater here is extremely corrosive to spirit energy. Be careful. In front of them, the Undying Ocean Lord, who had turned into a pool of pitch-black seawater, turned around and said to the 2 of them. When he turned around, he saw Ning Tian holding Ling's hand and preparing to resist the seawater around them. Hey! Ancestral Master, have you been to the Undying Ocean before? Seeing this scene, the Undying Ocean Lord asked instinctively. No. This is my first time here. I only sensed the abnormality around me. Ning Tian's tone was calm. He did not admit that he had been here before. The first time he came here, he had arrived at this place inexplicably. Such shocking senses. The Undying Ocean Lord could not help but sigh. Undying Ocean Lord, why does the Undying Ocean forbid anyone from entering? Ning Tian probed the surroundings with his divine consciousness and could not help but ask. Because, the Undying Ocean contains everything about my clan. I don't want anyone to see it. The Undying Ocean Lord was silent for a moment before he slowly said, Moreover, there are a large number of undying bluestones in the Undying Ocean. They are extremely important resources for us in the Undying Ocean. But, there are often thieves who dive into the ocean to steal the undying bluestones. A million years ago, there was a bastard who frequently dived into the undying ocean to steal the undying bluestones. He used the undying bluestones to exchange for money. He said he was going to find a rich woman. Damn it. If I find him, I will definitely kill him. The undying ocean lord was somewhat angry as he finished speaking. Hearing this, the two people behind him fell silent at the same time. The corners of Ning Tian's and Ling's mouths twitched. They seemed to know who this fellow who stole the undying limestone was. Stealing the undying limestone to exchange for money and saying that he was going to find a rich woman. It could only be that fellow, Qin Luo, haha. That's right, it's me. On the other hand, Ning Tian finally knew why Qin Luo was by his side when he appeared in the undying sea. His beloved father-in-law was probably stealing the undying bluestone at that time. I'm afraid, even if you were to encounter him now, you might not necessarily be able to defeat him. Ning Tian said quietly. The current Qin Luo, who had lived for 1,000,000 years, was terrifyingly powerful. After all, he was the god of scolding, and his mouth was the strongest. Patriarch knows him? Hearing this, the undying ocean master was stunned. No, I don't. Ning Tian pursed his lips. Who would know a great thief? Upon hearing Ning Tian's words, the master of the undying sea did not say anything. He turned around and led the two of them towards the sealed area in the undying sea. As they ventured deeper into the undying sea, the surrounding seawater possessed a powerful spiritual energy corrosion ability. Furthermore, stronger and stronger. What a strong corrosive power. Ling Liu frowned slightly. A hint of seriousness flashed across his eyes. I think the seawater should contain the power of darkness and chaos, right? Ning Tian muttered and said slowly. That's right, what exists in the seawater is indeed the power of darkness and chaos. They reject spiritual energy. Thus, spiritual energy is unable to exist in the undying sea and can only be corroded. It is precisely because of this that our undying seas clan gradually grew stronger. Because no cultivator dares to enter the undying sea. The master of the undying sea nodded. Then, you are not using spiritual energy? Ling Liu was stunned. Of course they are not using spiritual energy. They are using the aura of chaos. Otherwise, they would have been corroded by the undying sea. How could they survive? Without waiting for the master of the undying sea to speak, Ning Tian answered for him. At the same time, the aura of darkness appeared in his hand and enveloped him and Ling. As expected, when the aura of chaos covered the spiritual energy, the strong corrosive power instantly dissipated. What? You actually know that we are using the aura of chaos. Moreover, even you are able to control the aura of chaos. Looking at this scene, the master of the undying sea was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. Previously, when they were struggling to survive in the undying sea, they had studied it for a long time and lost countless people before they could barely control the aura of darkness and chaos that they could use. But now, Ning Tian was able to control it effortlessly. Moreover, the power that he unconsciously displayed was far beyond theirs. You have shocked the master of the undying sea. Forging Dao has increase. Currently, the host can forge a supra-divine weapon. The system's notification sounded. Supra-divine weapon? Ning Tian frowned. The increase in Forging Dao had caused Yi Wuyo to lose the status of a tool in his heart. After all, his Forging Dao was not inferior to Yi Wuyo's. Founder, Ice God, follow me. That place is very close. The master of the undying sea came back to his senses and said to Ning Tian and Ling Liu. Okay. The three of them continued to head towards the depths of the undying sea. Although it was pitch black, Ning Tian still managed to detect many things with his powerful divine consciousness. In the deathly still seabed, there were many broken buildings. There seemed to be some ancient things sealed in them. Sky dome, depth of the sea, eh? What does this mean? Ning Tian frowned. His divine consciousness saw a plaque. There were only 6 words on it. However, it seemed to be more than that. While they were going deeper into the undying sea, Ning Tian activated his divine consciousness to check the surroundings. The master of the undying sea looked at the calm Ning Tian and heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like, Even the founder couldn't see through everything in the surroundings. However, he didn't know that Ning Tian had already seen everything that could be seen. A few minutes later. This undying sea is indeed not simple. Ning Tian frowned and muttered in his heart. Founder, we're here. At this moment, the voice of the master of the undying sea was heard. Hearing this, Ning Tian and Ling looked ahead. There seemed to be an underwater cave in front of them. There were many figures with the same appearance as the master of the undying sea. Founder, Ice God, these are our clansmen. We were once part of the human race, but the master of the undying sea sighed. The figures in the surroundings also had a helpless expression. The undying sea had a lot of indescribable past. Human race, hearing this. Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a glint. Could their past existence be related to what he had just seen? Founder, after entering this underwater cave, it's where the seal is located. Inside the seal is a large amount of undying bluestone mine. The master of the undying sea didn't explain and looked at the underwater cave. Chapter 735. Underwater cave. Ning Tian looked at the place the undying ocean lord pointed at and frowned. This place, why does it look so familiar? Let's go. Let's go in and take a look, he said. Okay. The undying ocean lord nodded and instructed the members of the undying ocean. Then, he led Ning Tian and Ling into the underwater cave. When the three of them entered the cave, the surrounding seawater started to recede. The surroundings were pitch black with faint candlelight. This place is, when he saw the familiar surroundings, Ning Tian's expression became strange. He looked around and saw a broken black rectangular object. That's right, it was a coffin. What the F***CK? Wasn't this the place where he first came to the divine domain a million years ago when the space-time law changed? It was here that he met Qin Luo. It turned out that Qin Luo was stealing the undying limestone at that time. This was not a tomb at all. It was the undying limestone mine. The first time Ning Tian came to this underwater cave, Qin Luo was stealing the undying limestone. The second time he came to break the seal of the undying limestone. This was too ridiculous. This is the place where the seal is. The undying ocean lord said slowly. Then what is this coffin? Ning Tian pointed at the pitch-black coffin and asked. It's a coffin. Ancestor, didn't you say that it's a coffin? To this, the undying ocean lord was dumbfounded. What is a coffin? Isn't a coffin a coffin? Ning Tian. His intelligence was affected by Qin Luo. I mean, why is this coffin placed here? Ning Tian took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Oh, this used to be my ancestor's item. Because there is no sea here, it has always been here. It was placed here as early as 1,000,000 years ago. Then, it was pried open by a thief who was looking for a rich woman. The undying ocean lord became angry when he mentioned this. Cough. Ning Tian coughed dryly. He seemed to have temporarily borrowed the coffin of someone else's ancestor, and Qin Luo thought that there was some treasure in it, so he pried open the coffin and rescued Ning Tian, who had fainted because of the law of space and time. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Where is the seal? Ning Tian looked at the undying ocean master. Where? The master of the undying sea pointed at a stone wall. There was an ancient array carved on the stone wall. The ancient patterns formed a complex array. This array didn't seem to be carved with spirit chi, so it was very difficult to remove. Otherwise, for the past 1,000,000 years, the undying sea lord was also helpless against this seal. Master, this seal doesn't seem to be able to be undone using the unsealing method. Ling stepped forward to investigate, then shook her head at Ning Tian. But, there's a groove in the middle. Perhaps we need the corresponding key. Otherwise, there's nothing we can do. As Ning Tian's disciple, Ling had learned everything she needed to learn. She could tell the difficulty of this sealing array with a single glance. Yes. Just like what the ice god said, there is no other way to unlock this array. We can only unlock it with the key. But, it has been 1,000,000 years. How can we find the key? The master of the undying sea sighed helplessly. After 1,000,000 years, if the key could be found, it could only be said that it was fated with this item. This seal must be undone. Otherwise, it will be difficult to resist the dark tide with just the ice crystal ore. When the time comes, the southern cold star ocean might be the first to fall into the dark tide. Ning Qian frowned and took a step forward to look at the seal. It looked like an array, but it was actually unlocking the real thing. Key, he muttered to himself as he looked at the keyhole. The more he looked, the more he felt that the keyhole looked familiar. It seemed like he had once used something similar to unlocking the seal in a place of justice. It seemed like it was in the quiet ocean abyss in the firmament territory. Wait, I think I have the key. At this moment, Ning Qian seemed to have thought of something. He said with a strange expression, Master, ancestral master, you have the key. Ling and the master of the undying sea said in unison when they heard Ning Qian's words. Both of them had a strange expression on their faces. Even Ning Qian was dumbfounded, let alone the two of them. It is possible. Ning Qian said and then took out an item from his storage ring. This is. Ling and the master of the undying sea reacted when they saw the item. They saw, the weapon in Ning Qian's hand was a weapon with 3 sharp spearheads. However, they were all covered in rust. The weapon in his hand was the Poseidon's trident that he had obtained from a group of sea monsters. Chapter 481. However, after he obtained it, he did not use it much and kept it in his storage ring. If it was not for the familiarity of the keyhole, he would have forgotten about it. When Ning Qian took out the sea god's trident, the master of the undying sea became silent. Let me try. Ning Qian picked up the rusty Neptune's trident and walked towards the seal. She used her divine will and lifted the Neptune's trident. She aimed it at the keyhole and inserted it. It was very smooth and there was no resistance. It looked right. However, there seemed to be no reaction. The seal was still calm and there was no fluctuation. Ning Qian frowned. Maybe, at this moment, the master of the undying ocean, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. He looked at the sea god's trident, and his eyes flashed. Perhaps, the quality of the sea god's trident isn't high enough to break the seal. 7th update. Yesterday, I sent a notice on WeChat's official account to request for leave. Today, I've made up for all of it. I don't owe a single update. I even made up for one extra update. Don't say that I owe a single update. Chapter 736. Can't reach the requirement to break the seal? Hearing the undying ocean lord's words, Ning Qian frowned slightly. He looked at the undying ocean lord and said indifferently, what kind of quality does it need to reach the requirement to break the seal? This, I'm afraid it needs to be at the level of a supra-divine tool. The undying ocean lord was silent for a moment before saying. Although the name of the sea god's trident in Ning Qian's hand sounded gorgeous, it was probably not even a divine tool. At most, it was equivalent to a piece of scrap metal. To upgrade it to a supra-divine tool in a short period of time, it might be difficult. Master, why don't I make a trip to the Sky Devil region and look for Yi Wuyo? At the side. Ling frowned slightly and looked at Ning Qian. She had a slight impression of Yi Wuyo. He had once seduced a female disciple of her ice god palace. The key was that he was very dissolute. He was an old scumbag. Later on, he was blacklisted by her in the southern ice star ocean. However, although he was a scumbag, he was still a blacksmith master. No need. Ning Qian chuckled and looked at Ling Las. My 7th senior brother has already lost his position as a tool in my heart. After all, the blacksmith master is right beside you, Ian? Ling was stunned. Ancestor, you mean you can forge the sea god's trident into a supra-divine tool? The undying ocean lord's eyes flashed. Isn't it fine as long as I have hands? Ning Qian chuckled. Ah! The undying ocean lord was stunned. Ning Qian didn't explain. She just smiled. Next. He casually took out the forging furnace and the heavenly fire law appeared in his hand. He then threw the rusty and tattered sea god's trident into the furnace. In an instant, the heavenly fire directly enveloped it. The terrifying temperature rose all of a sudden. It was also at this time that Ning Qian took out a few undying bluestones that the undying ocean lord had and threw them in. Path of forging, activate. Sea God's Trident, begin forging. Target, supra-divine tool. Boom. Boom boom. In an instant. Within the forging furnace, heavenly flames rose and the sea god's trident was enveloped in flames. It faintly emitted rays of light, and the sound of forging echoed within the forging furnace. Meanwhile, Spirit and the undying ocean master were watching from the side. The former was relatively calm. After all, this was his master, but the latter's mouth was twitching. The undying ocean lord looked at Ning Tian, then at his own hand. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh and almost collapsed. As long as I have hands. It was one thing for him to be unable to be a human being, but now he wasn't even worthy of having a hand. Sai, the patriarch of the Tianmo cult. What kind of person was he? The undying ocean master sighed. He's not human. Ling shook her head and spoke indifferently to the master of the undying ocean. She looked at Ning Tian, who was seriously controlling the furnace, and a wisp of deep adoration and infatuation flashed through her beautiful eyes. The master of the undying ocean was stunned for a moment before he slowly typed a question mark. This is a disciple scolding his master. He is a god. At this moment, Ling's voice sounded again. Her tone was serious and filled with conviction. His master was no longer human. What he wanted to be was a god high up in the sky. A god who could create all miracles. God. The master of the undying ocean was stunned for a moment. His gaze landed on Ning Tian. He naturally understood that the god that the ice god mentioned was not the same as the ancient god. It was an existence that was above the ancient god. At this moment, the master of the undying ocean went silent. Boom. Boom boom. At this moment, the entire underwater cave was filled with flames and the sound of hammering metal could be heard. Dozens of minutes later, the final hammer. Ning Tian's gaze landed on the forging furnace. The sea god's trident was covered in a layer of black ash. He muttered and the heavenly flame law in his hand appeared again, turning into a blazing hammer. He raised the blazing hammer and hammered down under the gaze of Spirit and the master of the undying ocean. Boom. Boom boom. In an instant, the glow of flames shot into the sky while a violent rumbling resounded out abruptly, causing the entire seabed to fluctuate. Even the originally deathly silent undying sea had a wisp of tempestuous waves at this moment. It was as if the entire undying ocean had come alive. It has really reached the level of a supra-divine tool. Only the real sea god's trident can cause such a stir. The one who holds the sea god's trident is like the sea god descending. Seeing this scene, the master of the undying ocean's eyes flashed with excitement. Phew, supra-divine tool, it feels okay. This undying greenstone is indeed the toughest ore in the southern ice star ocean. It is really smooth when forged with this ore. Ning Tian waved his hand and the heavenly flame dissipated. He also kept the forging furnace. He held the sea god's trident that was reborn and couldn't help but sigh. This undying greenstone is a good item. I have to get more of it later. Ancestor, now that the sea god's trident has reached the level of breaking the seal, let's begin. At the side, the master of the undying ocean took a deep look at the sea god's trident in Ning Tian's hand and said slowly, "It has reached the level of breaking the seal," Ning Tian murmured. However, he wasn't in a hurry to start. Instead, he looked at the master of the undying ocean and said faintly, "Master of the undying ocean, how do you know that the item in my hand is called the sea god's trident?" There were many tridents. However, there was only one sea god's trident. Hearing this, the master of the undying ocean was stunned. Indeed, when Ning Tian took out the sea god's trident, he didn't mention its name. Could it be that the master of the undying ocean had read the script? Or, he knew about the sea god's trident and had a deep relationship with it? The master of the undying ocean fell into silence. Ning Tian continued to say slowly, "The vault of the sky, the depth of the sea." Hearing this, the master of the undying ocean's body trembled. He seemed to be somewhat excited. "I think there should be more to it, right? The vault of the sky, the depth of the sea, and the size of the tortoise. Can't it be stewed in a pot?" Ning Tian's voice sounded again. However, There was a lot of playfulness in his voice. The vault of the sky, the master of the undying ocean's eyes flashed. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, I didn't expect that. The vault of the sky, the depth of the sea, the size of the island, the Black Tortoise country, Black Tortoise country. It's the Netherworld Black Tortoise, right? Ning Tian narrowed his eyes and said faintly, if I'm not mistaken, you are from the Firmament Territory's Black Tortoise country. The Black Tortoise country doesn't live on land. It lives on the shell of the Netherworld Black Tortoise. I don't know how long ago, the first dark turmoil came and people were terrified. The divine realm experts of the Black Tortoise country came to the deity domain to seek protection because they were afraid of the darkness. However, the dark turmoil didn't only exist in the 9 territories. Chapter 737. Without the protection of the deity domain, you escaped to the undying seabed. Although the undying seabed isolated you from the most terrifying aura of the dark turmoil, it also turned you into this. Because you abandoned the people of Black Tortoise country, you felt guilty and chose to live in the undying sea. The people of Black Tortoise country in the Firmament Territory were all buried in the dark turmoil. At that time, the Firmament Territory was also penetrated and could only be guarded by the Nether Black Tortoise in the Endless Sea to strengthen the Firmament Territory. As for the Sea God's Trident, it was the divine weapon of Black Tortoise country. Ning Tian's voice fell. Ling, who was beside him, listened quietly as if she was listening to a story. The undying Sea Lord remained silent from the beginning until the end. However, after hearing Ning Tian's words, his brows furrowed tightly. When Ning Tian finished speaking, he sighed deeply. Ancestral Master, how did you know? He looked at Ning Tian and asked. The Nether Black Tortoise is under my control. Naturally, I know part of its memories. Ning Tian said calmly. There were indeed traces of people living on the shell of the Nether Black Tortoise. The fragments of memories were connected to everything here. I see. The undying Sea Lord raised his brows slightly and sighed. At that time, we were just, stop. I'm not here to listen to you reminisce. I don't want to know why you're running away. However, before the undying Sea Lord could finish speaking, Ning Tian raised his hand and interrupted him. I just want to know one thing. This time, will you run away? Ning Tian looked at him calmly. The undying Sea Lord was silent. He hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He shook his head heavily. I won't run away. I've already lost the people of Black Tortoise country. I won't abandon the people of the Undying Sea tribe. Very good. Ning Tian nodded in satisfaction. Without further ado, he picked up the Sea God's Trident and walked towards the seal. Although the Sea God's Trident belonged to Black Tortoise country 1,000,000 years ago, Ning Tian had no intention of returning it. How could he return something that was in the ancestral master's hands? That was obviously not possible. Phew, this time, it should be able to break the seal. Ning Tian murmured. Then, he raised the Sea God's Trident and inserted it into the groove. It was smooth and unobstructed. Boom. This time, when the Sea God's Trident, which had become a supra-divine tool again, was inserted into the groove as a key, there was finally a certain reaction, and the formation on the stone wall began to crack. Then, what had cracked wasn't just the array formation, but the entire stone wall. It's opening. Spirit widened her beautiful eyes. A layer of ice appeared on her hand. She was prepared to deal with any sudden attack. However, her worries were unfounded. But when the seal was broken, a huge mine appeared in front of the three of them. Pieces of stone that shone brightly in the dark appeared before Ning Tian's eyes. This place is filled with undying bluestone mines. I'm afraid there are more than 30,000 of them. Don't you think so, Lord of the Undying Ocean? Ning Tian looked at the Lord of the Undying Ocean with a meaningful gaze. His lips curled into a smile. The Lord of the Undying Ocean, hearing this, he seemed to understand the other meaning behind the Ancestral Master's words. He sighed. The Ancestral Master can take more. Oh, that's what you said. Ning Tian smiled as he looked at the undying bluestone mines. Then, he turned to Spirit and said, Let's go, girl. Let's do something big. There are so many undying bluestone mines. Haha, we're rich now. Spirit nodded with a smile. Seeing this scene, the Lord of the Undying Ocean was stunned. He looked at Ning Tian suspiciously. Why do I feel that the Ancestral Master has the shadow of that bastard thief? Ancestral Master, this undying bluestone mine is very hard. It requires a special tool to harvest it. It just so happens that I have. The Lord of the Undying Ocean looked at Ning Tian, who was preparing to harvest the undying bluestone mine. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ning Tian. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I have my own way. Ning Tian waved his hand. What way? The Lord of the Undying Ocean looked over in confusion. In the next moment, his expression changed greatly. Holy shit! He cursed. Ning Tian took out the sea god's trident that was just forged into a super divine tool and used it to smash the undying bluestone mine. This is a super divine tool. Using a super divine tool to smash the undying bluestone mine? The Lord of the Undying Ocean was dumbfounded. So, there is such a method. A super divine tool is a treasure to others. In the Ancestral Master's hands, it can only be used as a mining tool. Damn, everything can be used as a tool. After dozens of minutes of mining, the Lord of the Undying Ocean thought of a saying. Wherever the Ancestral Master goes, not even a blade of grass will grow, that's right. There is not even a single piece of undying bluestone here. Done. My wife will get 1 undying bluestone armor, 1 for my little wife, 1 for Ling, 1 for Bai Liu, and maybe 1 for the heavenly demon cult. Ning Tian chuckled as he made up his mind. The Lord of the Undying Ocean had mixed feelings. He seems to have that serious illness. He actually invited a wolf into his house. Sigh. The Lord of the Undying Ocean had mixed feelings. After a sigh, he did not say anything. As long as these undying bluestone mine can stop the dark tide, everything will be worth it. Phew, full of harvest. Done. Ning Tian put away all the undying bluestone mine and looked at the Lord of the Undying Ocean. Lord of the Undying Ocean, bring a few people and build this city wall with us. The Lord of the Undying Ocean, not only did I provide the materials, but I also have to be a tool. I am so pitiful. However, the Lord of the Undying Ocean could only rage in his heart. He could not do anything to Ning Tian and could only nod. Spirit, let's go. Yes. Master. Spirit silently followed her master's footsteps. Dozens of minutes later. Ice God City. Ancestral Master. Lord Ice God, you are finally back. When they saw several figures in the sky, Elder Ce Bing and the others were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. We have the undying bluestone. Everyone, follow me to the land of endless cold. Whether we can stop the dark tide or not depends on this wave. Ning Tian stood in the sky and looked down at the people of the Ice God Palace. Yes, Ancestral Master. Hearing this. At this moment, everyone was nervous, but there was a trace of expectation. Would they be able to stop the incoming black tide under the leadership of the Patriarch? One more update. Chapter 738. In the land of endless cold. At this moment, the 4 divine ice pillars had completely collapsed, smashing heavily onto the ground and shattering into several pieces. The surrounding chill had already reached an extremely terrifying degree. At the very center, the ice door had already been tightly sealed. Naturally, before Ning Tian had left, she had used the law of ice to reseal the place so that the foe beasts would not escape. However, at this moment, although the ice door was still intact, there was a lot of black fog escaping from it. Is this the power of the dark turmoil? What a terrifying aura. Somewhere in the sky, everyone stepped out from the void. When they saw the wisps of black fog seeping out from the ice door, Elder Ce Bing and the others looked solemn. Their eyes were filled with fear. Boom. Boom. At this moment, there were even rumbles that made one's heart tremble with fear. This is just a little bit of the weakest power of the dark turmoil. Aside. Ning Tian glanced at the black gas that was seeping out and frowned slightly. She spoke in a calm tone. The weakest power, a little bit. Hearing this, Elder Ce Bing and the others were shocked. This was just the weakest power. Ancestral Master, Elder Ce Bing glanced at the calm Ning Tian and could not help but ask, Ancestral Master, aren't you afraid? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Ning Tian said calmly. Look at the Lord of the Undying Ocean beside you. He is so scared. Elder Ce Bing swallowed and pointed at the shivering Lord of the Undying Ocean. It seemed that this guy was traumatized by the dark turmoil. He is him and I am me. Why should I be afraid of the dark turmoil? Fear will only affect my thinking. It can't save me. Ning Tian said calmly. Hearing this, Elder Ce Bing and the others were silent. They looked at Ning Tian differently and were filled with respect. They sighed in their hearts. He is indeed the ancestral master. From the looks of it, the black tide might be coming soon. Get ready, Ning Tian said faintly. Then, he took out a part of the undying bluestones stored in his storage ring. He looked at the people around him and said faintly, everyone, just do as I told you before and start the operation. Yes, Patriarch. Elder Ce Bing and the other tools responded. Everyone began to move the immortal bluestones. According to Ning Tian's instructions, they piled up the immortal bluestones one after another, forming a circle that enveloped the entire land of endless coal. In an instant, it was like a bluestone city wall. 10 minutes later, tens of thousands of undying bluestones had been placed together, giving everyone a strong sense of oppression. These things, can they really stop the dark tide? Elder Ce Bing and the others could not help but feel worried when they saw the walls made from undying limestone. Could these seemingly tough walls really stop the extremely terrifying chaos of darkness? These undying bluestones naturally can't. Ning Tian said faintly. Then, under everyone's gaze, he slowly walked toward the undying bluestones. He raised his hand and placed it on the undying bluestones. He said faintly, but I can. As soon as his voice died away, under everyone's gazes, Ning Tian slowly raised his hand, and a terrifying energy condensed in his hand. Use, impregnable city wall. As the system's voice sounded in his mind, the skill was successfully used. Boom. In an instant, the energy in Ning Tian's hand surged. The undying bluestones that were piled up began to change under the surge of energy. A tough wall appeared in everyone's sight. Moreover, on top of the bluestone walls, there was also a series of formations. There were offensive arrays and defensive arrays. Impregnable city wall. There were, not only defensive arrays, but both offensive and defensive arrays. The expressions of Elder Ce Bing and the others were extremely solemn when they saw the bluestone walls suddenly rise. They could vaguely sense the extreme might contained within the walls. The ancestral master's move was not simple. When the black tide arrives, all of you will approach the walls and circulate your spiritual energy. It can be used for both defense and offense. Understand? Ning Tian looked at Elder Ce Bing and the others and said faintly, yes, ancestral master. Hearing Ning Tian's words, Elder Ce Bing and the others looked grave. They were a little nervous. This was their first time facing the black tide. Although it was just the beginning of the black tide, they still had to take it seriously. If they were not careful, they might die in it. At this moment, everyone was preparing and waiting for the black tide to arrive anxiously. On top of a glacier, Ling sat on top and looked at the busy people below. She shook her little feet in boredom. At this moment, she heard footsteps beside her. Then, a familiar aura hit her face. He sat beside her without hesitation. Master, the black tide is coming. Ling glanced at Ning Tian who was sitting beside her and said. Yes. Ning Tian nodded slightly and took a bite of the apple. There was nothing more pretentious than taking a bite of an apple before a big battle. Oh no, it was more relaxing. Lass, are you afraid? Ning Tian looked at Ling and asked. No. Master is here. Ling shook her head. The simplest words were the most tenacious stone in her heart. Hearing this, Ning Tian's action of biting the apple suddenly stopped. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. The two fell into silence for a while. Elder Ce Bing, the Undying Ocean Lord, and the others below were worried. However, the two above the glacier seemed to be very relaxed. Master, at this moment. Ling spoke again. Ning Tian frowned slightly and looked over. Master, about the seal, when are you going to? Ling held the ice blade tightly. After a moment of silence, she pretended to have the courage to look at Ning Tian. However, before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly heard a roar. Boom! Boom! In an instant, they saw a huge amount of black chi burst out from the ice door below. Ancestral Master! The black tide is coming! Elder Ce Bing hurriedly shouted. It's coming! Ning Tian's expression suddenly turned solemn. After taking a bite of the apple, he looked at Ling and asked with a frown, Lass, what did you just say? Nothing, nothing. Ling paused for a moment and shook her head. Then, she got up and looked at the ice door. A layer of ice appeared on her delicate body. She said faintly, Master, let's deal with this black tide first. Oh. Ning Tian responded and raised his brows. This lass Ling, why does she seem to be filled with killing intent? Who ruined her plan? Chapter 739. He saw, there was a very conspicuous red stain on the pure white bedsheet that was emitting the fragrance of a young girl. Ning Tian frowned and reached out to pick up the bedsheet to examine it carefully. However, at this moment, Ling suddenly quivered and snatched the bedsheet from his hand. She stammered, Master, this is a nosebleed. Nosebleed? Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. He frowned and muttered, cultivators at our level still have nosebleeds. And, this nosebleed, whose is it? This. Of course it will. At this moment, Ling carefully hid the bedsheet behind her. Her little head spun as she thought about what her master would do at this moment. After all, she wanted to solve her master's problem with his thoughts. It's true. Even cultivators at our level will have nosebleeds. Her little face was full of seriousness as she nodded and said, Really? Ning Tian's brows were still furrowed. Yes. Master, if you don't believe me, you can remove all the spiritual energy. Ling said seriously. Hearing that, Ning Tian was skeptical. He listened to Ling and slowly removed the spiritual energy that enveloped his body. At the same time, when she saw that her master had removed all the spiritual energy, Ling decisively gave him a punch. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Ning Tian saw a nosebleed that he hadn't seen in a long time. Master, look. Isn't there a nosebleed? Ling withdrew her little fist and said seriously. Ning Tian, after a moment of silence, Ning Tian could only sigh. This disciple of his had really learned his essence. Amazing. I really don't know what to do with a little girl like you. Ning Tian casually wiped away the nosebleed and then glared at Ling helplessly. When he saw that Ling had finally gotten away with this matter, he heaved a heavy sigh of relief. She didn't want to lay all her cards on the table just like that. Her master still had a lot of things to do. She didn't want to make things difficult for him. By the way, Master. Ling carefully put away the bedsheet like it was a treasure. Then, as if she had thought of something, she looked at Ning Tian and asked, When you return, are you going to make a move on the Cloud Atlas? It's about time. Before the final battle, this hidden danger must be eliminated. Ning Tian nodded and said in a deep voice. The final battle, Ling's expression was serious. She sighed and said, Then Master, when you attack Ancient God Yun too, call my Ice God Palace too. These guys. I've long disliked them. All right. Regarding this, Ning Tian did not refuse. Now that the black tide in the southern Frost Star Sea had dispersed, it could be said that it was more stable than the other regions. Now that there was no seal to guard, calling the Ice God Palace was indeed a feasible method. Then when is Master going to leave? Spirit looked over reluctantly. In a few days. Forget it, a month later. I'll stay in the southern Frost Star Sea to observe if there are any hidden dangers left behind by the black tide. Ning Tian originally planned to leave in a few days. However, when he saw the reluctance in the girl's eyes, his heart softened and he changed his mind. Hearing this, Ling's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. She nodded heavily. Okay. Then this month, I'll take you around the entire southern Frost Star Sea. In this month, Ling did take Ning Tian to many places in the southern Frost Star Sea. During this month, Ning Tian also paid attention to the places that were swallowed by the black tide. Originally, There should be some traces left behind by the black tide. However, there was no trace left at all. It was as if the black tide had never happened. After seeing all this, Ning Tian guessed that it might have something to do with the world tree absorbing the black tide's power. A month later. Above the ice god palace. Master, be careful. Ling looked at Ning Tian's back as he was about to leave. She waved her hand desperately. Okay. Ning Tian smiled and nodded. With a wave of his hand, a spatial door appeared in front of him. Just as he was about to leave, Ling, who was not far away, mustered up her courage and came to Ning Tian's side. Master, she said in a small voice. Girl, what's wrong? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. Ling gritted her teeth, tiptoed, and whispered 3 words in his ear. Before Ning Tian could react, she pushed him into the spatial door. Looking at the slowly closing spatial door, Ning Tian could not help but shake his head helplessly. This girl, she really did have feelings for him as her master. Sigh, it's my fault for being too handsome. Ning Tian never spoke a single word of human language. 10 minutes later. In the sky demon region, a void energy appeared in the sky. Then, a young man in black stepped out of the void. He stretched his back and looked at the familiar Tianmo cult. He could not help but sigh. Sigh, it's not a good thing to be too strong. I came back too quickly and did not see the scenery along the way. Sigh. I don't know, how's my wife? Ning Tian looked in the direction of the Sky Demon Palace and took a step toward it. Old rules. First update today, make up for it tomorrow. 5 chapters tomorrow. Tired. Chapter 740. Tianmo Cult. Inside the main hall. Everyone was gathered here. Over the past few months, since the outbreak of the black tide in the southern Frost Star Sea, everyone in the God Domain and the 9 regions are terrified. If this goes on, when the darkness comes, I'm afraid we won't have any chance to fight back. God Saint Sun frowned and murmured. Hearing his words, Tao God Reincarnation and the others in the main hall also frowned. None of them had expected that the black tide of the southern Frost Star Sea would come so suddenly. It seemed like the speed of the black tide's descent was much faster than they had expected. Don't we still have our ancestral master? Aside. In the main hall, Zhu Yuanbo took a bite of the horsemeat and said softly, Ancestral master. Hearing this, everyone in the main hall was stunned. If the darkness was the arrival of darkness, then their ancestral master was the last ray of light. But, fortunately, Ning Tian was in the southern Frost Star Sea when the black tide came. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, everyone in the main hall heaved a sigh of relief. Don't worry, as long as we let Junior Brother absorb the true power of the heavenly god body before the darkness comes, we might still have a chance when we face despair. At this moment, Yi Shuang said faintly. Yes, hearing these words, everyone nodded their heads. Although the ancestral master was present, they still felt a strong fear towards the unknown darkness. Fatty Chin, is there any movement in the eastern prison star region recently? Yi Shuang looked at Fatty Chin again. According to their plan, before the darkness came and before the final battle, they had to eliminate the force that was the biggest threat to Junior Brother. Before the darkness came, they were afraid that the ancient god Cloud Atlas would not do anything. They might even add insult to injury. The ancient god Cloud Atlas did not do anything recently. Even when the black tide came, they did not do anything. However, many of the ancient gods of the ancient god Cloud Atlas went to an abyss in the ancient god Cloud Atlas. Fatty Chin frowned slightly and said in confusion. Ancient god Cloud Atlas. Heaven and Earth collection. So many ancient gods of the ancient god Cloud Atlas went to an abyss. What do they want to do? Tao God Reincarnation frowned. Break the seal. Their goal is to break the seal. Yi Shuang said indifferently. Break the seal? Hearing this, everyone in the hall was stunned. It was likely that other than the 9 sovereigns of the heavenly palace, no one else knew what these 2 words meant. I think all of you should know that the ancient god Yun Tu's target is the dark and chaotic energy. They coveted this energy. However, this energy also brought about a side effect. It created an abyss in the eastern prison star region. A large amount of the ancient god Yun Tu's true power is sealed in the abyss. Even the innate ancient god that created the ancient god Cloud Atlas is sealed in it. Wen Qing hugged the peeper as she looked at the crowd and said slowly. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. In other words, even though the ancient god Cloud Atlas obtained part of the power of the dark turmoil, it also sealed many powerful beings in the abyss. Even the creator of the ancient god Cloud Atlas was sealed. The current ancient god Yun Tu was already very strong. He didn't expect that. This wasn't its true strength. It is normal for the ancient god Yun Tu to be strong. After all, it appeared before the heavenly palace. Yi Shuang's tone was very calm. She already knew this. Eldest senior sister, the creator of the ancient god Cloud Atlas? Who is that innate ancient god? Zhu Yuanbo couldn't help but ask. Everyone turned to look at him. The evil god. Yi Shuang looked at the crowd and explained calmly. It is said that he was once the brightest star of the human race. However, he seemed to have been eroded by the dark and chaotic energy. That's why he called himself the evil god and crazily wanted to study the dark and chaotic energy. The evil god. Then, will we have to fight him in this battle? Everyone looked at each other. They were looking forward to it but also a little nervous. After all, this was an expert that had been famous for a long time. He was even famous before Yi Shuang. The evil god. An innate ancient god. Somewhere in the hall, Qin Luo raised his eyebrows. However, the corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. He wasn't worried at all. It was as if he already knew something. It seems like the ancient god Cloud Atlas has guessed that we are going to attack them. They are starting to release their true strength. Ancestor Fengtian frowned. A glint flashed in his eyes. The ancient god Cloud Atlas. Perhaps there is still the power of the other side. Perhaps among us, he suffered a loss because of the ancient god Cloud Atlas last time. The disciple that he had trained for a long time turned out to be a member of the ancient god Cloud Atlas. Everyone frowned when they heard Ancestor Fengtian's words. While everyone was frowning, Luo Wuqing shook his head and said slowly, Ancestor Fengtian, don't worry. Those who are here are naturally people that my husband trusts. At this moment, the Empress's belly was clearly bulging. Although it was said to be 10 months of pregnancy, this sentence was a little wrong when used on Luo Wuqing. This pregnancy might be unusual. Ancestor Fengtian nodded slightly. He didn't doubt it too much. He just said that to make everyone more vigilant. When junior brother comes back, we will make a battle plan. Battle plan? There is no need to make a battle plan. We will use the simplest method to destroy the ancient god Cloud Atlas. At this moment, as soon as Yi Shuang finished speaking, a hearty chuckle sounded in the main hall. The void in the main hall fluctuated and a black-clothed young man appeared in everyone's sight. Ancestor. Ancestor is back. When they saw Ning Tian, they were all overjoyed. Their hearts felt a lot more at ease. Haha. Honey, did you miss me? Ning Tian smiled at Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyao. Then, he moved closer and looked at Luo Wuqing's bulging belly. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. It seemed, in a few months, he would really be a father. Just thinking about it made him excited. No, the child didn't miss you. Luo Wuqing rolled his eyes at him. Then, he said, the matter of the southern frost starry ocean. Is it settled? Did anything happen to Ling? It's all settled. Don't worry. Ning Tian chuckled. Then, he looked at Yi Shuang and the others. Senior sister, the matter of attacking the ancient god Cloud Atlas will be in a week. At that time, Ling will also bring the powerhouses of the Ice God Palace to help us. The Ice God. With her in the Ice God Palace, it will be a lot smoother. Hearing this, Yi Shuang raised an eyebrow. F***CK. The Ice God is coming. Little junior brother, I remember now. I'm not feeling well. I can't go. I'll run away first. When he heard that Ling was coming, Yi Wuyo, who had been taught a lesson by Ling, immediately shivered in fear. It seemed that this guy was traumatized by the Ice God. However, before Yi Wuyo could run away, Yi Shuang grabbed him by the ear and brought him back. Well, Destroy the ancient god Cloud Atlas in one fell swoop. This force can't be left alive. Ning Tian nodded slightly. A glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. For some reason, after seeing so many images in the black tide, there were many strange things in his mind. And in his heart, he was extremely disgusted by the dark turmoil. The ancient god Cloud Atlas coveted the power of the dark turmoil. No one knew if they would do something even crazier. So, before they have such thoughts, they must eliminate all future troubles. Well, hearing this, everyone nodded. Oh right, where is that damn fortune teller? I haven't seen him since just now. Ning Tian looked at the people in the hall. He didn't see Chen Gujiang's figure. He returned to the heavenly palace and is preparing for the final battle. Yi Shuang said. Hearing this, Ning Tian nodded slightly. After his child is born, perhaps, it will be the start of the final battle. Can he really save the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace? At this moment, he couldn't help but waver. But, he must do it. Even if he can't save them, he must do it. At this moment, there was no other choice. 7 days later, the final battle, ancient god Cloud Atlas. Ning Tian took a deep breath. His eyes were shining. At this moment, in the hall, everyone's heart sank. The god realm. These days, explosive news came one after another. More than a month ago, the dark turmoil black tide came to the southern frost star sea. However, it was stopped by the Tianmo cult's patriarch and the ice god. Now, the Tianmo cult's patriarch openly declared war on the ancient god Cloud Atlas. One must know. The Tianmo cult was indeed powerful. But, as a veteran power, the ancient god Cloud Atlas had existed for several million years. Its bottomless foundation was sufficient to cause countless experts to be extremely fearful. Could it be? Was this the final battle between the old and new forces? At this moment, all the experts in the god realm were looking forward to it. Behind all this, it was related to that man, the Tianmo cult's patriarch. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In these 7 days, Ning Tian didn't do much preparation. Instead, he argued with Qin Luo for a long time about the child's name. Originally, Qin Luo thought that the name Ning Tian didn't sound as good as pockmarked Ning. He wanted to force Ning Tian to change the child's name. But, as soon as he heard that the name Ning Li was given by his precious daughter, he immediately shrank into Luo Wei's arms. This made Ning Tian wonder if his father-in-law was deliberately looking for trouble. Did he have a reason to shrink into his wife's arms? At this moment, inside the Tianmo cult, all the Tianmo cult disciples' gazes fell on the black-clothed youth in the sky. Their eyes shone brightly. Because 7 days had passed, today was the day they would attack the ancient god Cloud Atlas. All disciples at the heavenly god realm and above can participate in this battle. The rest of you, stay in the Sky Devil territory. Ning Tian looked at the group of Tianmo cult disciples below indifferently. The ancient god Cloud Atlas was no ordinary force. If the disciples who hadn't reached the heavenly god realm participated in the battle, they would undoubtedly be cannon fodder. Yes, Patriarch. Hearing this, many disciples felt a little regretful. However, they knew that the Patriarch was doing it for their own good. Patriarch, just take me with you. I can steal the horses of the ancient god Cloud Atlas and make them all have no horses. Yu Qin pursed her lips and whispered. Zhu Yuanbo looked on pitifully from the side. He held a series of horse whips in his hand. He couldn't help but want to hit the face of the ancient god Cloud Atlas. No. Ning Tian shook his head and looked indifferently at the 2 legendary horse thieves. You're too weak. Stay in the Tianmo cult. Oh, hearing this, the 2 legendary horse thieves were clearly disappointed. They could only purse their lips and murmur in a low voice. All right, the Patriarch is doing it for your own good. Beside them, Moon Spirit comforted them. She felt a little helpless. They had just stepped into the heavenly god realm. Naturally, there was still a big gap in their strength. It was indeed a little difficult to help the Patriarch. They could only stay in the Tianmo cult. Not dragging the Patriarch down was already the greatest help they could do. Honey, don't participate in this battle. After arranging the itinerary, Ning Tian moved slightly and landed beside the two women. Looking at Luo Wuqing's protruding belly, he couldn't help but frown. Yes, then, husband, be careful. Luo Wuqing nodded and gently stroked her protruding belly. Her pretty face was full of tenderness. Haha tilde husband, don't worry. Aunt Luo and I will take good care of Wuqing. Beside them, Su Yuyaro also patted her chest and vowed solemnly. For this battle, Ning Tian didn't just have his mother-in-law stay in the Tianmo territory. He also had ancestor Scorching Sky and the nine-tailed fox stay in the Tianmo territory. On the one hand, it was to take care of Luo Wuqing. On the other hand, it was to prevent others from sneaking in. Ancestor Scorching Sky and the nine-tailed fox were both supreme ancient gods. The two women were also chaos ancient gods. As for Luo Wei, she was an ancient god ruler. With such a lineup, it shouldn't be a problem to guard the Tianmo cult. Okay. I'll leave the Tianmo cult to you, Ning Tian said and glanced at the sky. Dozens of figures appeared there. The 9 primes of the heavenly palace. Qin Luo, Tao god reincarnation, flame-sealing lion king, the 3 gods of the monster god territory, and thousands of heavenly god realm disciples of the Tianmo cult. Such a lineup could be said to be extremely luxurious. It gave people a strong sense of oppression. He moved and landed in front of them. Everyone, let's go. Our destination is the Eastern Prison Starfield. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Tian's enormous power of the law of space circulated. He opened his hand and exerted a little force toward the void. With a boom, a huge space portal appeared in front of them. Under everyone's gaze, Ning Tian stepped into it. The Eastern Prison Starfield. It was dead silent. The entire starfield, the sky was dark. Wisps of terrifying black gas covered the sky. And here, it was the territory of the ancient god Yun Tu. Many years ago, there was only one force in the entire starfield. That was the ancient god Yun Tu. Many of the original forces in the starfield had either surrendered or turned into bones. However, the news that blew up the divine realm a few days ago had attracted many people here. They were all major forces in the divine realm. They were all people who didn't mind watching the show. They came here to witness the battle between the 2 strongest forces in the divine realm. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the sky was dusky. Within the black fog ahead, there were many cities. That was the territory of the ancient god Yun Tu. At this moment, many powers that had rushed over to watch the decisive battle were already waiting there. Boom. Right at this moment, a loud boom sounded. They saw, a ray of light appeared in the pitch-black sky, as if someone had torn a hole in it. Then, boundless spatial energy flowed out at this moment, forming a huge spatial portal. When the various forces looked over, they saw a black mass of figures in the portal. A black-robed young man stepped out with a smile on his face. It's the patriarch of the Tianmo cult. The experts of the Tianmo cult are all here. Thousands of heavenly god realm experts. The Tianmo cult's foundation is so terrifying. It's not just the Tianmo cult. There are also the 9 masters of the heavenly palace, the monster god realm, the fire realm. Wait, that is. Damn. Is that the god of curses? The god of curses is here to curse again. Damn. It's him. My ears are going to be insulted. It's said, the god of curses once challenged a group of scholars with his tongue. With his own strength, he cursed several experts until they spat out blood. Hiss, how terrifying. Everywhere in the sky, when the experts in the sky saw the experts in the void portal, they all gasped. They were even more shocked when they saw Qin Luo scratching his nose. Dad, I didn't expect you to be so famous. Ning Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Luo jokingly. Ahem, it's all in the past. There's no need to mention it again. How could I possibly curse? I won't say a single curse word. Your mother forbade me from saying it. I don't want to kneel on a washboard. Qin Luo coughed dryly and said in all seriousness. Your father-in-law has shocked the surrounding forces. Qin Luo, the god of curses, has returned. Who can compete with him? Inject some soul elements of curses. The system's voice sounded at this moment. Ning Tian's mouth twitched. Soul elements of curses? What the hell? Little junior brother, ahead, is the lair of the ancient god Yun Tu. At the side, Yi Shuang's indifferent gaze fell on the black fog ahead as she spoke indifferently. Hearing this, Ning Tian looked over. In front of them, the black fog was billowing. He could vaguely see many buildings in the black fog. In the black fog, Ning Tian sensed a familiar energy. The aura of chaos. It seems, the research of the ancient god Yun Tu has improved a lot. He frowned slightly and looked at Qin Luo. Dad, why don't you call out the people of the ancient god Yun Tu? Sure. Qin Luo nodded slightly. He took a deep breath and looked at the city in the black fog. Oh no. The god of curses is about to speak. Everyone, cover your ears. Otherwise, your ears won't be able to take it. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the experts hiding in various places in the sky changed. Then, they quickly covered their ears. At this moment, Qin Luo finally spoke. Ancient god Yun Tu, you bastards, get out here. F***ck your mother, F***ck, B***tch, Shinna, get out here now. I'll at hash your big at hash, as soon as the god of curses left his mouth. Indeed, there was no repetition of the curse words. Hearing this, the people of the Tianmo cult trembled. Fortunately, these words were not directed at them. Otherwise, they might not be able to withstand it. Boom. Boom. A few minutes later, under the bombardment of the god of curses, ancient god Yun Tu's city in the black fog finally collapsed. Stop cursing, stop cursing. I'll collapse it myself. Hey, that's strange. How can ancient god Yun Tu and that bunch of B***stards still be able to keep their cool under my civilized language? Seeing this scene, Qin Luo frowned. Under his bombardment, the city had collapsed. Why didn't the people of the ancient god Yun Tu come out? Civilized language. Hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. It seems that I have to increase my firepower and use Qin Luo's civilized language. Qin Luo's eyes flashed. Good lord. This guy actually had the ability to curse. No need, however. At this time, Ning Tian waved his hand, interrupting Qin Luo. His gaze fell on the ruins. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "There's no aura of the ancient god Yun Tu. They're not here." After saying that, with a move of his body, he moved forward. Seeing this, Qin Luo and the other people of the Tianmo cult quickly followed. When they entered the black fog, they saw that this place had been destroyed by Qin Luo's curses. And in the ruins, there were many bloodstains, they saw. The ruins were full of corpses, densely packed. There were probably tens of millions of corpses. What the hell? These, could it be that they were all cursed to death by me? Seeing these corpses, Qin Luo raised his eyebrows and could not help but exclaim. Could it be that his curses were so strong? Cursing tens of millions of people to death? What the hell? Sin. No, these were not cursed to death by you, they were killed by others. Yi Shuang said faintly. Yes, as eldest senior sister said, these people were all killed. They should be the low-level disciples of the ancient god Yun Tu. You can see that their corpses are shriveled. Obviously, they were not killed by your curses. Ning Tian nodded slightly and agreed. Shriveled corpses. Hearing this, everyone's gazes turned to look at him. They saw that the tens of millions of cultivators' corpses in the ruins were indeed shriveled. Could it be their blood was sucked dry? Tao God Reincarnation frowned slightly. Yes, but the blood is still there. What was extracted was only a drop of it, a drop of embryonic blood. Ning Tian shook his head. His gaze fell on the ground. The ground was already stained with blood. If the blood was sucked dry, the ground would not be like this. They were indeed sucked dry. But in a sense, so much blood was extracted just for a drop. Embryonic blood. Hearing this, the people of the Tianmo cult were stunned. Many forces who pricked up their ears were also stunned. Yes, I finally understand how the ancient god Yun Tu stores the chaotic breath. It turns out that it is planted in the bodies of the disciples at the bottom. It uses the whole body's blood to nourish this drop of blood that contains the chaotic breath. Ning Tian muttered to himself. A light flashed in his eyes. Using the whole body's blood to nourish a drop of blood that contains the chaotic breath. Hearing this, the faces of the people of the Tianmo cult all changed. Then, if we need to use the power of the chaotic breath, that is, Tao God reincarnation seemed to have thought of something. His face was a little pale. He could not help but say, "Yes, as you can see, when it is used, the blood will be drained." Ning Tian said lightly. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone was silent. A trace of fear flashed in their eyes. The ancient god Yun Tu was too crazy. It actually used its disciples to do this kind of thing. At this moment, they were incomparably glad that they joined the Tianmo cult. The patriarch would protect them, not harm them. Let's go. It seems that the ancient god Yun Tu is also ready for the final battle. I think I know where they are. Ning Tian murmured and looked at the deeper black fog not far away. In the abyss. In the deeper black fog, at the bottom of the abyss. Quick. Open the gate to the abyss. I want to gather all the blood that contains the chaotic breath and throw it into the abyss. As long as the seal is broken and Lord Evil God is summoned, even the 9 primes of the heavenly palace may not be our match. Many powerful figures stood here. The ancient god looked at everyone with a serious face. Behind him, there was a thick mass of blood. What it contained was the rich power of the breath of chaos. Lord Evil God, can opening the gate to the abyss really wake you up? After instructing the gods of the ancient god Yun Tu, the ancient god turned around and looked at the shadow in black behind him. He frowned and asked, "Do you have any other way now?" That black-clothed figure didn't say much, only saying a few words indifferently. Hearing this, the ancient god was silent. He gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. This was the only way he could do. There was no other way. The black-clothed youth, who was called the evil god, had a meaningful smile on his face. His eyes flickered as he looked at the mass of blood essence behind the ancient heavenly god, which was filled with the aura of chaos. Suddenly, he looked in a direction and seemed to have sensed something. "Disperse." He spoke softly, and the black-robed figure instantly disappeared without a trace as if it was ethereal. Lord Evil God. The ancient heavenly god was taken aback. However, before he could think about it, the black fog in the sky was torn apart. Then, countless figures appeared in the sky. The powerful aura made the ancient god's face change drastically. The patriarch of the Tianmo cult, and the 9 primes of the heavenly palace. He looked over and gritted his teeth. He did not expect the Tianmo cult to come so quickly. Quick, open the abyss gate. Without any hesitation, the ancient divine god moved and headed toward the abyss below. Hearing this, the gods of the ancient divine cloud atlas did not hesitate and worked even harder to open the gate of the abyss. The abyss gate was shrouded in the power of chaotic darkness. It was not easy to open the abyss gate. "Oh, this thing is destined to be with me. Why don't you give it to me?" But at this moment, a chuckle sounded. The ancient god frowned. Just as he was wondering where this monk came from, a shadow in black appeared in front of him. So fast. As expected of the patriarch of the Tianmo cult. At this moment, Ning Tian's eyes were fixed on the mass of blood in the ancient god's hand. It contained the chaotic breath. Perhaps it could resonate with the world tree again. How about, bring it over? When Ning Tian had this idea, the ancient god was extremely vigilant. He was afraid that Ning Tian would suddenly snatch the mass of blood energy. However, he seemed to have underestimated Ning Tian. Would the patriarch snatch something he wanted? At this moment, Ning Tian casually took out a bag, then lightly snapped her fingers. Space seemed to fluctuate, and in the blink of an eye, space actually changed. The space in the bag and the blood energy in the ancient heavenly god's hand had changed. Everything. Both were invisible. The ancient god did not react at all. "No, I must throw this thing into the abyss." At this moment, he was thinking of a plan. A glint flashed across the ancient god's eyes. Taking advantage of the fact that Ning Tian was not paying attention, he dashed toward the abyss and shouted, "Get out of my way, Let me use the chaotic breath to break open the abyss gate. However, the two of them moved at the same time. Yes, Lord Ancient God. Hearing this, in the abyss, the gods below nodded. The ancient god also moved at a terrifying speed. He appeared in a flash and slammed the mass of blood into the abyss gate. Fight poison with poison. The chaotic breath is enough to destroy the abyss gate. The ancient god was very confident. Everything was going according to his plan. Boom. When the mass of blood was about to hit the abyss gate, Yun-Tu and the other gods were confused. Lord Ancient God, what is that thing in your hand? How can this thing open the abyss gate? Why can't the chaotic breath do it? No. What the F***CK? What is this thing? At first, the ancient heavenly god was confused as to why the other gods would question him. However, when he looked over, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He saw that what he had blasted out was not the blood-colored ball of light that contained the aura of chaos, it was a cloth bag. What was inside? At this moment, everyone was confused. When they looked over, their eyes were full of confusion. Boom. When the cloth bag slammed into the door of the abyss, the cloth bag opened. Inside the bag were apples. No, it was not apples. It was the core of an apple. What is this thing? Where's my breath of turmoil? Seeing this scene, the ancient god was dumbfounded. The patriarch of the Tianmo cult did not move at all. When did he switch? Hey, isn't this a garbage station? Why are you so surprised? I am not a person who would casually throw away trash. While everyone was confused, Ning Tian's calm voice rang out. They saw, he was leisurely munching on an apple, and in his other hand was the blood energy cluster of the breath of turmoil. What? When did the ancient god's thing end up in the hands of the patriarch of the Tianmo cult? I understand now. It's the law of space. Around them. Those who were not strong immediately realized what was going on. The patriarch of the Tianmo cult had mastered the law of space to such an extent. What did you say? Throw away trash. The ancient god's expression was ugly. He glared at Ning Tian. Yes, isn't this garbage station? All sorts of trash are hiding in it. Ning Tian nodded with a smile. He finished the apple in one bite. Then, in front of the ancient god, he threw the apple core into the garbage station. Seeing this, the ancient god and the other gods of the ancient god Yun-Tu had ugly expressions. The corners of their mouths twitched. Haha. When it comes to killing people, this kid is still the best. In the sky. Qin Luo could not help but laugh. The patriarch's words had depressed the ancient god Yun-Tu. Immortal demon god, take 7 heaven-ranked ancient gods and take back the chaotic breath. The ancient god said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 figures appeared behind him. Black gas swirled around their bodies and they contained terrifying power. It was obvious that these ancient god sovereigns had also been forcefully raised by the breath of turmoil. Yes. Lord Ancient God. As soon as he finished speaking, the immortal demon god nodded slightly. A black light flashed in his eyes. Isn't the immortal demon god the second strongest expert of the demon race? I didn't expect him to betray the demon race. When the experts saw the immortal demon god, they were stunned. They could almost see the demon god clan leader's face turn green. Immortal demon god, aren't you my defeated opponent? At this moment, a rough voice rang out. Pei, who appeared in front of the immortal demon god and the other ancient gods. His sandbag-sized fist emitted a fiery glow. When the immortal demon god saw Pei Hu, his eyes narrowed. He gritted his teeth and said, Pei Hu, it's been hundreds of thousands of years. I don't think I'll lose to you. The immortal demon god gritted his teeth. It seemed that the immortal demon god had been defeated by Pei Hu. I can beat all 7 of you without a problem. Pei Hu laughed. He did not take the 7 ancient gods seriously at all. If all 7 of them were true ancient gods, it might be a little tricky. However, they were just products of the chaotic breath. The divine god power in his body could restrain the chaotic breath. Ancient god, cut the crap. Summon all the ancient gods in your ancient god cloud atlas. At this moment. In the sky, Yi Shuang's eyes flashed with indifference as she spoke indifferently. Yi Shuang. The 9 primes of the celestial palace, the ancient god narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. It seems. You're serious. He sighed. Then. He waved his hand. More than 100 figures emerged from the abyss. They were all ancient god realm experts. So many ancient gods. Damn it. The ancient god Cloud Atlas has so many ancient gods. When they saw these figures, the experts of the powers that were watching the show in the surroundings were instantly flabbergasted. They'd never imagined that the ancient god Cloud Atlas would actually be so strong. When they saw this scene, the sky demon cultists had somber expressions as well, with Ning Tian being the only one who remained indifferent. He knew very well that the reason the Cloud Atlas had so many ancient gods was because it had used the breath of chaos. However, although he could not use his full strength, he still needed to be careful. There are so many ancient gods. With just the few of us, we are indeed not enough. However, I have asked for Ice God's help. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth curled up into a smile as she raised her head to look at a spot in the sky. They're here. Crack. 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 At this moment, half of the sky had turned into an endless cold. It was actually frozen. They saw, dozens of figures appeared in the sky. The one leading was Ling. This is the ice god of the southern ice starry sea. It is said that the founder of the Tianmo cult is the ice god's master. No wonder the ice god palace came to help the Tianmo cult. Now, both sides are evenly matched. There will be a good show to watch. When they saw this scene, it could be said that the group of powerhouses were watching the show with all kinds of expectations. However, to Ning Tian, these powerhouses had said something wrong. This was not an evenly matched battle, it was, he was going to crush them. Let's fight. I want to see how strong the evil god in the abyss is. Ning Tian smiled and waved his hand. In an instant, the Tianmo cult members behind him released their terrifying spiritual energy. The ancient gods gathered the power of heaven and earth at this moment. At this moment, the entire place shuddered. The battle. It had already begun. Chapter 741. Boom. At this moment. In the sky, with the arrival of the experts from the Ice God Palace, the temperature suddenly dropped. Even the spirit energy was frozen. Ice split the battlefield, and on the ground, countless skeletons covered in black gas crawled out from the ground. Boom, boom. The ground trembled as countless skeletons crawled out from the abyss. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many factions in the surroundings were solemn. The ancient god cloud map was really well hidden. However, before they could react, they saw the experts beside them move. They were also spies planted by the ancient god Yun too? F***CK. Eldest senior brother, you. F***CK. Wife, you're also a member of the ancient god Yun too. When they saw this scene, the experts from the various forces who were watching the show with relish not only turned pale, but even their heads turned green. Facing the skeletons crawling out from the abyss, the thousands of divine realm disciples of the Tianmo cult were not afraid at all. The ancient god experts were stopped by the ancestral master, so they had nothing to fear from these skeletons. Boom. 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 At this moment, in the abyss that spanned tens of thousands of meters, spirit energy surged and killing intent filled the air. Master, I'm here. Ling first ordered the experts from the Ice God Palace to join the battle, then moved and landed beside Ning Tian. Ice God delivery, efficiency is not bad. 5-star rating. Ning Tian chuckled. With a flip of his hand, he stored the blood-red ball of light that contained an extremely powerful chaotic aura into his storage ring. His gaze then landed on the ancient heavenly god as he muttered to himself. This guy has a familiar aura. Ethereal? Ning Tian frowned slightly. Master, do you want me to capture this guy? Ling held the ice blade in her hand and looked at the ancient god indifferently. No need. There are some things that I can do. Ning Tian shook his head slightly and looked at the ancient god battlefield in the sky. Ling, leave this to me. You go to the ancient god battlefield. Don't let the Tianmo cult and the Ice God Palace suffer too many losses. In his heart, It was best to deal with the ancient god Yun-Tu without any casualties. After all, his true enemy wasn't the ancient god Cloud Atlas, but the unknown dark chaos. He had to preserve his strength before the dark turmoil arrived. Yes. Spirit nodded slightly. After glancing at Ning Tian, a wisp of ice appeared on her delicate body. She transformed into a wisp of cold air and shot towards the ancient god battlefield in the sky. With the addition of this super expert, the gods of the ancient god Yun-Tu were immediately at a disadvantage. Seeing this scene, the ancient heavenly god's expression became more and more unsightly. Most of the power of the ancient god Cloud Atlas was in the abyss of gods. If they didn't open the door to the abyss, they wouldn't be a match for the Tianmo cult. They could only be crushed mercilessly. You want to open the gates to the abyss? I'm afraid you don't have the strength yet. Do you want me to help you? Ning Tian crossed his arms and looked at the ancient heavenly god with an amicable expression. Scram! The ancient heavenly god snorted coldly. A pitch-black energy flowed around his body. He looked coldly at Ning Tian, his eyes full of murderous intent. Patriarch of the Tianmo cult, you and I will mind our own business. Why do you have to be so ruthless? Mind our own business? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows. His eyes instantly turned cold. Are you selective amnesia? Or is there something wrong with your brain? You just attacked the Tianmo cult a year ago. Have you forgotten so quickly? Also, the dark turmoil is my bottom line. If anyone dares to covet its power, they will end up like this. Looks like you and I are destined to fight. The ancient heavenly god snorted coldly. At this moment, wisps of black energy flowed around his body. The power that erupted from his body had reached the ancient god realm. Although he was known as the ancient heavenly god, this was only a wisp of his remnant soul. His real body was in this abyss. He was the only survivor of the first batch of followers of the evil god. Therefore, the entire ancient heavenly god cloud map would listen to his orders. If I wasn't just a soul now. Damn, what are you doing? Before the ancient heavenly god could finish his words, a thunderous roar resounded in the sky. When he saw that Ning Tian had a lightning tribulation card in his hand, he instantly felt unwell. What am I doing? Helping you reincarnate. How tiring is it to be a remnant soul? Aren't souls most afraid of lightning tribulations? Don't worry, I have an acquaintance in the Earth Soul world. I will give you a 20% discount when you reincarnate. If you don't want to be a human anymore, I can help you ask if you can reincarnate as a pig demon. If the people in the ancient heavenly god cloud map also want to reincarnate, I can also contact them. It just so happens that I can do a big business with the Earth Soul world. Ning Tian was holding the Lightning Tribulation World Annihilation card in his hand. At this moment, he looked at the ancient heavenly god with a smile and kindly arranged funeral services for him. After all, there were not many good people like the ancestral master. He would send you off for free and even provide you with a 20% discount for your reincarnation service. Hearing this, the ancient heavenly god was stunned for a moment and was somewhat at a loss. At this moment, many experts from the surrounding forces widened their eyes and looked at Ning Tian with a different kind of emotion in their eyes. As expected of the ancestral master of the Tianmo cult. His service was really King good. Boom. At this moment, Ning Tian had brought the lightning tribulation with him. Yes, the lightning tribulation did not fall from the sky. Instead, the terrifying lightning tribulation that had condensed in Ning Tian's palm caused the ancient heavenly deity's heart to tremble in fear. Lightning tribulation. Did the ancestral master of the Tianmo cult use the law of space to shrink the space formed by the lightning tribulation and replace it with the space in his hand? Is that why he can bring the lightning tribulation with him? But the lightning tribulation is equivalent to the heavenly Tao. At this moment, the ancient heavenly god was thinking about the principle of the lightning tribulation in Ning Tian's hand. However, when he thought about it, he was greatly shocked. His eyes fell on Ning Tian. The ancestral master of the Tianmo cult is really terrifying. If Ning Tian knew what he was thinking, he would probably say something in his heart. How could it be so complicated? I just got the reward from the system. You have shocked the ancient heavenly god. Memory fragments from the depths of the soul. The number of fragments is unknown. However, when the host feels something specific, it will resonate with the memory fragments in the depths of the soul and use part of the fragment. At this moment, the system's voice rang in Ning Tian's mind again. When did I shock the ancient heavenly god? Ning Tian frowned slightly. He did not know that the ancient heavenly god was deducing in his mind and had shocked himself. He only thought that the ancient heavenly god was scamming him. However, what was this so-called memory fragment from the depths of the soul? Could it be, was it related to the scene he saw before? He thought for a few seconds. In the end, Ning Tian decided to send the ancient heavenly god on his way first. Chapter 742. Boom. Lightning began to gather in Ning Tian's hand, and a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. He no longer hesitated and activated the law of space around him. He took a step forward and appeared behind the ancient heaven god like a ghost. Then, he threw out a palm strike. The terrifying palm strike, which contained the power of the ancient heaven god, flew toward the ancient heaven god. At this moment, the ancient heaven god's expression changed drastically. He could clearly sense that Ning Tian's ancient god power contained within her palm strike contained 7 different types of terrifying power, 6 types of law of heaven and earth, and the breath of chaos. The ancient heaven god's pupils constricted. He didn't dare to be careless. Black gas circulated around his body, and his speed exploded to the extreme. Only then did he barely manage to dodge Ning Tian's palm strike. However, the ancient heaven god dodged Ning Tian's palm strike. However, he didn't stop. He continued to attack the air in front of him. Boom. The sound of the void shattering rang out. The law of space was activated at this moment. Under the effect of the law of space, Ning Tian's palm strike landed on the ancient heaven god's back like a ghost. The ancient heaven god spat out a mouthful of black blood, and the power of the remnant soul in his body was greatly weakened. Ning Tian had the law of space. His attack was basically impossible to dodge. The ancient heaven god's expression darkened. He had forgotten about this. In the face of the Tianmo cult's attack, he could only block it. There was no way he could dodge it. You're too weak. Ning Tian shook his head slightly. A trace of indifference flashed across his eyes. He was now a 1-star ancient god sovereign. The ancient heaven god in front of him had barely reached the 2-star ancient god sovereign level with the help of the breath of chaos and his remnant soul. According to Ning Tian, when he was a primal chaos ancient god, he could kill 5 ancient god sovereigns. Now that he had reached the ancient god sovereign level, his strength had probably increased many times. If I wasn't a remnant soul, you would have been. The ancient heaven god wanted to retort. However, how could Ning Tian listen to him? He directly threw a lightning fist at the ancient heaven god's body. For the strong, the weak had no right to speak. Death blaze. Myriad lightning tribulation. Spatial strangulation. In the sky, Ning Tian's indifferent mutterings continued to ring out. His eyes were firmly locked onto the ancient heavenly god's body. He said 3 words in a row, and each of these 3 words was a terrifying killing move. Boom. Boom. It was as if the entire space had become a sharp, invisible blade with terrifying destructive power that enveloped the ancient heavenly god. Moreover, the power of space continued to compress, leaving less and less space for the ancient heavenly god. Damn it! The ancient heavenly god clenched his teeth with an ugly expression. He stretched out his hand and tried to tear open the void to escape Ning Tian's space strangulation. But, under my space law, who do you think is qualified to tear open the void and escape? Ridiculous. Ning Tian smiled coldly. As expected. No matter how much divine power the ancient heavenly god exerted, the surrounding space remained incomparably stable. There were no signs of it shattering at all. Furthermore, as the space compressed, black death flame red spider lilies quietly bloomed within the space. What kind of law of fire is this? Something's not right. The energy of this black flame is almost limitless. How did you manage to condense so many of them? Seeing this, the ancient heavenly god's face darkened completely. It's very simple. Stop the time and condense a few more of them. Ning Tian said indifferently. He raised his hand slightly, and the death flame red spider lilies in his hand were incomparably beautiful. Death flame, explode. As soon as his voice faded, he clenched his hand, and the death flame red spider lilies in his hand instantly exploded. At the same time, the death flame red spider lilies also bloomed within the sealed space. The moment they bloomed, they were breathtakingly beautiful. In the next moment, the pitch-black death flame swept across the entire space. Ah! What kind of flame is this? Why is it burning my soul so intensely? The ancient heavenly god was instantly enveloped by the death flame. Miserable screams rang out. His screams echoed throughout the entire space. Compared to the ancient heavenly god, who was in an extremely sorry state, Ning Tian was incomparably relaxed. The death flame was naturally harmful to the soul. After all, the death flame was the fusion of the heavenly flame and the law of death, and the law of death could eliminate all life, including the soul. It could kill you and then kill you. It's a pity. My death flame is not the only technique that can burn you. The lightning tribulation can cause you real harm. Ning Tian chuckled. The moment he raised his hand, lightning flashed in the sky. Boom. Boom. Myriad lightning. Tribulation. As Ning Tian's voice rang out, lightning flashed continuously and fell heavily on the ancient heavenly god who was trapped within the sealed space. Ah! No! No! The ancient heavenly god screamed miserably. Just as Ning Tian had said, no matter what kind of soul it was afraid of the lightning tribulation. Boom! Boom! Lightning flashed, and miserable screams rang out unceasingly. The ancient heavenly god resisted with all his might. He wanted to use the chaotic aura to block the lightning tribulation. However, as soon as he used it, he was horrified to discover that the chaotic aura in his body had been stolen by someone. What? Amidst the lightning tribulation and the raging flames, the ancient heavenly god looked at Ning Tian, who was not far away. His pupils instantly shrank. He saw, there seemed to be the shadow of an ancient tree behind Ning Tian. The chaotic aura in his body that he was so proud of was being devoured by this power. His figure, it seems to be the clone of Lord Evil God. At this moment, looking at Ning Tian, who was wearing a black robe with a cold expression on his face, the ancient heavenly god felt as if he was hallucinating. After the lightning tribulation and the death flame had consumed his soul power, there was not much left. Boom! At this moment, the power of space dissipated completely. The death flame and the lightning tribulation also dissipated. However, the ancient heavenly god was already on the verge of death. He was even hallucinating. In his eyes, a young man covered in black aura appeared before him. He could not help but look over with difficulty. Lord Evil God. Evil my ass. I am a gentleman. However, a loud and clear scolding voice instantly shattered his fantasy. The patriarch of the Tianmo cult, the ancient heavenly deity, walked out from the merry-go-round, suddenly coming to a realization. He looked towards Ning Tian, who was right in front of him, wanting to attack, but he already didn't have any strength left. Right now, he really was just a remnant soul. Ning Tian did not pay attention to him. He just used his divine consciousness to form a big hand and lifted him up into the sky. You won't kill me? The ancient heavenly god was stunned. However, Ning Tian did not pay attention to him. Not kill? How could that be? However, when killing someone, one must kill the heart. At this moment, the surrounding forces were already dumbfounded. The ancient heavenly god was no match for the patriarch of the Tianmo cult at all. The patriarch of the Tianmo cult, he is so strong. Many people from the ancient heavenly god Yun too had already noticed this scene. Their expressions were somewhat ugly. When they looked at Ning Tian also looked at them with a kind expression. Do you also want to dance in the lightning? Chapter 743. As soon as he said that, there was silence all around. Boom! The sky. As if in concert with Ning Tian's words, there was a thunderous roar that reverberated in the hearts of the ancient god Yun Tu's people. Instantly, fear appeared on their faces, dancing in the thunder and lightning. This Tianmo cult's patriarch had already treated the lightning calamity as one of his means. Forget it. Just as the ancient god Yun Tu's people were panicking, Ning Tian suddenly said. He silently put away the last lightning calamity world devastation card in his hand, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I've thought about it. You don't seem worthy of me using the lightning calamity. He smiled brightly at the ancient god Yun Tu. We don't deserve it. At this moment, Ning Tian's words directly stunned the ancient god Yun Tu's gods. How arrogant. The Tianmo cult's patriarch is so arrogant. Around them, the experts from the various forces took a deep breath. Their eyes were full of fear. However, they understood in their hearts, the Tianmo cult's patriarch had the right to be arrogant. Because he was stronger than everyone. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Ning Tian's lips curved into a faint smile. A black light flashed in his eyes. His tone was indifferent, like a ray of cold light in a world of ice and snow. Death. I die. As soon as his voice fell, one look was enough to determine life and death. At this moment, the law of death erupted with the most terrifying power. With my strength, who can take a look from me? My vitality is dissipating. No, his look is King poisonous. Die. At this moment, all the ancient god Yun Tu's people who were weaker than Ning Tian emitted a terrifying black light. As the black gas enveloped them, their bodies were constantly devoured at this moment. Their vitality was gone. In the blink of an eye, the ancient god Yun Tu's bones withered and died. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of ancient god experts were reduced to only a dozen or so. The patriarch's look, damn it, almost wiped them out. CK. How did you do it? Patriarch of the Tianmo cult. For a moment. Everyone was so shocked that they didn't even know what to say. They didn't even know what the patriarch of the Tianmo cult had done, or how the ancient god Yun Tu's people had died. After all, it was one thing for some celestial gods to die, but, for ancient god realm experts to die inexplicably was a bit ridiculous. What did you do? The ancient heavenly god was stupefied again and again, and his brain couldn't function properly anymore. Ning Tian did not explain. You have shocked the gods. You have shocked the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace. You've shocked the surrounding experts. Reward, the karma of the world tree. It will be activated automatically when the conditions are met. In his mind, the system's voice kept ringing. Don't let any of the experts of the ancient god Cloud Atlas go. Kill them all. Ning Tian looked coldly at the last dozens of experts in the Cloud Atlas and said flatly, Yes, ancestral master. At this moment, the Tianmo cult's morale was high. With the patriarch's move, the Tianmo cult's aura alone was enough to crush the ancient god realm experts. However, they felt that if the patriarch was so pretentious, wouldn't they lose face? Ning Tian had killed the enemies they had been fighting for a long time with just a glance. Then, weren't they here to be bystanders? Ancient heavenly god, don't you want to see the evil god? Come. I will personally help you open the gate to the abyss. Ning Tian turned to look at the ancient heavenly god and grabbed him with his divine consciousness. Then, with a flash of his body, he headed toward the bottom of the abyss. At the same time, in the sky, a few other figures also followed closely behind. At the bottom of the abyss, looking at the tightly shut gate to the abyss, Ning Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, he activated the energy of the breath of chaos, preparing to open the gate to the abyss. He wanted to see what was inside. You are crazy. The ancient heavenly god had no idea what Ning Tian was going to do. He clenched his teeth and said angrily, Release the evil god and you will die. Lord Evil God is an ancient heavenly god. Is that so? At this moment, a cold laugh came from behind. Qin Luo, Ling, and Yishuang appeared. There were only dozens of ancient heavenly god Yun Tu above. Wen Qing's group of 8 and Dao God Reincarnation's group had the power to kill them all. Everyone, are you ready? I am going to open the gate to the abyss. Ning Tian chuckled and murmured. Then, the breath of chaos in his hand began to condense and gather in his hand. The gate to the abyss seemed to have sensed the call and began to react. Boom. Boom. The gate to the abyss began to hum. Then, with a push from Ning Tian, the gate to the abyss was slowly pushed open with one palm. The huge and heavy gate to the abyss made a squeaking sound. Then, a cloud of black fog rushed out. But that was it. There was no change. The scene inside appeared before everyone's eyes. What? This is the abyss. When the ancient heavenly god saw the scene behind the gate to the abyss, he seemed to have been struck by lightning. He was dumbfounded again. They saw. The abyss was not filled with darkness as they had imagined. Instead, there were patches of sunlight. There was light in the abyss as well. There was a large patch of fruit trees with red fruits on them. That's right, those were apples. Where is the evil god's tomb? Where is the ancient heavenly god Yun-Tu sealed here? And, where is my real body? Where is Lord Evil God's real body? Lord Evil God! Lord Evil God, hurry up and come out. The ancient heavenly god was hysterical as if he had gone mad. The ancient heavenly god Yun-Tu's expert? I'm afraid he has become the nourishment for this patch of fruit trees. And your Lord Evil God, I'm afraid he is already dead. Ning Tian sneered. What? The ancient heavenly god suffered a heavy blow. He looked at Ning Tian in a daze as if he was overlapping with another person. It's you, it's actually, you. So, it's you? He looked at Ning Tian in disbelief. Before he could be shocked, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. His soul was directly shattered. Ning Tian frowned. But suddenly, an image flashed past his eyes. Detecting location, unknown memory fragments. One of them has returned to its original position and is beginning to resonate. The system's voice resounded in his mind. At this moment, Ning Tian saw an image. Once upon a time, he, who was dressed in black, appeared in this abyss. Looking at the ancient heavenly god Yun-Tu, he fell into silence. In the end, he rushed into the abyss, grabbed the ancient heavenly god Yun-Tu, and threw him into a sealed place. Once again, I went back to the past and killed the creator of the ancient heavenly god Yun-Tu. I turned into the evil god and controlled the entire ancient heavenly god Yun-Tu. My purpose was to let the ancient heavenly god Yun-Tu refine the aura of chaos, to provide the world tree with karma energy. The ancient heavenly god Yun-Tu, it's just my tool, at this moment. In Ning Tian's mind, the memory was still fragmented, but he vaguely understood the general idea. He looked at Qin Luo and said with a frown, Father, the unknown innate ancient heavenly god that you said died in the land of Godfall tribulation. I'm afraid he's the real creator of the ancient heavenly god Yun-Tu, the evil god. Chapter 715. Chapter 744. The one who died in the land of God's fall is the evil god. After saying that, Ning Tian understood a lot of things. The reason why he asked Qin Luo again was to confirm it. That's right. Qin Luo nodded slightly. It was precisely because he knew this that he had smiled when he was in Heavenly Demon Hall. When he was in the land of divine demise, he had said that an unknown ancient god had died there. And he was the evil god. After hearing Qin Luo's confirmation, Ning Tian nodded slightly. After taking a deep breath, he stepped into the abyss. There were many fruit trees around, but there were no ancient god Yun-Tu sealed in the abyss. I'm afraid, just as Ning Tian had said, they had turned into nourishment for the fruit trees. Qin Luo and the other two followed behind him. As she stepped into the abyss, the unknown memory fragments in Ning Tian's mind began to be pieced together. The originally chaotic memories were also gradually filled in. So, Ning Tian murmured. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. Memories came back to him. He once went back to the past. In order to help provide the karma energy of the world tree, he needed to refine the chaos breath. But he couldn't stay here for long. It was too late to create another force. So, he saw the ancient god Yun-Tu created by the evil god. At that time, the ancient god Yun-Tu was researching the dark turmoil. The evil god and most of the other ancient gods were sealed in the abyss by the power of darkness. So, he barged into the abyss and killed the ancient god Yun-Tu sealed in it. He then threw the evil god into the land of Godfall. He used an ethereal doppelganger to pretend to be the evil god and let the ancient god's remnant soul control the entire ancient god Yun-Tu. Since then, The evil god that the ancient god Yun Tu thought of was just an ethereal doppelganger. From the beginning to the end. The ancient god Yun Tu was just a tool. So, is that so? At this moment, Ning Tian frowned. To be honest, even he was a little confused. The memories hidden in the deepest part of his mind were not completely released. But, vaguely, he thought of many things. This world was like an ancient tree. It had countless branches and sprouts. The branches and sprouts were like countless world lines. He was moving through all the world lines, gathering the power of all the world lines, to help a world line succeed. No wonder, the world tree has countless black sprouts, but only one of them is bright. Have I failed? This time, will I succeed? Ning Tian murmured. When he first saw the world tree, it looked like that. At this moment, a tired voice suddenly sounded in Ning Tian's mind. If I fail 1 billion times, then I will use 1 trillion failures in exchange for a single success. I will use so many world lines to push everything forward. The price is that my memories in this world line will be sealed and I will have to start all over again. At this moment, these lonely words echoed in Ning Tian's mind, and he remained silent for a long time. Failure, was it because of the chaos in the darkness? Master. Seeing Ning Tian fall into silence, Ling couldn't help but ask worriedly. I'm fine. Ning Tian waved his hand tiredly. This series of events caused his mind to be in a mess, and he couldn't figure it out. But fortunately, he finally had some ideas. When the memory fragments completely overlapped, perhaps he would be able to get the final answer. But, thanks to this series of actions, he was reminded that the breath of chaos was a great help to the Yggdrasil. Father, you should have seen me, right? Or should I say, the future me? Ning Tian didn't know how to address him. He was still him, and he could only be him. It was just that he was in a failed world line. Yes. Qin Luo didn't deny it and nodded. As for the ice-sealing heavenly demon sect, I presume that I had Ling freeze them in order to preserve enough strength. Ning Tian asked again. Now, he somewhat understood. Everything in this world line was paved by Ning Tian, one of the countless failed world lines, in order to pave the way for his successful world line. Yes. Master. At this moment, Ling also nodded slightly, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. Both of you have indeed seen each other. So many world lines of me, what have I done? Ning Tian frowned. If he wanted to know what he had done, he would have to wait until all the sealed memories were unlocked before he could know what he had done. Junior brother, now, there is no future you. You are the future you. You are the future. At this moment, Yi Shuang remained calm. Her beautiful eyes fell on Ning Tian as she spoke very calmly. I am the future me. Ning Tian paused for a moment, his brows knitted together. That's right, there was no so-called future Ning Tian now. All hope was placed on him. This time, it was only the present. So, you have all seen me in different world lines, right? Ning Tian frowned as he looked at Qin Luo and the other two. Hearing that, Qin Luo and the other two nodded slightly. The Ning Tian they had seen might not be the same Ning Tian in the same world line. There were many of them, but their original intention was the same. For the sake of this successful world line's Ning Tian. Hearing that, Ning Tian smiled bitterly. What future past, what branch of a world line, hearing that gave him a headache. However, the only thing he understood was that he had failed countless times and paid a very painful price. This time, he was walking on a successful world line. He had to succeed. Let's go. Ning Tian glanced at the abyss behind him and then waved his hand. After plucking all the apples, he said to the three. Okay. Qin Luo and the other two nodded slightly. Ancient God Yun Tu might have a backup plan. Their ancient gods are far more than this. Ning Tian's expression was solemn. From the memory fragments just now, he already knew that ancient God Yun Tu's ancient gods might not all be here. Also, there were spies they had planted in the various major factions. His clone turned into the demon god and did not instruct ancient God Yun Tu to do anything. His clone's existence was only to remind ancient God Yun Tu how to refine the chaotic aura. Spies, could it be? The ancient god wants to go all out and attack the sky demon region? Ling frowned and hurriedly said. Very likely. Ning Tian's expression was solemn. Let's go. Return to the sky demon region. His figure moved, and he headed directly to the top of the abyss. Qin Luo and the other two quickly followed. In the sky above the abyss, Pei Hu and the others had already killed the last dozens of ancient gods of ancient god Yun Tu. Chapter 745. Ancestral Master. When they saw the Ancestral Master and the others coming from the abyss, the Tianmo cult members hurriedly looked over. Their expressions were somewhat grave. Could it be that the Ancestral Master had even erased the evil god of the ancient god Yun Tu? Return to the Tianmo cult. The hidden force of the ancient god Yun Tu may be attacking the Tianmo cult. Ning Tian frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. What? The ancient god Yun Tu has attacked the Tianmo cult? Hearing this, the expressions of the Tianmo cult members changed greatly. At this moment, the power of space appeared in Ning Tian's hand. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a space portal appeared. But at this moment, suddenly, in the sky, a dazzling light appeared. The sound of an energy explosion resounded throughout the entire god realm. What's going on? What a powerful force. At this moment, everyone could feel the terrifying energy. This direction, is it the sky demon region? Honey. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. Then, his expression became somewhat grave. He directly opened the space portal completely. This terrifying energy was indeed sweeping over from the sky demon region. To be able to sweep over such a distance, one could imagine how terrifying the power was. I'm afraid, the hidden force of the ancient god Yun Tu had already arrived at the sky demon region, and this force, it might come from the little guy in Luo Wuqing's belly. Let's go. Follow me back to the sky demon region. A loud shout. Everyone followed Ning Tian and rushed into the space portal. The sky demon region. Half an hour ago. I wonder how my husband and the others are doing. In the Tianmo cult's main hall, Luo Wuqing sat on the high seat. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She stroked her belly uneasily. Ever since Ning Tian and the others left, she had vaguely felt uneasy. She couldn't figure out the reason for this uneasiness. Wuqing, don't worry too much. By the side. Su Yuyaro comforted her. Hubby, you're an ancient god sovereign now and have the 9 sovereigns of the heavenly palace by your side. The cloud map won't be able to do anything to them. We should focus on nurturing the baby now. We can't wait to see this little guy. Hearing this. Luo Wuqing could only nod her head and gently stroke her bulging belly. Perhaps, in a few months, her and her husband's child would be born. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Ever since she became pregnant, Luo Wuqing had changed a lot. A trace of motherly love had also emerged. Oh, right, where is mother? Luo Wuqing looked around. Aunt Luo said she's going to get you some nourishing soup. She'll be right. Su Yuyaro chuckled. But before she could finish her sentence, a terrifying blast came crashing down on the hall. Wuqing, be careful. Boom. In an instant. This terrifying power directly slammed into the demonic palace, and the majestic demonic palace collapsed in an instant. The commotion attracted the attention of everyone in the demonic hall. Empress. Holy Lord. When they saw that the demonic palace had turned into ruins, everyone in the demonic region had a drastic change in expression. Panic flashed across their eyes. The Empress was pregnant. Who dared to be so presumptuous? We're fine. Somewhere in the sky. Luo Wuqing's cold voice rang out. 2 beautiful figures stepped out of the void. They were experts at the primal chaos ancient god realm. They were able to dodge the attack before the demonic hall collapsed. Who is it? Get out here. Luo Wuqing looked indifferently at the sky and frowned. She wasn't worried about anything happening to her. Her heart was on the child in her belly. Nothing must happen to the child. As expected of the Empress of the Tianmo cult. Her reaction speed is amazing. In the sky. A cold laugh rang out. Then, dozens of figures appeared in front of everyone in the demonic hall. Dozens of ancient god realm experts. Everyone in the Sky Devil region felt their hearts sink when they sensed the terrifying aura that was inadvertently released by the dozens of people. Although there were still experts in the Sky Devil region, most of them had followed the Patriarch to destroy the ancient god Yun-Tu. This is the ancient gods of the Western Wilderness Starfield. What do you want? In the sky. Ancestor Scorching Sky frowned as he looked at the dozens of auras. Among them, there were several ancient god realm sovereigns. Ancestor, they don't represent the Western Wilderness Starfield. They are from the ancient god Yun-Tu. At this moment, Luo Wei also appeared in the sky. She frowned as she looked at the ruins below. Her face turned ugly. These people from the ancient god Yun-Tu dared to attack her daughter. They were courting death. So they're spies from the ancient god Yun-Tu. Ancestor Scorching Sky's brows furrowed. They don't even want their home. Are they forcibly exchanging homes? Zhu Yuanbuo's face turned ugly. He wasn't the only one. Everyone in the demonic hall was worried. The experts of the demonic hall had all left with the Patriarch. But now, would they be able to resist dozens of ancient gods with just them? Was the ancient god Yun-Tu trying to trade one for one? Stop talking nonsense. Let's destroy the Tianmo cult first. Then we'll have a chance. As long as the ancient god realm opens the abyss and releases Lord Evil God, we'll still have a chance. The remaining ancient gods snorted. Actually, this was the ancient god realm's plan. They used some of the ancient gods to steal the Tianmo cult's home. As long as they released the abyss, they would be able to resist Ning Tian and the others' attack. When that time came, not only would they not suffer any losses, they could even deal a fatal blow to the Tianmo cult. However, obviously, they had miscalculated. These ancient gods didn't know that. Boom. Boom. In an instant, the dozens of ancient gods in the sky attacked. Against such experts, the disciples of the Tianmo cult had no chance at all. Against the ancient gods, they were just ants. Only Luo Wei and the others had the strength to fight back. Patriarch, you and the nine-tailed fox will deal with these ancient gods with me. Yu Yao, you protect Wuqing. Luo Wei's expression was grave. Her face was ugly. However, this was the only thing she could do. Okay, Patriarch Burning Sky and the nine-tailed fox nodded. At this moment, apart from the two women, the demonic hall only had 3 ancient gods. 2 were sovereigns and 1 was a prime. However, opposite, there were dozens of ancient gods. Will we do as you wish? However, this was only Luo Wei's arrangement. The ancient god Yun-Tu naturally knew who the real target was. In an instant, 5 sovereigns surrounded Luo Wei and the others. The remaining dozen or so primal chaos ancient gods and 1 sovereign ancient god were already heading toward the 2 women. Their bodies were shrouded in darkness. That was the aura of chaos. If the Tianmo cult's patriarch lost his wife and son, then what will he do? The sovereign ancient god's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery as he looked at the 2 women. Also, I said it wouldn't be a bad ending. I said it might end by the end of May, but I didn't say it had to end. I didn't say it would end even if it wasn't finished by the end of May. I said it would end normally once the plot is finished. Do you understand, Sai? Chapter 746. At the sight of this, the faces of everyone in the Sky Devil region turned ugly. Although they were extremely anxious, they only felt a deep sense of helplessness in their hearts. They were simply too weak. At this moment, in the sky, an ancient god sovereign led a dozen or so ancient gods to surround the 2 women. Damn it! Luo Wei's expression was somewhat ugly. She clenched her teeth and was about to charge toward Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyao. However, just as she moved, a terrifying ancient god with a terrifying aura landed in front of her. Apologies, your opponents are us. The 5 ancient god sovereigns surrounded Luo Wei and the other 2 as a sinister smile appeared on their faces. You will regret this. The 2 of them are not people you can touch. Luo Wei clenched her teeth as a cold glint flashed across her beautiful eyes. Flames appeared on her delicate body as she clenched her fists and charged toward the 5 ancient god sovereigns. Seeing this, Ancestor Scorching Sky and the Nine-Tailed Fox clenched their teeth as well. They circulated their ancient god power and rushed forward to assist Luo Wei. The only solution now was for the three of them to quickly kill the 5 ancient god sovereigns and then help Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyao. However, only Luo Wei and Ancestor Scorching Sky had reached the ancient god sovereign level. As for the Nine-Tailed Fox, she had just become an ancient god sovereign. Not to mention killing them earlier, it was already good enough that the three of them could hold their ground. Their current situation was practically hopeless. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant. In the sky, Luo Wei and the others had already engaged in an intense battle. In order to not affect the people in the Sky Devil region, Luo Wei even intentionally or unintentionally pulled the battlefield apart. However, the situation was still not optimistic. Wuqing, hide behind me. Su Yueyao's expression turned cold as she faced the encirclement of dozens of ancient gods. The 9 white fox tails behind her quietly appeared at this moment. The purple furry fox ears also gradually appeared on her head. She took a step forward and stood in front of Luo Wuqing. I'm not that weak. I can fight. However, Luo Wuqing shook her head. Her beautiful eyes flashed with coldness. Although she was pregnant, she was still the Empress of the Tianmo cult. She was still a genuine primal chaos ancient god. Try not to fight. Su Yuyao couldn't do anything about it and could only warn her. Yes. The two women nodded slightly and faced the dozens of ancient gods with their backs facing each other. Empress. Holy Master, at this moment. Countless Tianmo cult disciples below were deeply worried. They gritted their teeth, but a battle of this level was no longer something that ants of their level could interfere in. There was nothing they could do except watch. The only thing he could do was to try his best not to be a burden and distract Luo Wuqing and the others. Interesting, 2 women, and one of them is pregnant. How dare they attack us? What a joke. The dozens of ancient gods could not help but laugh coldly. There were pitch-black patterns on their faces, which were the areas covered by the aura of chaos, and also the source of most of their power. Go. Don't leave anyone alive. The next moment. The ancient god sovereign waved his hand. The aura in the sky suddenly shook violently, and the entire sky darkened. The dozens of figures charged directly toward the 2 women, their faces filled with hideous smiles. Boom. Boom. The terrifying aura set off a series of sonic booms. It was as if the sky was exploding. At this moment, the hearts of everyone in the Sky Demon region were hanging in the air. Time. At this moment. A cold shout rang out. Luo Wuqing raised her hand. The law of time circulated at this moment. With a ticking sound, the dozens of ancient gods paused for a few seconds. Death music. The sound of a flute rang out. Accompanied by the sound of the flute, it was incomparably desolate. Su Yuyao took advantage of the time when Luo Wuqing froze the dozens of ancient gods to urge the law of death to cooperate with the law of music. Waves of death music blasted in the ears of the dozens of ancient gods. PFFF. When the sound of death music rang out and time resumed, the dozens of ancient gods instantly spat out pitch-black blood. Although the 2 women's laws were not as good as Ning Tian's, one should not forget that their laws were also learned from Ning Tian. They were not weak at all. Boom. Ah. At this moment. A miserable cry rang out. The next moment. Among the dozens of ancient gods, one of the peak honorable ancient gods had yet to dissipate when a blue flame ignited on his body without warning. The temperature was so terrifying that even the ancient god power could not withstand it. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. Luo Wuqing's blue hair fluttered in the wind. She clenched her jade-like hand and a trace of indifference flashed in her beautiful eyes. Blue flame explosion. Boom. In an instant. A blue flame appeared on the bodies of the dozens of ancient gods without warning. The blue flame continued to burn, becoming more and more vigorous. Ah, this is the law of heavenly fire. Damn it, when did these flames appear? Seeing the blue flame appear on their bodies, the group of ancient gods panicked for a moment. They hurriedly used their ancient god power to extinguish the blue heavenly fire, so powerful. As expected of the Empress and Holy Master, Seeing this scene, below, the eyes of the Sky Demon Region's people flashed. The Empress and Holy Master were fighting against dozens of ancient gods and still had a slight advantage. Don't be happy too early. That ancient god sovereign hasn't made his move yet. Ni Hongi gritted her teeth and said with a grave expression. At this moment, everyone's expression sank once more. That's right, there was still an ancient god sovereign. What a bunch of trash. You can't even defeat two little girls. Using the breath of disorder to improve your strength is the same as improving your strength for nothing. In the sky, the ancient god sovereign, who was prepared to watch a good show, could not help but snort coldly. A black gas appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, it swept across the group of ancient gods. The blue flame on their bodies instantly dissipated. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the two women flashed with a grave expression. The laws of time, death, and heavenly fire. With such talent, who knows how many geniuses in the profound sky continent have surpassed. Using the death moon to hide the heavenly fire is the best of the best. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, all methods are useless. The ancient god sovereign snorted coldly. A terrifying black gas condensed on his body. Use the breath of disorder. The laws of these two little girls are not as strong as we imagined. The breath of disorder can temporarily conceal the power of the laws. Take advantage of this opportunity to kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, the black light in his hand condensed. Instantly, the sky turned pitch black. It was as though the sky was covered by a layer of black fog. Hearing the ancient god sovereign's words, the two women hurriedly tried to use the laws of heaven and earth. However, as he said, the laws of heaven and earth could not be used. Chapter 747. The two women's strongest moves were gone. Yes. Lord Luo Sho. Hearing this, the dozens of ancient gods hurriedly nodded. Luo Sho? Your ancient god Yun Tu's second in command? Aside. Luo Wei's expression changed slightly. Luo Sho was someone on the same level as the ancient gods. Unexpectedly, he wasn't imprisoned in the abyss. It's too late to realize that now. Luo Sho grunted coldly, and then he suddenly waved his hand. The 5 ancient gods had attacked Luo Wei and the others once more, and they didn't give them any chance to catch their breaths at all. On the other hand, the ancient gods blasted towards the two women as well. At this moment, the two women's strongest moves had been sealed. The only thing they could do now was to use their own strength. Soon, in the sky, the battle broke out. Su Yuyaro stuck close to Luo Wuqing. She took the initiative to block most of the attacks. Although Luo Wuqing's strength had reached the Chaos Ancient God level, he could still use his strength even if he was pregnant. However, she was a little afraid. Luo Wuqing's pregnancy was affected. That was the most important thing. Wuqing, don't attack. Let me. Su Yuyaro shouted. Her soft fox tail protected Luo Wuqing. Then, she faced the attacks of dozens of ancient gods alone. The Tao of music continued to play. The nine-tailed fox's power also surged. She summoned her demon spirit. 100-meter-large nine-tailed fox projection appeared behind her. Roar. In an instant, the entire Sky Demon region was filled with a terrifying demonic aura. Yu Yao, be careful. Luo Wuqing knew Su Yueyao's intention. He could only sigh. However, he didn't completely hide behind Su Yuyao. Facing some attacks from behind, he would still block them. Boom. Boom. At this moment, in the sky, streaks of terrifying power continuously attack. Su Yuyao took the initiative to attack while Luo Wuqing defended for her. Although there were only 2 of them, they were undefeated in the face of dozens of ancient gods' attacks. So strong. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Sky Devil region could not help but look forward to it. What a bunch of trash. That Luo Sho frowned. He had already used the power of the breath of chaos to cover the sky and seal the two women's strongest power of law. Yet, the dozen or so ancient gods were still not his match. It seemed like the power raised by the breath of chaos was indeed imperfect. Looks like, in the end, I still have to personally take action. Luo Sho snorted coldly. His gaze landed on Luo Wuqing's body. When he saw her slightly bulging belly, a cruel glint flashed across his eyes. After which, a black glow appeared in his hand and he directly attacked Luo Wuqing. "Your Majesty, be careful." The moment they saw Luo Sha make his move, the faces of the people from the Sky Devil region changed drastically, and they hurriedly shouted, "What?" Su Yueyao's expression changed. She turned around abruptly. This was a terrifying attack from an ancient god sovereign. In their current situation, they couldn't dodge it at all. If Luo Wuqing forcibly resisted this attack, perhaps. No, this move, I can't let Wuqing take the risk. Su Yuyao gritted her teeth. Her delicate body moved, and she directly pulled Luo Wuqing behind her. Boom. In an instant, a roar sounded. Fart. Su Yuyao directly spat out a mouthful of blood. The demon spirit behind her was directly dispersed. At the same time, the 9 tails on her body also dissipated. She was actually hit by Luo Sha's palm strike. Yuyao. Luo Wuqing's expression changed. She hurriedly held her in her arms. Looking at her weak appearance and the blood flowing out of her mouth, her expression instantly became serious. "Oh, you actually risked your life to block it. It seems like you sisters have a good relationship. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is what this god despises the most." When Luo Sha saw that this move was blocked by Su Yuyao, he couldn't help but frown. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. You're courting death." Luo Wuqing gritted her teeth. A cold glint flashed across her eyes. She indifferently looked at Luo Sha. Under extreme anger, a wisp of black gas vaguely appeared on her body. In fact, this wisp of black gas also condensed on Qin Luo's body. At this moment, Luo Wuqing's aura actually increased in an instant. Her strength has increased. Luo Sha frowned. Looking at Luo Wuqing, who was supporting Su Yuyao, a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. The black gas that appeared on Luo Wuqing's delicate body made him somewhat puzzled, but he didn't think too much about it. "Kill them." Luo Sha frowned and waved his hand. In an instant, the surrounding dozens of ancient gods burst out murderous aura and rushed over. Empress. Seeing this scene, below the sky demon area, a group of people's hearts were in their throats. The sacred leader was already injured. Could the Empress really withstand it alone? Boom. 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 The dozens of ancient gods attacked with the most terrifying attacks. At this moment, a wisp of black gas was circulating on their bodies. That was the most terrifying energy of the chaos breath. Every time they attacked, it was a killing move. Under this move, the Empress would most likely fall. The dozens of ancient gods were only dozens of meters away from the 2 women. At this moment, Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of black light. Following that, the black gas circulated on her delicate body. She raised her jade-like hand and pressed it toward the dozens of supreme ancient gods. At this moment, the seemingly simple action exploded with the most terrifying energy, only to see something strange happened. The chaotic aura on the dozens of ancient gods suddenly became active. Following that, there was a terrifying backlash. What's going on? Lord Luo Sha, the Chaos Breath. The power of the Chaos Breath has begun to backfire. Miserable screams rang out one after another. All of a sudden, the dozens of ancient gods stopped moving. At this moment, the terrifying aura of chaos merged into their bodies and continued to devour their flesh. Fresh blood flowed out continuously. It was strange and terrifying. What kind of power is this? Luo Sha wanted to save them. However, before he could do anything, the ancient gods' hearts were corroded by the darkness. He was stunned. He suddenly looked toward Luo Wuqing. When he saw the black glow on her delicate body, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. This woman can control the chaos breath? At this moment, the black energy on Luo Wuqing's body surged. However, she did not know how it was formed. She was extremely angry. Angry that Luo Sha had injured Su Yuyao. If Ning Tian was here, he might be able to guess something. Qin Luo, he was from the Sky Demon clan. And Luo Wuqing had his purest bloodline. Perhaps, this power was the most essential power of the Sky Demon clan. And the Sky Demon clan, what kind of existence were they? Chapter 748. Perhaps, there's no need to kill this woman. Luo Shuo's eyes flashed with a fierce light. If he captured this woman and brought her back to the ancient god Cloud Atlas for research, he might be able to make a major discovery and improve their research on the dark turmoil. Boom. As his voice faded, Luo Shuo had already rushed toward Luo Wuqing. At this moment, Luo Wuqing's palm had activated the chaotic aura on dozens of ancient gods. After causing them to suffer a backlash, the black gas on her body quietly dissipated. A sense of powerlessness spread throughout her body. Facing Luo Shuo's palm, she had no chance to react. Boom. When the palm came, Su Yuyaro hugged Luo Wuqing tightly to protect him. Under the terrifying power of the palm, the two of them fell from the sky and slammed heavily on the ground. Boom. Boom boom. In an instant, the ground shook violently. A huge crater appeared in the ground. Su Yuyaro slammed heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Luo Wuqing was in her arms. The moment he fell, she used her life to protect Luo Wuqing. Empress. Holy Master. Seeing this scene, the faces of the Tianmo cult change. She's really reckless, sisterly love. Ridiculous. Luo Shuo frowned and sneered. His gaze fell on Su Yuyao. This woman was really a hindrance. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. As his voice faded, a murderous aura appeared on Luo Shuo's body. He clenched his hands into fists and punched toward Su Yuyaro, who was in the pit. At this moment, Su Yuyaro was seriously injured. If she was hit, she would definitely die. Luo Wuqing was also on the verge of losing consciousness. At this moment, in the sky, Luo Wei and the others were blocked by a joint effort. Now, it was a hopeless situation. Block it. Who dares to hurt Empress and Holy Master? Right at this moment, countless heavenly demon cult disciples were already surging toward them like a tide. Zhu Yuanbao, Yu Qin, Yu Ling, Ni Hongyi, and the others were all standing in front of the two girls, and from the looks of it, they were going to block the attack for them. They're overestimating themselves. Luo Shuo frowned. These people were like mantises trying to stop a chariot. At this moment, the heavenly demon cult disciples clenched their teeth. Their hearts were filled with fear and their bodies were even trembling, but they did not take half a step back. Their patriarch had protected them, so they would protect their patriarch's loved ones, even to die. Even to die. Boom. 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 The terrifying fist wind rushed towards the crowd. But at this moment, everyone seemed to have heard the cry of a baby, and then the entire world seemed to have quieted down. The black veil that covered the sky was swept away, and the winds from the fists that were smashing down towards them had vanished into thin air. At this moment, everyone was stunned. He still hadn't figured out the situation. Luo Shuo was stunned. He seemed to see a dazzling golden light erupt from Luo Wuqing's slightly bulging abdomen. Did the baby explode? Boom. Boom. However, while he was puzzled, a terrifying power suddenly erupted from the golden light and spread in all directions. At this moment, a terrifying scene appeared. They saw. As the power spread, Luo Shuo's body turned into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Luo Wei and the others, who were fighting fiercely with the 5 ancient gods, saw the 5 ancient gods turn into bloody mist. The entire Sky Demon region. All the buildings collapse. Countless large holes were blasted into the ground. What's going on? What a terrifying power. Luo Wei frowned as a trace of doubt flashed through her eyes. When she looked towards the place where the terrifying power had erupted from, she saw that the terrifying power had actually erupted from her daughter. No, that was her abdomen. Could it be, at this moment? Luo Wei's expression became somewhat strange. The power continued. The entire Sky Demon region was in a mess. However, the only fortunate thing was that other than the ancient god Yuntu's people being killed, the people in the Sky Demon region were not affected. However, at this moment, they were extremely shocked. That power just now, even Luo Sho, an ancient god sovereign, was killed with a single move? What kind of power was that? At this moment, everyone's hearts palpitated. Fortunately, after a few minutes, the power finally dissipated. Everyone felt a different emotion from that power. That emotion seemed to be anger. Empress, Holy Master. At this moment, everyone finally reacted. Luo Wei leaped down from the sky. She checked the two of them. After sensing that they were fine, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, when she checked the child in Luo Wuqing's stomach, she frowned. Chem. Empress, what happened to her? Everyone's expression changed when they saw Luo Wei frown. Could it be the child was affected? Heartless child. I'm afraid, Luo Wei spoke slowly. Child. I'm afraid. Hearing this, the surrounding people immediately tensed up. If the child was gone, how angry would the patriarch be? At this moment, they did not dare to imagine. The child. I'm afraid it will be born earlier than I expected. Luo Wei shook her head. Phew, hearing that. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was just that it was born earlier than expected. Fortunately, it was not gone. This was already the best possible outcome. Boom. Boom boom. Right at this moment, a strand of energy that was filled with rage suddenly floated up into appearance in the sky. Chem. It can't be. Again. Upon seeing this terrifying aura, the faces of everyone in the Sky Demon region immediately changed. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. A hole was violently torn open in the sky, and a black-robed youth appeared in everyone's line of sight. He was filled with a terrifying aura. His eyes were filled with anger. After he appeared, thousands of figures appeared behind him. It's the ancestral master. When they saw the black-robed youth, everyone in the Sky Demon region heaved a sigh of relief. The ancestral master had returned. Even if the people of the ancient god Yun Tu attacked again, they did not have to worry too much. Chem. In the sky. Ning Tian tore open the void and rushed back as quickly as he could. When he saw that the Sky Demon region had been completely destroyed, his expression instantly turned ugly. When he saw that there was another aura in the air, his heart sank. Wife, nothing must happen to you. He looked around. When he saw Luo Wei supporting the two women, he immediately took a step forward. Mother, Heartless and Yu Yao, are they all right? Ning Tian looked at the blood on the two women, and the murderous intent in her eyes filled the air. The terrifying aura on her body made it difficult for everyone present to breathe. Even their bodies felt like they would explode at any moment. Ning brat, calm down. Qin Luo appeared behind Ning Tian and patted him on the shoulder, indicating for him to calm down. Chapter 749. Ning brat, calm down. The two of them are fine. Qin Luo shouted coldly. When he saw the trace of black energy remaining on Luo Wuqing's delicate body, his heart sank. His expression instantly became much uglier. Ning Tian did not say anything. He only dispersed the oppressive aura. His expression was extremely ugly. If something really happened to the two women, he really did not know if he could still control the killing intent in his heart. Don't worry, they're fine. Luo Wei heaved a sigh of relief when she felt the terrifying aura dissipate. Then, she shook her head at Ning Tian. It's just that Yu Yao blocked many attacks for Wuqing. Her injuries are more serious. Ning Tian nodded heavily. His gaze fell on the two women, full of heartache. Mother, let me do it. I have the law of life. I'll heal them. Hearing this, Luo Wei did not have any objections. She nodded and handed the two women to Ning Tian. Ning Tian immediately used the law of life. The power that nurtured vitality enveloped the two women. The injuries on their bodies also dissipated bit by bit at this time. That's right, little Ning, there's one more thing that I have to tell you. It's about you and Wuqing's child. Luo Wei looked at Ning Tian. Then, under his serious expression, she slowly spoke of her judgment. Born prematurely? Ning Tian frowned. He thought of the terrifying power just now. That terrifying power not only made his heart palpitate, but even the 9 Supremes of the Heavenly Palace were afraid of it. He took a deep breath and looked at Luo Wei. Mother, what exactly happened just now? That power came from the emotionless, right? Yes. Luo Wei nodded. Hearing this, Ning Tian, Yi Shuang, and the others' expressions immediately became serious. As the strongest in the profound sky realm, they naturally understood what this power represented. Little junior brother, you child, are so ridiculous. Pei Hu's eyes were solemn and he couldn't help but sigh. His words resonated with the heavenly palace. Ning Tian didn't say anything. The world tree's evolution was because of him. Then, this power of his child was very likely not left behind by the world tree, but left behind by him in the past. But anyway, the child was his. It's fine if he was born early, but this little guy really inherited my essence. Ning Tian looked at the destroyed heavenly devil region. Not a single building was left behind. He couldn't help but smile wryly. This was definitely his biological child. Pass down my orders. Rebuild the Sky Devil region, Ning Tian ordered. At this moment, he wanted to rebuild the Sky Demon City and prepare for the child that was about to be born in the next few days. An important piece of news ignited the entire divine realm. The ancient god Yun Tu that had dominated the divine region for millions of years had been destroyed. It was a merciless suppression. The great name of the Tianmo cult's patriarch instantly resounded throughout the entire Tianxian continent. There were even quite a few cultivators who had placed all their hopes of resisting the dark upheaval on the Sky Demon cult's ancestral master. More and more people wanted to join the Sky Demon cult, but it was a pity that they did not have the right. While everyone was looking forward to it, Ning Tian was also looking forward to it. But he was looking forward to his child. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. In these few months, Ling had returned to the Ice God Palace, and the fortune-teller had disappeared for a long time. Su Yuyaro woke up early under the treatment of Ning Tian's law of life, but Luo Wuqing was still in a coma. However, this coma wasn't life-threatening. According to Luo Wei, it was a preparation for the birth of a child. Heavenly Devil Region. After several months of reconstruction, the Tianmo cult had returned to its previous state. In a room of the Tianmo cult. Father, why did you drag me here in such a hurry? Looking at the anxious Qin Luo, Ning Tian frowned slightly. If Qin Luo dared to ask him whether he wanted to save the mother or the child, he would definitely punch his beloved father-in-law. Kid, I have to lay my cards on the table with you too. Qin Luo sighed. What's wrong? You're pregnant too? Ning Tian raised an eyebrow. You mother asterisk Qin Luo's face darkened. He almost cursed again, but when he remembered that Luo Wei was nearby, he held back. He rolled his eyes at Ning Tian helplessly. Kid, be serious. What I mean is, I want to tell you the secret of the Heavenly Devil Clan. The secret of the Heavenly Devil Clan? Hearing this, Ning Tian's expression instantly turned serious. She became serious for a second. The Heavenly Devil Clan has the ability to attract and disintegrate the aura of chaos. As Qin Luo spoke, he raised his hand. A wisp of black smoke slowly appeared in his hand. And Heartless also has this ability. When she was young, I realized that the power she had was countless times greater than mine. This power, it is absolutely crucial in dealing with the dark turmoil. But unfortunately, I don't know why the Heavenly Devil Clan has this power. I only know this. You may have to discover the rest yourself. Qin Luo shook his head. Also, perhaps you will know. After all, you were the one who requested to freeze the Tianmo cult. He looked at Ning Tian and didn't say another word. Freeze the Tianmo cult. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment before a glint flashed in her eyes. The heavenly demon cult in the realm of the gods had the most people from the Qin village. In other words, it was the heavenly demon cult. Could it be that something happened in the future that forced him to return to the past and freeze the Tianmo cult? In other words, what was he saving this power to redeem? Ning Tian frowned. But before he could think of anything, suddenly, there was the sound of a baby crying. It seemed to resound throughout the heavenly devil realm. What the F***ck? Both Ning Tian and Qin Luo exclaimed when they heard the sound. Then, they shot toward a certain direction. This was, Heartless was about to give birth. Fourth update. I've made up for what I missed yesterday. Chapter 750. When the baby's cry rang out, the entire sky above the Tianmo cult was instantly covered by dark clouds. The day instantly turned into night. In the sky, the sun and the moon appeared at the same time. Heaven and earth changed color because of it. At this moment, in the sky demon region, the faces of the disciples were filled with shock. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The birth of the little patriarch could actually cause such a terrifying commotion. Heaven and earth anomaly. F*CK, F*CK, F*CK. As expected of the patriarch. Even his son was born with a heaven and earth anomaly. This is, even the heavenly Tao is afraid of this child's birth. At this moment, around the sky demon region, Ancestor Fen Tian and the others' faces were filled with deep shock. They looked in the direction of the sky demon palace. There was a pitch-black beam of light that connected the entire sky. At this moment, the sky was filled with thunder. At this moment, the spiritual energy was surging. As if heaven and earth were celebrating the birth of a child. And at this scene, not only in the sky demon region, but also in the entire divine realm, all the cultivators saw the pitch-black beam of light. At this moment, their hearts were filled with deep shock. Facing this scene, they had no idea what was going on. They only knew that this pitch-black beam of light resonated with heaven and earth. It caused a change in heaven and earth and caused the entire divine realm to panic. As if there was an endless power of heaven and earth that had descended to the world. At this moment, all over the divine realm, heaven and earth anomaly suddenly appeared. It was not only limited to the divine realm, but also the entire profound sky continent. Following the birth of this power, there were all kinds of strange changes. At this moment, the cultivators who felt this power were all in shock. At this moment, in the earth spirit world, all the ghosts were wandering. Although the baby's cry affected the entire profound sky continent, this place did not seem to be affected at all. After all, this was the world of the dead. The commotion in the profound sky continent could hardly affect this place. On the cliff, ghosts were wandering everywhere. The young girl with a ponytail and wearing a witch costume was sitting on the cliff. When the baby's cry sounded, she seemed to have sensed something. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she looked into the distance. It has descended, it's about to end, and it's about to begin. With that said, she stood up and brushed off the soul dust on her body. She looked in that direction as if she could see the beam of light that reached the heavens. A sweet smile appeared on her face. Is this our first meeting? His voice faded. With her hands clasped behind her back, she tiptoed and stepped into the spirit soul, disappearing without a trace. Words that were spoken. However, it was thought-provoking. Sky Devil region. How is it? When the baby's cry rang out, Ning Tian impatiently rushed out and arrived in front of the demonic palace. At this moment, the palace was tightly shut, and Luo Wuqing was lying in one of the rooms. He looked at Ni Hongyi and the others and hurriedly asked. Madame Luo and Yu Yaro are in the delivery room, helping Wuqing deliver the baby. Ni Hongyi said softly. Ning Tian nodded. His eyes were filled with anxiety, and his body was trembling. His heart was filled with nervousness. When facing the ancient gods in the ancient god cloud atlas, he was not nervous at all. However, when Luo Wuqing was about to give birth, he was extremely nervous. He was nervous because he was worried about his wife, and he was also nervous because he was about to become a father. Ha ha ha. Little Ning, why are you so nervous? Isn't it just being a father? It's not a big deal. Why are you so nervous? At the side, Qin Luo laughed loudly and patted Ning Tian's shoulder hard. Not nervous? Then can you stop trembling? Hearing this, Ning Tian glanced at Qin Luo, whose legs were constantly trembling, and could not help but roll his eyes at him. Nonsense. After all, it's my first time being a father. How can I not be nervous? Qin Luo was trembling as he spouted bullshit with confidence. Ning Tian, It turned out that this guy was the pot calling the kettle black. Creak. At this time, the door of the hall was pushed open and Su Yuyaro walked out with a tired face. She let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian quickly leaned over and said, Yuyaro, you've worked hard. How's the situation inside? It's okay. Everything is going well. Although I heard a baby cry, according to Aunt Luo, that's the child in the belly. It should be a few hours before the real birth. Hubby, don't worry. Nothing will happen at this point. Su Yuyaro wiped the sweat on her forehead and said softly to Ning Tian. A few hours. Yes. I know. Ning Tian nodded slightly. Then he looked at Su Yuyaro and whispered in her ear, Little wife, Wuqing is about to give birth. When are you going to prepare? Ah! Su Yuyaro was stunned for a moment. She looked at Ning Tian, who had a smirk on his face, and could not help but roll her eyes at him charmingly. I've been preparing. It's just that someone didn't do it. How can you blame me? Finished. She turned around, pushed open the door, and returned to the delivery room in the main hall. Hearing this, the corner of Ning Tian's mouth twitched. He felt that he was despised by his little wife. Phew, now. Just wait a few hours, it'll be fine. A few hours, it'll be soon. Ning Tian let out a long sigh of relief. Indeed. A few hours was indeed very fast for cultivators. It was like the blink of an eye. But, for the first time, Ning Tian felt that a few short hours was actually a kind of torture. These few hours, every second was like a year. Finally. A few hours later. Wah, wah, a loud baby's cry resounded throughout the entire Sky Demon region. The child, it was finally born. At this moment. When the child was born, the dark clouds in the sky receded. The sun and moon appeared at the same time dissipated at this moment. All the heaven and earth anomalies also dissipated one after another. Even the pitch-black beam of light that led to the sky slowly dissipated without a trace. It was as if these heaven and earth anomalies were like bodyguards. When the child came into the world, they also naturally retreated. Haha, I'm finally a father. At this moment, Ning Tian was ecstatic. He couldn't help but laugh towards the sky. Then, he took a step forward. The next moment, he directly appeared in the delivery room in the main hall. In the delivery room, Luo Wuqing, whose face was a little pale, was looking at the baby in her arms. The corner of her mouth raised into a smile. Husband, look, this is our child. She revealed a smile and looked at Ning Tian who had stepped into the room. Ha ha ha. Wife, you've worked hard. At this moment, Ning Tian's mood was indescribably complicated. Excitement, ecstasy, nervousness, and a strong sense of protection. This was the feeling that a father should have when he was the first time. He laughed loudly and sat on the edge of the bed. You've worked hard. Ning Tian's tone was gentle. His big hand carefully wiped the sweat on Luo Wuqing's forehead. His movements were subtle, and he took care of her in every possible way. Husband, I'm fine. I'm not tired. Luo Wuqing shook her head. She gently looked at the baby in her arms and handed it to Ning Tian. Husband, look, this is our child. Ning Tian took it and looked at the baby in his arms. For a moment, his mood was very complicated. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. At this moment, he was very excited. And the baby in his arms also looked at him at this moment. The two of them looked at each other. For a moment, even the crying baby stopped crying. Then, under the horrified gaze of the four people in the room, he slowly stretched out his tender little hand and grabbed Ning Tian's hand. But, his hand was very small. He could only grab Ning Tian's thumb. At this moment, the room was full of all kinds of warmth. Looking at the little guy grabbing his thumb, Ning Tian's heart, which was originally full of manic killing intent due to the dark turmoil, calmed down at this moment. It was like this little guy healed him. Seeing this scene, the three women in the room were also stunned. Did the father and son resonate with each other? Ning Tian was also stunned. Looking at the little guy grabbing his thumb, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, and a certain part of his body twitched. This little guy had a chick, and it was a boy. It was his son. Suddenly, Ning Tian frowned. He seemed to have noticed something amiss. There seemed to be a black mark on the back of the little girl's hand, which was holding her thumb. Could it be, is this a birthmark? Wife, look, what's on the back of the little guy's hand? He frowned and looked at Luo Wuqing and the others. If it's a birthmark, it's okay. It's just a little ugly. But, if it's something else, it's a little worrying. Hearing Ning Tian's words, Luo Wuqing hurriedly got up and looked over. Su Yuyaro and Luo Wei also looked over. When they saw the black mark on the back of the little guy's hand, they all frowned. I didn't notice this thing just now. Could it be a birthmark? Luo Wei frowned and murmured. Birthmark, why do I feel that the shape of this birthmark is a bit like a formation? Su Yuyaro leaned over and carefully observed. She couldn't help but guess. Indeed. Ning Tian frowned slightly. The black thing on the back of the little guy's hand looked like a black birthmark. But it's very similar to a black formation. It's just that it's not so obvious. It's a little blurry. Formation. Hearing this, the 4 people in the room all frowned. Will there be any problem? Luo Wuqing frowned. What she was most worried about now was the safety of the child. It shouldn't be too big of a problem. Let's take our time to observe. Ning Tian shook his head. Then, he stretched out his finger and touched the black birthmark on the back of the little guy's hand. He wanted to find out what it was. But before he could touch it, the little guy in swaddling clothes suddenly started to cry. Seeing the little guy in swaddling clothes crying loudly, Ning Tian was instantly at a loss. He held the little guy in his arms and coaxed him stiffly. Instead of coaxing this little guy, it's better to let him fight the ancient god sovereign to his heart's content. Don't cry, don't cry. Do you want the ancient god sovereign's heart? Father will go get it for you. What? Do you want a wife or not? What? Don't cry, don't cry. Do you want an ancient god sovereign's demonic beast mount? Your father happens to be a stupid lion that doesn't want one. What? However, after a series of stiff coaxing by Ning Tian, the little guy cried even more happily. He directly made Ning Tian speechless. Instead of coaxing a child, he might as well go and subdue the devil race and unify all the monster race. The devil race? Damn it, if you want to coax a child, then so be it. What does it have to do with the devil race? If you want to subdue them, just say so. Don't find excuses. Phut. Seeing Ning Tian's helpless look, Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that the almost invincible patriarch of the Tianmo cult would be defeated by this little guy? Husband, let me do it. Seeing Ning Tian's helpless look, Luo Wuqing couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, she took the little guy from his arms and gently coaxed him. Sure enough, after a few seconds, the little guy stopped crying and smiled at Luo Wuqing. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian's spirit was hit. This guy was simply forgetting his father when he saw his mother. And on this day, he would be remembered by the Tianmo cult. That day, many years later, when the people of the God realm learned that the phenomenon of heaven and earth was the birth of the child of the Tianmo cult's patriarch, they were all shocked. There was once a storyteller who said, "The God realm is shocked when the Son of God descends." A few weeks later, inside the Tianmo cult in the Tianmo territory. Oh my God. Young Master Ning Li, come down. Don't pee on the patriarch's statue. F***ck, F***ck, no. I didn't mean that you can pull Ollie down. F***ck, it's over. Looking at the little guy squatting on the ancestral statue, Chin Fatty's face was filled with despair as he watched the little guy squat down and do something unknown. Elder Chin Fatty, let this old man do it. I have the Imperial Maiden painting. It's enough to make this little guy come down obediently. No, no, no. Let me do it. This little guy will definitely love roasted horse whips. Ning Li tilde Yuqin, let me take you to your beloved horse. At the side, the Grand Elder, Zhu Yuanbo, and Yuqin looked at the little guy on the patriarch statue and hurriedly tempted Chin Fatty to let them come closer. However, no. The Empress said that the 3 of you are forbidden from getting close to young Master Ning Li. Qin Fatty waved his hand righteously. If these 3 guys were allowed to get close to young Master Ning Li, wouldn't the Patriarch and the Empress have to create a new account? Ha 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 ha, however. At this moment, the little guy's laughter was heard. Qin Fatty looked up and saw that the little guy on the Patriarch's statue took a step forward. The next moment, he appeared beside the 3 blacklisted people. He bit the horse whips while flipping through the Imperial Maiden painting. F***CK. Shibar. It's over. At this moment, the corner of Qin Fatty's mouth twitched. Ning Li, you're being naughty again. At this moment, a big hand came over. Pei Hu grabbed the little guy and put him on his neck. He laughed and said, "Hey, your father said that he would lend you to us temporarily. Hee hee. This is a cute alchemy body." Mu Xianqing laughed happily. Finally, he didn't have to use that little lion as an experiment. Stop it. Don't scare Li Er. Wen Qing rolled her eyes at the two and said softly, "Our goal is to teach this little guy before the final battle. It can be considered as helping junior brother take care of the child. Teach this little guy, but third senior sister, this little guy is a freak, just like junior brother." The corner of Yi Wuyo's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but say. Hearing this, the 9 Supremes of the Heavenly Palace also thought of the various heaven-defying actions that this little guy had done in the past few weeks since he was born. They couldn't help but nod silently. Li Er is talented, but teach him well. While we still have time, let's do our best. At the side, Yi Shuang said lightly. Ha ha. Since eldest senior sister has said so, then okay. Little guy, sit tight. Let's go. Pei Hu laughed and put the little guy on his neck. However, after a few steps, he smelled an unknown smell. Damn. Stinking brat, you peed on me, haha. Seeing this scene, the 9 Supremes of the Heavenly Palace couldn't help but laugh. Looking at this little guy, they felt that their last wish had been fulfilled. Next, it was probably the final battle. At this moment, Tianmo Cult, Stormwind House. Where's Li Er? Luo Wuqing glanced at Ning Tian, who was drinking tea with Su Yuyaro, and couldn't help but ask. I lent him to eldest senior sister and the others to play with. Ning Tian leisurely drank tea and said slowly, "Is he okay? That little guy is very noisy." Luo Wuqing sat next to the two, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. In the past few weeks, ever since that little guy was born, the Tianmo cult hadn't been quiet for a single day. The most outrageous thing was that this little guy was born with a special ability. Flying into the sky, burrowing into the ground, and stepping into the void were common for him. Sometimes, he would ride the flame-sealing Lion King everywhere, which often made it difficult for Ning Tian and the others to find him. Let him be. With eldest senior sister and the others' strength, it's quite easy to take care of this little guy. Ning Tian waved his hand. But, what realm has Li Er's strength reached? Su Yuyaro couldn't help but ask. They all saw the strangeness of Ning Li's body, but this little guy's strength was also a mystery. I'm not sure. Li Er can't see his strength yet. Or rather, he doesn't have a realm yet. Ning Tian shook his head, a smile on his lips. But this little guy might be a monster even more monstrous than me. Let's not talk about Li Er for now. Yu Yao, in the past few weeks, has there been any movement of darkness in the god domain? Ning Tian looked at Su Yuyaro and asked. In the past few weeks, Luo Wuqing had been recovering, and the great responsibility of managing the Tianmo cult was temporarily handed over to Su Yuyaro. It's been stable recently. But except for the sealed land in the southern Frost-Starry Sea, there are signs of the black tide in the other 3 sealed lands. It's possible that a large wave of black tide will descend, and after the black tide arrives, it's very likely that darkness will descend. Su Yuyaro frowned and said with a grave expression. It seems, we don't have much time left. It's going to be the final battle. Ning Tian sighed. If the black tide in the 3 sealed lands descended, then the darkness turmoil would truly begin. But Ling sent news that a large number of immortal bluestones have been found in the Undying Sea. At this time, Su Yuyaro said again. Hearing this, Ning Tian could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, he heard a piece of good news. Then let Ling mine a large number of immortal bluestones. When the black tide appears in the 3 sealed lands, it might come in handy. Okay. Okay. Su Yuyaro nodded. Ning Tian didn't say anything else. He drank the tea in his cup in one gulp, then slowly got up and walked to the railing of the Galerain house. Holding the railing with both hands, he couldn't help but sigh. Darkness is coming. Now that he's a father, he felt the burden on his shoulders become heavier. There were too many things he had to protect. Husband. The 2 women put down their teacups, walked over, and said softly to Ning Tian, "It's okay, we're still here. We'll always be with you." Okay. Ning Tian nodded slightly, turned around, and gently held the 2 women's hands. Excuse me for a moment. But at this time, just when Ning Tian was about to take advantage of that annoying little guy's absence to do something serious, a very untimely voice sounded in the sky. Hearing this, the corner of Ning Tian's mouth twitched. When he looked up, he saw Chen Gejiang, who had disappeared for a few months, tearing through the void and appearing on the roof of the Galerain house. This guy didn't appear when he should, but when he shouldn't, he appeared faster than anyone else. Fellow Daoist Ning, don't be in a hurry to fight. Why don't you listen to what I have to say? In the sky, Chen Gejiang glanced at Ning Tian's clenched fist, coughed, and waved the folding fan in his hand. It seems, this guy was very self-aware. Say it. I'd like to see what you want to do after disappearing for a few months. Ning Tian glanced at Chen Gejiang and said lightly, "Why don't we talk slowly while drinking tea?" Chen Gejiang said with a chuckle. "Damn fortune teller, your requirements are quite high." Ning Tian couldn't help but ridicule. Then, with a thought, the tables, chairs, and tea in the Galerain house were neatly arranged in front of them. "Ha. As a person, you have to have some goals." Chen Guijiang laughed and sat down on his seat. Ning Tian sat across from him while the 2 women watched quietly from the side. "Say it. After disappearing for a few months, why did you come back today?" Ning Tian poured a cup of tea for Chen Guijiang and poured another for herself. She glanced at him and asked, "Phew, it's really good tea." Chen Guijiang smiled and took a sip. Then, he looked at Ning Tian. "Fellow Daoist Ning, you should have heard from Yi Shuang and the others what I've been doing these past few months, right?" "I know." Ning Tian nodded slightly. Yi Shuang said that Chen Gejiang had disappeared for a few months to prepare for the final battle. "Could it be, you're back, because you're ready?" Ning Tian narrowed his eyes and asked. "Yes. And, it has to start. When the black tide seals descend, the dark turmoil will begin. The entire profound sky world will be shrouded in darkness. If we don't start now, I'm afraid there won't be time." Chen Gejiang's expression gradually became serious. "The final battle can't be delayed anymore." Ning Tian's eyes showed a trace of seriousness. "When? The sooner the better. Only then can we fully absorb the true power of the heavenly god body. When the darkness arrives, the heavenly god body's power can be fully unleashed. Fellow Daoist Ning, it can't be delayed anymore." Chen Gejiang sighed, his eyes full of helplessness. He didn't want to see the final battle, but he had to see it. "I understand." Ning Tian was silent for a moment. After drinking the tea in one gulp, he nodded heavily. Then, 1 week later, "If you've decided, I'll inform Yi Shuang and the others." Chen Gejiang's gaze fell on Ning Tian, waiting for his decision. The 2 women at the side were also silent, quietly looking at Ning Tian. They didn't say anything, leaving everything to their husband. Ning Tian gritted his teeth and nodded. Perhaps 7 days later, there would be no more 9 primes of the heavenly palace in the world. Chen Gejiang opened his mouth and looked at Ning Tian, wanting to say something. But in the end, he sighed. However, just as Chen Gejiang was about to leave, Ning Tian called out to him. "Damn fortune teller, wait." Ning Tian looked at him. "Have I saved them from the boundary of many worlds?" Hearing this, Chen Gejiang's heart trembled. He looked at Ning Tian bitterly. "It seems that your memory has recovered a lot. But, I'm sorry, no." After that, Chen Weikong sighed and stepped into the void, leaving Galerain House. Hearing this, Ning Tian's face instantly turned ugly. This sentence seemed to be nothing, but only he knew the meaning of these two words. I've failed so many times. But it doesn't mean I'll fail this time. I'm walking on the path of success. Ning Tian gritted his teeth and muttered in his heart. Wife, these 7 days, let's walk around, okay? With Li and senior sister. After Chen Gajiang left, Ning Tian was silent for a long time. Then, he looked at Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro and said softly, husband, wherever you want to go, we'll accompany you. Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro looked at each other and nodded. The two of them knew that their husband wanted to spend the last 7 days with his senior brothers and sisters. A few hours later, outside the stormy house, several powerful auras appeared. The 9 sovereigns of the heavenly palace had all appeared, and Ning Li was sitting on Pei Hu's neck, laughing without a care in the world. Junior brother, we're back. Yi Shuang said softly. At this moment, the 9 masters of the heavenly palace looked a little lonely. It seemed that Chen Gajiang had already told them about the final battle. Ning Tian nodded. Come, Li come to mother. Luo Wuqing saw that they had something to say. She waved at the little guy sitting on Pei Hu's neck. Hearing his mother's call, the little guy jumped down from Pei Hu's neck and disappeared into the void. In the next second, he appeared in Luo Wuqing's arms. Who could imagine? This was just a 1-month-old child. It was outrageous. Luo Wuqing carried Ning Li, and after testing the color of Ning Tian's face, he brought the little guy back to Storm Brothel. Senior sister, damn fortune teller. I told you, right? About the final battle. After Luo Wuqing left with the little guy, Ning Tian looked at Yi Shuang and the others and spoke with a serious expression. We'll know in a week and be ready. Yi Shuang nodded. Junior brother, don't feel burdened. No matter who it is, they can only do this. For the same reason, we won't hold back. Wen Qing hugged her peeper and spoke softly to Ning Tian. Although third senior sister said this, it was actually just to not let him have a psychological burden. Ning Tian naturally understood this. That's right. Junior brother, what's done is done. What you need to do is not hesitate, but boldly move forward. Don't let me die in vain. Pei Hu patted Ning Tian's shoulder and said in a deep voice. Things had already come to this. The heavenly palace's 9 supremes didn't say much. The most they said was to tell Ning Tian not to feel burdened. Because they understood that Ning Tian was already shouldering a lot of burdens. I understand. Ning Tian heaved a long sigh of relief and tried his best to make himself appear more relaxed. He looked at the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace and forced out a smile. He said to them, there are still 7 days. Why don't we take advantage of these 7 days to take Li and walk around? Walk around? Hearing this, the heavenly palace's 9 supremes were stunned. Then, as if they understood something, they smiled and nodded. Sure. Just nice, we can spend more time with Li. Haha, I still have many moves to teach Li. For example, monkey steals peaches. This move is amazing. Go away, 8th senior brother. If you lead Li astray, junior brother will fight you to the death. Ha ha ha. In front of Storm House. A group of people laughed and the atmosphere was warm. Seeing this scene, no one would have thought that there would be a battle to the death 7 days later. Sigh, Ning Tian, this kid is too difficult. Not far away. Qin Luo and Luo Wei hugged each other and looked at the scene in front of Storm House. They couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes, this world was often so cruel. In these 7 days, Ning Tian took the 2 women, the little girl, and the heavenly palace's 9 supremes to various places in the divine domain. They were not satisfied with the divine domain and returned to the 9 regions to visit some forbidden lands that they had never been to before. Now, the forbidden lands could no longer stop their footsteps. In these 7 days, Pei Hu also helped the little girl catch various cute demonic beasts, but they were all thrown away by the little girl. She muttered that they were not as cute as a lion cub, which made everyone laugh. However, the happier they laughed, the more sorrowful they felt. After 7 days, they returned to the divine domain's middle state. This was the nightless city, the most prosperous place in the entire Middle State. The nightless city was exceptionally beautiful at night. The night sky was filled with stars and the bright moon was embellished. The lights were slightly cold. At the top of an ancient building, several figures stopped there and looked at the walking crowd with different expressions. 7 days, it's over just like that. Peihu sighed. Yes, it's only 7 days. There are many 7 days in a cultivator's life, but these 7 days are my happiest 7 days. Yi Wuyo chuckled. His voice was filled with endless carefreeness. Oh, 8th senior brother, are you sure your happiest 7 days are not when you went to the spring house? At the side, Mu Xianqing teased. Cough, cough, don't give me that. Yi Wuyo rolled his eyes. Ha ha. Hearing this, everyone laughed, which made Yi Wuyo want to pinch his 9th junior sister. Sure, lower your voices. Li is asleep. At the side, Yi Shuang hugged the little girl and whispered to everyone. Li has been playing for a few days. He's finally sleepy. As Ningli's mother, Luo Wuqing felt a headache when she saw how active her child was. After playing for 7 days, the little girl was finally tired. Ha ha. This means that my son is not weak. Ning Tian laughed. His words immediately made Luo Wuqing roll her eyes. In these 7 days, the one who had the most fun should be this little girl. Su Yuyaro chuckled and looked at everyone. Tomorrow is the start of the final battle. After the final battle, have you thought about how to explain your disappearance to Li? Everyone fell silent when they heard this. Just say, senior sister and the others are in seclusion. Li is still young. He won't be suspicious of these things. Luo Wuqing frowned and said slowly, yes, that's the only way. Ning Tian nodded. Boom, boom. At this moment, countless fireworks bloomed in the nightless city. The fireworks in the sky were gorgeous, illuminating the entire starry sky. It was so beautiful that even Ning Tian and the others were attracted to it. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian fell silent for a moment. Then, his mind moved. He directly used the law of time to freeze this scene. Then, he used his divine consciousness to record this scene. Through his divine consciousness, he transmitted the scene just now to everyone. Under the starry sky, the fireworks were gorgeous, illuminating everyone. It was so beautiful. Beautiful. This may be the best memory of my life. Wen Qing chuckled softly. The other members of the 9 sovereigns of the heavenly palace also curled their lips slightly. They buried this memory deep in their hearts and treasured it well. It was not bad to have such a warm scene before the final battle. In the nightless city, Ning Tian and the others spent the night watching the fireworks. Although the fireworks were beautiful, it was fleeting. A day later. Sky region, heavenly palace. An ancient bronze door stood tall. Chen Gaijiang had been waiting here for a long time. At this moment, several figures slowly emerged from the void. Chen Gaijiang looked over and frowned. You're here, yes. Ning Tian nodded with a solemn expression. At this moment, the 2 women were following behind him. Ning Li had been sent back to the Sky Demon region. Are you all ready? This is the place of life and death. It is also your final destination. Chen Gaijiang looked at Ning Tian and the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace and asked in a deep voice. Yes, there's nothing to regret. The 9 supremes of the heavenly palace chuckled and shook their heads very easily. Ha ha. Looking at the sullen Ning Tian, Mu Xianqing chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. Little junior brother, smile. You're not handsome at all like this. We don't like to see you like this. Hearing this, Ning Tian forced a smile and nodded at the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace. Yes. I got it. Sigh, since you're all ready, then, let's go in. Chen Gaijiang sighed and turned to look at the ancient bronze door. With a solemn expression, he channeled his energy and pushed the heavy door open bit by bit. Creak. 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 The door was pushed open bit by bit. It was dark and full of the unknown. But, the final destination of the heavenly god body. Haha. What's there to fear even if I die? Little junior brother, I've been wanting to fight with you for a long time. This time, I must have a real one-on-one battle with little junior brother. Don't stop me, ha ha ha. Pei Hu laughed and walked directly toward the ancient bronze door. Hee hee. Let little junior brother see how I improved Shuo Tian's demolish word art. I just don't know if Shuo Tian can carry forward the demolish heaven door when I'm gone. Yi Wuyo chuckled, but at the same time, he was worried. Eighth senior brother, don't worry. Isn't little junior brother here? Don't worry, little junior brother can do it. Haha. That's true. Then I'm going in, haha. Yi Wuyo laughed out loud. Little junior brother, let's have a sword duel. Second senior brother Wu Chen looked at Ning Tian calmly and said, okay. Ning Tian nodded heavily. Little junior brother, let's go in. After the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace said their final words to Ning Tian, Yi Shuang calmly looked at Ning Tian. Ning Tian also nodded slightly. Then, the two of them walked toward the ancient bronze door, the battlefield of the final battle. Boom. Boom. When the 10 of them entered the ancient bronze door, the heavy door closed heavily. No one knew what would happen inside. No one wanted to know. Outside the bronze door, Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro gritted their teeth when they saw this scene. Their faces were filled with a heavy expression. This battle was far too heavy for Ning Tian. Killing his senior brother and sister with his own hands. This was already a very cruel thing to do. But he had to do it. He had to do it. All the heavy responsibility fell on Ning Tian's shoulders. He had to have the strength to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Sigh, Chen Gejiang sighed. He couldn't bear it. But what could he do? Right now, there was nothing he could do except wait. Inside the ancient bronze door, on the battlefield of the final battle, wind and sand swirled. It was like a small world. The 10 of them stood apart in tacit understanding, maintaining a certain distance. A carefree smile hung at the corner of their mouths. Yi Shuang slowly said, "If you're ready, let's begin." Pei Hu and the others nodded. For a moment, the sky above the battlefield shook. Countless lightning bolts gathered. The power of the ancient god sovereign erupted at this moment. Looking at the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace, Ning Tian sighed. His eyes flashed. Since they wanted to fight, then let's fight. This time, he didn't plan to use the skill card given by the system, nor did he plan to use the laws of heaven and earth. He wanted to use his own strength to fight the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace. Ha. Little junior brother, come on, let's have a good fight. Pei Hu laughed loudly. Okay. 7th senior brother, then. I'll accompany you to the end. In an instant. On the battlefield, the aura roared. The battle that had a slim chance of survival was ignited again. Boom. 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 Inside the ancient bronze door, the aura roared continuously. This was the battle between the heavenly god bodies. This was the strongest battle in the history of the heavenly god bodies. They didn't hold back. This battle lasted for more than a month. Mountains were pierced through. Rivers dried up. The starry sky fell. The void shattered. There seemed to be a hole in the sky. The yellow sand was stained with blood. A lonely figure covered in blood knelt on the yellow sand with one knee. He didn't get up for a long time, vaguely. There were specks of golden light following the blood toward the figure. In the golden light, it contained endless power. This was the power of the heavenly god. Outside the ancient bronze gate, Chen Guijiang was guarding it. The 2 women's expressions were still solemn. It had been a month since their husband and the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace had entered the ancient bronze gate. They had spent this month worrying. Creak. Right at this moment, the ancient door seemed to move. It's out. Chen Guijiang's eyes flashed. He quickly took a few steps back. For a moment, the 2 women and Chen Guijiang's eyes fell on the ancient bronze door. They began to feel nervous. They wanted to see it, but they didn't want to see it. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient door shattered. A bloody smell came. Then, a lonely figure slowly walked out. He was dressed in black. His black clothes were torn, and his body was covered in blood. His expressionless face was indeed distressing. He walked over step by step. Husband, husband, Luo Wuqing and Su Yueao's hearts ached when they saw this scene. Their hearts ached as if they were being stabbed. The two women walked over and hugged Ning Tian, ignoring the bloodstains on his body and his filthy appearance. They hugged him gently. Wife, the final battle, it's over, Ning Tian's tired voice rang in the two women's ears. Yes, it's over. The two women nodded seriously. A trace of tears appeared in their eyes. Wife, do you know, before third senior sister left, she apologized to me. She said that she left everything to me and let me shoulder everything. She said she was sorry. I was the one who took their lives, but she apologized to me. Ning Tian's face was expressionless, but his voice was hoarse. She said sorry, because Wen Qing knew that they paid with their lives, but it was also a kind of relief. Although Ning Tian gained power, he had to bear everything. In contrast, little junior brother had to bear too much. Being killed by little junior brother and killing senior brothers and sisters were two completely different states of mind. The former was relief, but the latter was more of a kind of despair. Hearing this, Luo Wuqing and Su Yueao's delicate body trembled. They looked at Ning Tian with heartache. Sigh, Chen Gaijiang sighed heavily. He looked into the bronze door and saw the shocking scene inside. His eyes were filled with helplessness. But this was something he had to do. Fellow Daoist Ning, now is not the time to be sad. You still have your own means, don't you? He looked at Ning Tian and said slowly. My means. Chen Gaijiang's words instantly attracted Ning Tian's attention. A glint flashed across his eyes as he murmured, Earth Spirit Domain. Indeed, in this final battle, he had indeed used his final trump card. As for whether he could succeed, then he must go to the Earth Spirit world and find out. But, before going to the Earth Spirit world, fellow Daoist Ning, you have to go to a place, at this time. Chen Gejiang said again. What place? Ning Tian frowned. His originally expressionless face finally had a glimmer of hope at this time. Locked Memory Palace. Locked Memory Palace. Is it related to the memory in the depths of my heart? Ning Tian frowned. His eyes fell on Chen Gejiang. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something. Yes. Chen Gejiang nodded. But, unlocking the locked memory palace requires your powerful divine force. So, don't be sad. Now is not the time to be sad. Absorb Yi Shuang and the others' divine force. En. Ning Tian nodded. His eyes were shining with golden light. He began to sit cross-legged. His body was embellished with golden light. After the final battle, the divine force flowed into Ning Tian's body through the blood of the Heavenly Palace's 9 Supremes. Under the gaze of the two women and Chen Gejiang, Ning Tian activated the divine record and began to absorb all the divine force. 10 streams of divine force could be said to be an extremely powerful force. In an instant, Ning Tian's body was embellished with golden light. His blood and qi were surging. Even, his red blood had turned golden at this moment. And this absorption lasted for half a month. Boom. Half a month later. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky. Specks of golden light shone like the setting sun. A golden light fell on Ning Tian's body. His aura instantly erupted with irresistible force. At this moment, Ning Tian's eyes were tightly shut. In his mind, the system's voice kept ringing. Host is absorbing divine force. Current progress, 99%. 100%. Host strength is increasing. Current. Ancient God Sovereign 5 stars. The Thunder Calamity has been transformed into the Thunder Calamity World Annihilation card. There are a total of 5 times, including the number of times not used previously. Divine Body has been fully completed. Host is about to step into Inborn. In his mind, the system's voice fell heavily. Boom. When the words Yantian were spoken, it was as if a huge sea of golden energy had appeared in the sky. This vast golden sea turned into an endless amount of energy that fell towards Ning Tian continuously. It was as if she had been enlightened. Host has successfully stepped into the inborn realm. Inborn ancient god. Boom. When the system's voice fell, Ning Tian's body shook and his aura erupted. Phew, divine body, inborn ancient god, Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Next, he looked at Chen Gujiang. My current strength is enough to open the locked memory hall. Bring me there. Okay. Chen Gujiang nodded slightly and turned around to go to the deepest part of the heavenly palace. In this half a month, Ning Tian had absorbed the divine force and stepped into the inborn realm. Wife, let's follow the damn fortune teller. Ning Tian said to the two women and held their hands. In the deepest part of the heavenly palace, Chen Gujiang waved his hand and the barrier that enveloped this place shattered. A quaint hall appeared in front of them. There was an aura that Ning Tian was familiar with circulating in the hall. This was the locked memory hall. Daoist Ning, since you've inherited the memories, it means that we're going to face the chaos of the darkness. Chen Gujiang said slowly. Okay. I know. I've faced this before. So what if I have to face it? At this moment, Ning Tian looked indifferent. Under the gaze of the two women, he walked directly toward the quaint hall. Golden light kept flowing out of his body. He gently raised his hand and the door of the locked memory hall flowed with golden light. The two merged into one. In a burst of golden light, Ning Tian had entered the locked memory hall. In the hall, it was empty. Only a golden light appeared in the center of the hall. He walked over, stretched out his hand and touched the golden light. Detected that the host has encountered a specific object. Inner memories begin to unlock. At this moment, in his mind, the system's voice sounded. My inner memories, Ning Tian murmured and closed his eyes. At this moment, in his mind, countless memories began to awaken. It was not until this moment that he realized that he had been wandering between the past and the future many times. But every time he failed, and the price of failure was to lose everything. But in despair, he still had a glimmer of hope. If he were to call it a lifetime, then he would have experienced many lifetimes. In the first lifetime, he went back to the past and found Chen Guijiang. He built the heavenly palace and also fought the final battle. But he did not revive the 9 masters of the heavenly palace, nor did he stop the dark turmoil. In the first lifetime, he went back to the past and found Qin Luo. He built the Tianmo cult. But he did not freeze the Tianmo cult and did not leave the power to fight against the dark turmoil. In the end, Luo Wuqing sacrificed himself. But he still failed. In the second lifetime, he went back to the past and replaced the evil god to let the ancient god Yun Tu absorb the power of the chaotic aura. But he still failed. In this life, he returned to the past and built the 4 great sealing grounds, wanting to stop the chaos of the darkness. However, the darkness still came, and the seals were useless. That time, he still failed, and in the end, only one person was left behind. Failure after failure. Countless failures. He was not discouraged. He had witnessed countless failures. He had also seen countless deaths of his loved ones. He had seen the whole world being swallowed by the dark turmoil. Countless times, only he was left. Again and again and again. He did not know how many times had passed. Ning Tian did not give up. He was determined to use countless failures in exchange for this one success. So, he began to pave the way for himself. He built the celestial palace, found Chen Guijiang to cultivate the heavenly god body, built the 4 great sealed lands, found the person guarding the seals, and planted the tree of world for himself. He used the ancient god Yun Tu to obtain the chaotic aura that could upgrade the tree of world. And the system, it had been accompanying him all this time. The system had been paving the way for this time. Everything. It had been paving the way for him. It could be said that, this time, Ning Tian, who had failed countless times, had paved the way for himself. He had used countless failures to witness the departure of his loved ones. It was all for this success. And the price, it was sacrificing his memories and strength to start over. If he could succeed, then everything would be a success. So, it's like this. Ning Tian's expression was a little numb. When he recovered all his memories, he finally understood everything. Since he had experienced it before, he had experienced it countless times. He knew the pain of failure, so this time, he would not fail, he would not allow himself to fail. This time, There would definitely be a change. Phew, since everything has been figured out, then, let's do it like this. I will not allow myself to fail. That time, I failed to save senior sister and the others. This time, I will definitely succeed. No one can stop me anymore. Ning Tian murmured. In his mind, a naive white figure holding the death bell appeared again. And by Liu, this time, I will bring you back from the earth spirit world. The final battle is not described in detail. I don't want to write about it. This battle can actually be used as a hydrology, but I don't want to. I feel that if the battle between brothers is described, it won't be good. The process is only bloody. There's no meaning and it won't be fun. So let's skip it. Oh, and there's one more 1,000 words missing. Add it tomorrow. Chapter 751. After a murmur. Inside the locked memory palace, the golden ball of light that contained the memory fragments dissipated. The entire palace was shattering bit by bit. Ning Tian's expression eventually returned to normal, or perhaps, there was a trace of numbness in his eyes. He, who had recovered all his memories, at this moment, his expression was unmoved. Sigh, a sigh. Ning Tian walked out of the locked memory palace step by step. Along with his departure, the entire locked memory palace had turned into specks of golden light and slowly dissipated. Just like those countless failures, they would eventually dissipate. This time, he will succeed. Outside the palace. Seeing Ning Tian walk out, the two women hurriedly went over to greet him. When they saw Ning Tian walk out of the ancient bronze door, Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro were very worried about Ning Tian's condition, especially his mental state. If he was injured, it could be cured. But if his heart was traumatized, then it was hard to say. Husband, Luo Wuqing knitted her brows tightly. Looking at Ning Tian's numb appearance, she gritted her teeth and felt extremely distressed. I'm fine. Ning Tian shook his head, then pulled the two women into his arms and buried his head in their hair. His voice was soft but filled with endless exhaustion. Wife, this time, I will definitely save you. This time. Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro were stunned for a moment. They looked at each other and felt puzzled. But listening to Ning Tian's tired and numb words, the two women did not say anything and just nodded heavily. The three of them hugged each other tightly. This hug, for the two women, was a hug that was filled with heartache for Ning Tian. However, to Ning Tian, this hug was filled with self-reproach. He had failed countless times. He had failed to save the two women once. He had failed to protect the things he wanted to protect even once. Half an hour later. Let's go, let's return to the Sky Devil region, and, damn fortune teller, you should come too. It's time to face the darkness. Ning Tian let go of the two girls. At this moment, his state of mind had calmed down because he had already faced the things that he was about to face in the profound sky world countless times. He looked at the three of them and said slowly, I'll do as fellow Daoist Ning says. Chen Guojiang nodded slightly. Let's go, back in the Sky Devil region. When the members of the Tianmo cult saw that only the Patriarch and a few others had returned and did not see the figures of the 9 Supremes of the Heavenly Palace, their expressions were all desolate. They immediately understood and could not help but sigh heavily in their hearts. It seems that, from this day onwards, the 9 lords of the Heavenly Palace no longer existed in this world. There was a dead silence in the Sky Demon region. Everyone was silent and immersed in grief. Roar. At this moment, a lion's roar resounded. He saw. The flame-sealing Lion King ran out from the deep mountains of the Sky Devil region. On its back, there was a little fellow sleeping soundly. Even though Shuo Tian's movements were as fast as the wind and thunder, there was no sign of him waking up. Roar, roar, roar. The flame-sealing Lion King rushed over and kept roaring at Ning Tian. Although the surrounding people did not understand what the flame-sealing Lion King was saying, Ning Tian heard it clearly. This fellow was asking if Yi Wuyo was still alive. There was a period of time when the flame-sealing Lion King followed Yi Wuyo. The man and the lion even improved the word dismantling formula and wanted to carry forward the dismantling heavenly gate. It could be said that the man and the lion had a great emotional bond. It could be said that they were birds of a feather. Hearing the flame-sealing Lion King's words, Ning Tian shook his head. The flame-sealing Lion King froze for a moment. Then, it roared and tears kept falling. Seeing this scene, the sadness of the people of the Tianmo cult became even stronger. Even demonic beasts had emotions, let alone humans. At this moment, the little guy who was sleeping on the flame-sealing Lion King's back seemed to have woken up. He stretched his back in satisfaction and casually wiped the saliva from his mouth on his furry back. When he saw Luo Wuqing, his little eyes immediately lit up and he chirped, asking for a hug. Seeing this, Luo Wuqing could only dotingly shake his head and hold the little fellow in his arms. Mother. Yi Shuang, Wen Qing and Mu Xianqing and the others, at this moment. The little fellow slowly opened his mouth and spoke in a childish voice. However, his words were very clear. Seeing this scene, the corners of everyone's mouth could not help but twitch. It had only been a few months, and young Master Ning Li could speak so fluently, as expected of the patriarch's child. Hearing the little fellow's question, Luo Wuqing was stunned for a moment. Then, he said, "Good boy. Sister Yi Shuang and the others went to a very far place. They can't play with Li for the time being." A very far place? The little fellow bit his finger and stared blankly for a moment. Then, he said, "Then, will Daddy go too?" Hearing this, the corners of the Tianmo cult's mouths suddenly twitched. This, young Master Ning Li was really a filial son. Ning Tian, I'm dying of filial piety. However, Ning Tian walked over and rubbed the little fellow's head. He said softly, "Don't worry, Li Daddy will definitely bring Sister Yi Shuang and the others back. They will still have a chance to play with you." Really? The little fellow looked very seriously at Ning Tian. "Of course. Daddy promises." Ning Tian nodded heavily. This was not only a promise to the little guy in front of him, it was also a promise to himself, and it was also a promise to the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace. Phew, Ning Tian took a deep breath and looked at everyone in the Tianmo cult. His gaze was very serious and his tone was heavy. "Everyone, now is not the time to grieve. We don't have much time left. The black tide is coming and darkness is coming. The entire Tianxian world will be shrouded in terrible darkness, but, before darkness descends, each and every one of us is the last ray of light in the darkness. There is still hope. Around." Hearing the patriarch's words, everyone in the Tianmo cult felt an unprecedented sense of oppression and tension. However, they were not afraid because they understood that even if they died, there was still the patriarch. As long as the patriarch was still there was still hope. Yes, patriarch. At this moment, everyone in the Tianmo cult nodded heavily. "Wife, in the next few days, tell Ling to let the Lord of the Undead see mine more undead bluestone. Before the black tide comes, build 3 undead walls to resist the first black tide." Ning Tian looked at Luo Wuqing and ordered softly. "Yes." Luo Wuqing nodded heavily. "Little wife, take the experts of the Tianmo cult and expel all the cultivators within 100 miles of these 3 sealed places. When the black tide comes, if it swallows the cultivators, it will increase its strength." Ning Tian looked at Su Yuyaro again. "Fatty Qin, Grand Elder, you, next." Ning Tian gave a lot of orders to the people of the Tianmo cult. And these things were things worth paying attention to. They were the lessons learned after countless failures. Now, there could not be a single mistake. There were already many variables in this world line. Chapter 752. In the past few days, the Lord of the Undying Ocean had transported a large number of undying bluestones before the arrival of darkness and the appearance of the dark tide. Meanwhile, the Sky Demon cult had also completely sealed off the 3 great sealing grounds. Immortal bluestone city wall emblems slowly rose into the air. When the Tianmo cult began this series of actions, all the forces in the God realm began to feel fear and anxiety. The Tianmo cult's actions meant that the dark turmoil was coming. For a moment, the entire God realm was in a state of panic and undercurrents were surging. However, when the Tianmo cult was doing these actions, Ning Tian had returned to the 9 regions alone. The 9 regions. Firmament Territory, Black Death Mountain. "Death, I'm coming." Ning Tian was surrounded by a mass of death qi. Looking at the empty hall in front of him, he shouted a few times. However, there was no response from the death hall. This woman. Do I have to say that she's broad-minded before she's willing to come out? Ning Tian frowned. He didn't want to waste any more time. Death, you're broad-minded, is really ooh-ah. What's wrong with you? I told you, don't talk about this, don't talk about this. This sentence was indeed very effective. Before Ning Tian even finished this sentence, an embarrassed and angry voice sounded. He saw. In the spacious hall, a black fog appeared. Then, the Death Lord, who was dressed in black leather, stepped out of it. She gritted her teeth and glared at Ning Tian with a look of shame and indignation. You can't come out. So it's my fault. Ning Tian spread his hands, indicating that this matter was not his fault. Besides, you're really broad-minded. I'm just telling the truth. Go to hell. The Death Lord almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This lecher. How could he be so righteous when he said such shameless words? All right. Open the gate to the Earth Spirit world. Ning Tian's expression was calm as he looked at the Death Lord and said indifferently. Seeing Ning Tian's calm expression, the Death Lord couldn't help but be surprised. How did this guy's aura change so much? He seemed to have become even more indifferent. This fellow, what exactly happened to him? All right. However, are you strong enough to enter the Earth Soul world? The Death Lord didn't ask too much about the changes in Ning Tian's body. He just nodded and asked casually. Innate ancient gods and 5-star sovereigns. Is that enough? Ning Tian said indifferently. What? An innate ancient god? 5-star hegemon? Upon hearing those words, the Death Master's expression changed slightly. A trace of astonishment flashed through her beautiful eyes. It should be known that it had only been a few years since she had last parted with Ning Tian. In these few years, Ning Tian had already advanced from a paramount ancient god to a sovereign ancient god. Furthermore, and he was even an innate ancient god. Hiss, what a monster. The Death Lord's expression changed slightly. She couldn't help but gasp. After a moment of astonishment, she continued to speak. Although you are strong enough, you are destined to be a living person. Strength alone isn't enough. There must be a certain factor. You must find a few living souls to accompany you before you can enter the Earth Soul world. Living souls? What do you mean? Ning Tian frowned slightly. Living souls, you can understand them as living people who possess powerful soul energy. This soul energy isn't acquired through cultivation. It is acquired through congenital means. For example, a person who was born in a specific period of time. The Death Overlord explained slowly. Is that so? Upon hearing those words, Ning Tian frowned. Living souls that were born in a specific period of time. The entire mysterious sky was so big. Where was he going to find them? Tell me the number of years first. Ning Tian frowned slightly and said. All right. The 14th of July and the 13th of June are both at midnight. The Death Lord said. Isn't this the time when my first wife and second wife were born? When the Death Lord's voice fell, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He naturally remembered his wife's birthday clearly. He didn't want to bring his 2 wives here. After all, the Earth Soul world was an unknown place. He didn't want them to take the risk. But now, it seemed that fate was asking them to come here. Oh, such a coincidence. The Death Lord was stunned for a moment before she reported 2 more times. However, Ning Tian had no recollection of these 2 times. Just when he was at his wit's end, the system's voice rang in his mind. You have shocked the Death Lord. Obtained, living soul collector. Upon hearing those words, Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. Was this also part of his plan? Living soul collector, as the name suggests, as long as you input the corresponding time, you can find the corresponding living soul. It is very convenient. After all, the system's products must be of high quality. Immediately, with this living soul collector, Ning Tian didn't waste any time. He directly entered the 2 times that the Death Lord had just mentioned. Soon, he found the 2 most suitable living souls. When he saw the two names displayed, the corner of Ning Tian's mouth suddenly twitched. Why are these two guys here? He saw two names displayed on the Living Soul Collector. Empty God Emperor. Old Shu. And his son's pet toy. Oh no, it's the King of Beasts, Flame-Sealing Lion King. Shuo Tian. Okay. I found it. Wait for a moment. Ning Tian said to the Death Lord. Then, he directly raised his hand and casually tore open a space. He stepped into it and disappeared while the Death Lord was still in a daze. A few minutes later, in the Death Hall, the space fluctuated again. Very soon, 5 figures appeared in front of the Death Lord. Death, I have found them all. Ning Tian said to the Death Lord. So fast. The Death Lord was stunned. Yes. Ning Tian didn't explain anything. Then, he introduced the origin of the Death Lord to Luo Wuqing. However, he didn't mention anything about the breastplate. After all, it was something that couldn't be said. As for Su Yuyao, she had already seen the Death Lord. The Death Lord nodded at Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyao. When she inadvertently glanced at Luo Wuqing's chest, she suddenly frowned. However, she didn't say anything. She just spat at Ning Tian. It seems that she had found something. For living souls are enough. All of you, follow me. The Death Lord nodded slightly. Then, she turned around and walked into the depths of the Death Hall. Okay, Ning Tian nodded. He pulled the two girls and the Flame-Sealing Lion King and slowly followed behind. Old Shu was extremely excited. He took out his little notebook and excitedly wrote a few words. August 30th. The weather was fine. The Ancestral Master brought me to the Earth Spirit world for a soul patrol. An excellent Ancestral Master should bring his subordinates and wander around. Chapter 753. In the deepest part of the Death Palace. There was an endless staircase that led to the deepest part of the palace. The deeper they went, the less life there was. Fortunately, they were accompanied by the 4 god spirits. Moreover, Ning Tian, Su Yuyao, and the Death Lord all possessed the law of death. The death chi could not affect them for the time being. Death, Earth Spirit World, what kind of place is it? Ning Tian asked with a frown. Although he had recovered the memories of countless failures, there was no deeper memory of the so-called Earth Spirit World. In other words, he knew about the Earth Spirit World, but he did not know what kind of place it was. This, you'd better ask my master. The Death Lord frowned and shook her head. She did not say anything. Your master, is it the Lord of Earth Spirit? Ning Tian said indifferently. Yes, the Death Overlord nodded and looked into the darkness ahead. The gate of the earthly soul is just ahead. Let's hurry. These few days, the earthly soul domain is not very peaceful. When you called me just now, I was dealing with the matters of the earthly soul domain. Not peaceful? Ning Tian frowned and a light flashed in his eyes. However, he did not ask anything. As for what was not peaceful, he would know when they arrived at the Earth Spirit world. The group followed the Death Lord and soon, they saw the gate of Earth Spirit that she mentioned. The gate of Earth Spirit was blood-red and stood in the darkness. The gate was tightly shut and one could even see faint blue ghost flames. The entire gate exuded a strange aura. Ning Tian. Open the gate of Earth Spirit and the Earth Spirit world will be inside. The Death Lord looked at Ning Tian. Phew, Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he nodded and clenched his fists. Behind this door, there were 10 people waiting for him. He would keep his promise and bring them back. Let's go. A light flashed in Ning Tian's eyes. He channeled the power of the innate ancient god and slowly pushed open the gate of Earth Spirit world. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the door was slowly pushed open, and the terrifying power of ghosts rushed out. The aura of ghosts burst out, but at this time, the importance of living souls was displayed. A warm energy slowly spread out from Luo Wuqing and the others, enveloping Ning Tian. Crack. At this moment, the great gate of the Earth Soul was completely opened, and at this moment, Ning Tian took a step forward, and Luo Wuqing and the others quickly followed. All of them stepped into the earthly spirit gate. In an instant, a dazzling white light lit up the surroundings, and Ning Tian and the others couldn't open their eyes. A few minutes later, when the group finally got used to this feeling, they slowly opened their eyes and looked around curiously. The entire earth spirit world was dyed in blood red, as if it was dusk before sunset. There was no hope, and it gave people a feeling of death, causing Old Shu and Little Lion to feel a strong sense of oppression. The ceiling flame Lion King was still fine. At the very least, it had the strength of an ancient god. Old Shu, on the other hand, was in trouble. His face was pale. After all, he was the weakest one here. This is the earthly spirit world, and in front is the earthly spirit ancient city. The Death Lord was not affected. She looked ahead, pointing at the huge city not far away, and slowly said to Ning Tian and the others, "Bai Liu, he is in that city." Yes, Ning Tian nodded slightly, and his eyes fell on the blood-red earthly spirit ancient city. He murmured in his heart, if Bai Liu was in the earthly spirit ancient city, then where were his senior sisters and senior brothers? I hope, if my methods can be effective, then they must be effective. Let's go. Ning Tian clenched his fists and said to the group. Yes. The group nodded heavily. Then, under the Death Lord's lead, the group walked toward the earthly spirit ancient city. Along the way, Ning Tian and the others saw many remnant souls and wild ghosts, constantly fighting, and all kinds of cruel scenes. According to the Death Lord, this was very common in the earthly spirit world. Some weak people died, and even if they came to the earthly spirit world, they were still weak. It was just the simplest kind of wandering ghosts. This was the cruelty of the whole world. Natural selection, survival of the fittest, had always been a principle. Suddenly, when Ning Tian saw this scene, he saw two souls hugging each other and sitting on a bone tree. It was a very warm scene. When he saw this scene, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. A glimmer of light flashed through his eyes. Husband, what's wrong? Luo Wuqing noticed Ning Tian's little detail, and couldn't help but ask curiously. I met an old acquaintance. An old acquaintance. Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro were stunned. Ning Tian nodded heavily, looked at the two souls, and said with a smile, I didn't expect that old man Sansheng to have a good life in the earthly spirit world. The two souls sitting on the bone tree in front of them were Sansheng, whom Ning Tian met when he obtained his first great opportunity, and the other one was Great Emperor Yaroshi. It's them. Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro were also a little surprised. They looked over and couldn't help but say, they really did what they said. From birth to death, they have always been with you. It had to be said. Although Sansheng died early, at least he didn't lose anything. Yes. Ning Tian chuckled. Then, he waved his hand and a terrifying soul power instantly enveloped the two soul bodies that were hugging each other on the bone tree, giving them great power. You gave me a fortune back then, so, now, I will ensure your safety. Let's go. After everything was done, Ning Tian didn't intend to disturb them. He turned around and led everyone to the city of earthly spirit. On the bone tree in front of them, the two soul bodies suddenly trembled. They were astonished by this terrifying power. San Lang, this is, I don't know, this aura, so familiar. The soul turned around, saw the back of the soul leaving. A voice sounded at this moment. Senior Sansheng, I didn't disgrace Sansheng. Hearing this, Sansheng's soul trembled. In an instant, tears flowed down his face, and his mind trembled. Ha ha ha. Emperor! Emperor! I didn't misjudge you. Yaroshi, I didn't misjudge you. Ha ha. In front of the gate of earthly spirit, Ning Tian and the others had already arrived. The city of earthly spirit is in front. Let's go in. The Death Overlord said. Boom. At this moment, a roar sounded. They saw. In the sky, dozens of terrifying soul vortexes suddenly appeared. What's going on? Let's go in first. Ning Tian frowned, and there was a bad premonition in his heart. He quickly led the group into the city of earthly spirit. At this moment, in the city of earthly spirit, a loud shout sounded. Bai Liu. Use the soul array to suppress the evil soul. Chapter 754. There was a loud roar. The roar resounded in the city of earthly spirit. The Lord of earthly spirit's soul power surged out from his body as he stared at the terrifying blood-red vortexes in the sky. Within the vortexes, there were vaguely evil spirits glowing in red light. These evil spirits were extremely terrifying and huge. They rushed out from the blood-red vortexes and kept plundering the souls in the city of earthly spirit. They grabbed the souls and swallowed them into their stomachs. Their strength increased by a lot. Damn it. The Lord of earthly spirit gritted his teeth as a solemn look flashed across his eyes. He looked at the figure in white who was hugging the pitch-black death bell and said, "Bai Liu, use the soul array that I taught you to suppress these evil spirit." "Yes. Senior earthly spirit, don't worry. I will do my best to suppress them." Bai Liu nodded innocently as she hugged the death bell. Powerful soul power shrouded the death bell as she patted it gently. The bell chimes continued to spread in all directions. Several pitch-black arrays appeared behind her. Death bell, soul-subduing array. Bai Liu gritted her teeth as a serious look appeared on her face. Several pitch-black arrays appeared in the sky. When Bai Liu's soul-subduing array appeared, the Lord of earthly spirit moved as well. Terrifying soul energy circulated around his body. Countless spirits looked at him with awe and respect in their eyes. Woo woo, woo woo woo, in the sky, the evil spirits were wailing. The blood-red vortexes were plundering the souls around them. Regardless of whether they had a master or a soulless soul, they were all affected by the blood-red vortexes. Once they were devoured by these evil spirits, they would lose their right to live. It would be a true death. They would die again and again. Boom. At this moment, a bell chime sounded. Bai Liu's soul-subduing array worked. Dong, dong, dong in an instant. The dozens of terrifying blood-red vortexes shook violently. The ferocious evil spirits that crawled out of the blood-red vortexes paused for a moment, and the Lord of earthly spirit seized the opportunity to attack. Bai Liu, well done. As expected of the spectral body. It has enough influence on any soul. A cold glint flashed across the Lord of the earthly soul's eyes. The soul power in his hand transformed into countless blades that appeared in front of the blood-red vortexes in a flash. With a wave of his hand, the Lord of the earthly soul slashed at the temporarily suppressed evil souls. Boom. Boom. RRR, woo-woo, in an instant. The bodies of those several tens of terrifying evil souls were instantly sliced apart, and they emitted waves of miserable shrieks. They transformed into balls of black mist and completely dissipated in the blink of an eye. However, those terrifying and enormous blood-colored vortexes did not dissipate. The Lord of the earthly spirit heaved a long sigh of relief when the evil soul dissipated, but his expression was still a little ugly. These evil souls, which world's soul did it come from? Could it be related to that person? The Lord of earthly spirit frowned and looked out of the city of earthly spirit instinctively. That direction was a cliff in the earthly spirit domain. In the past few days, there was quite a commotion in the earthly spirit domain. There were always blood-soul vortexes in the sky, and with the appearance of these vortexes, there were bound to be evil souls following them, constantly devouring the souls of the earthly spirit domain. This was simply disrupting the order of the earthly spirit domain. Senior earthly spirit, be careful, there are more evil souls coming. Just as the Lord of the earthly spirit was puzzled, Bai Liu's anxious voice rang out from the side. So soon, there are new evil souls rushing out from the blood soul tunnel? Hearing Bai Liu's words, the Lord of the earthly spirit's expression changed abruptly. He turned around and saw dozens of evil souls again. These guys, why is there no end to it? The Lord of the earthly spirit gritted his teeth and said to Bai Liu, continue using the method just now. Okay, senior earthly spirit, OVO. These guys are really annoying, carrot. Let me send them all away. Bai Liu nodded. The death bell in her hand that was formed by soul power rumbled again. The Lord of the earthly spirit in front of her had already activated his soul power, ready to completely wipe out these evil souls. If this blood soul tunnel is not wiped out, these evil souls will continue to come. We have to get rid of the source. But the Lord of the earthly spirit narrowed his eyes. Although he had an idea, it was obviously impossible to realize it now. If it was easy to wipe out the Blood Soul Tunnel, he would have taken action long ago. These Blood Soul Tunnels were very troublesome. Boom! Just as the Lord of the Earthly Spirit was about to strike, a bloody light suddenly appeared in the sky and blasted towards Bai Liu like a ghost. In an instant, even the Lord of the Earthly Spirit could not react in time. Bai Liu. The Lord of the Earthly Spirit's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to rush towards Bai Liu, dozens of evil souls came to entangle him. Even though the Lord of the Earthly Spirit had activated his soul power, he still missed the first opportunity to rescue Bai Liu. Boom! 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 That bloody light was about to envelop Bai Liu in an instant. Bai Liu was stunned for a moment, but at this time, it was too late for her to resist. Although her strength had made an unprecedented breakthrough in the earthly spirit world and she had even reached the level of a supreme ancient god, but obviously, at this moment, the power of this bloody light was far beyond that of a supreme ancient god. But at this moment, a cold snort sounded. A youth in black appeared in front of Bai Liu out of thin air. Then, a terrifying aura of death swirled around his palm. With a heavy blow, the bloody light that was attacking her was sent flying in an instant. Boom! Boom! The bloody light was sent flying backward and crashed heavily into the city of earthly spirit. Instantly, it attracted the attention of many souls. Even the Lord of the Earthly Spirit was stunned for a moment. When he sensed the aura of the youth in black, a solemn look flashed across his eyes. He is an innate ancient god. Boom! The bloody light landed heavily on the ground. The bloody light dissipated, revealing a fierce-looking evil spirit with a mouth full of fangs. When his attack failed, the evil spirit instantly gave up the idea. After glaring at Ning Tian, his body moved and directly entered the blood soul vortex. From the looks of it, he wanted to escape into it. Trying to escape. Did I allow you to escape? A cold light flashed across Ning Tian's eyes. Boom! 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 At this moment, just as the evil ghost was about to make a move, 3 ancient god auras suddenly descended and heavily slammed into the evil ghost's body. 3 beautiful figures flickered with cold light and attacked almost at the same time, instantly obliterating the blood-colored evil ghost. Ah! The evil spirit screamed and instantly dissipated. Seeing this, Luo Wuqing and the other 2 girls also withdrew their auras. In the sky, Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the girl in white in front of him. He stretched out his big hand and clasped her little head. Bai Liu, long time no see. Chapter 755. His voice faded. In the sky, Bai Liu was stunned for a moment. She curled her lips and gritted her teeth. She wanted to say something, but she frowned and didn't know what to say. After a while, she broke free from Ning Tian's hand and took out the twig, hugging the death bell and drawing circles in the air. As he drew, he mumbled something under his breath. Draw a circle and curse you, Daoist Ning. It's been so long and you only came to find me. I'll draw again. Me. *****. Bai Liu's voice kept ringing. Hearing this sentence, Ning Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. It had been a long time since he was cursed by this silly Bai Liu. He missed it, but Bai Liu was still as silly as ever. Phew, seeing that Bai Liu was fine, Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro breathed a sigh of relief. If something happened to Bai Liu in the earth spirit world, their husband would feel guilty. After a long time, when Bai Liu calmed down, she put away the twig, hugged the death bell, turned around and looked at Ning Tian. Yo, Daoist Ning, long time no see. Ah. En. Bai Liu, long time no see, however. Before Ning Tian could say hello, Bai Liu blushed and turned around again, murmuring in a low voice, Why do I feel that the way of greeting that I've rehearsed for a long time doesn't seem handsome? I'll definitely be laughed at by Daoist Ning. After all, he's a bad guy, *****. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard Bai Liu's soft voice. After not seeing her for a long time, Bai Liu was still the same as before. However, it was precisely because she didn't change that everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. Bai Liu, she was still that Bai Liu. It seems, this guy is the Daoist Ning that Bai Liu often curses. I didn't expect. He's an innate ancient god. The Lord of Earth Spirit's gaze fell on Ning Tian and frowned slightly. Boom. At this time, in the sky, several blood soul vortexes emitted terrifying auras. Now is not the time to reminisce. The blood soul vortex has appeared again. The owner of Earthly Soul spoke slowly to Ning Tian and the rest. However, Ning Tian completely ignored him. At this moment, Ning Tian's gaze was fixed on the city of Earthly Soul, trying to find a familiar aura, but he didn't sense anything. Strange, senior sisters, where are their souls? Ning Tian furrowed his brows tightly, after which, he looked towards the sky. Looking at the blood soul vortex, a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. Bai Liu, what exactly is going on? What are these vortexes? That's the blood soul vortex. Senior Earth Soul said that this should be a trick used by the other Earth Soul realms to rob the spirit souls here. It's very troublesome. If we don't stop them, they might rob a large number of powerful spirit souls as energy. Oh, right. I'm telling you this secretly. Don't tell Senior Earth Soul. Senior Earth Soul doesn't allow me to tell others about OVO. Bai Liu hugged the death bell and said in a serious tone. 3 black lines appeared on the forehead of the owner of Earthly Soul. Fine. Don't tell me. I heard it myself. Other Earth Soul realms? What do you mean? Tian Xian isn't the only Earth Soul realm in the Earth Soul realm? Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. A trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. He had obtained a lot of shocking news from Bai Liu's arms. Boom. However, before he could think more about it, in the sky, the dozens of blood soul vortexes had a new movement. A huge suction force instantly erupted. Wife, all of you be careful. Ning Tian pulled Bai Liu, who was beside him. Then, he looked at Luo Wuqing and the rest and quickly reminded them. However, this blood soul vortex was specially created to rob spirit souls. Although this suction force was terrifying, it had no effect on living people. Boom. Boom. In the sky, dozens of huge blood soul vortexes condensed together at this moment, turning into a vortex that was thousands of meters wide. It was blood red. Vaguely, one could hear the wails of countless wronged spirits. It was very terrifying. The entire center of the city of Earthly Soul was covered by it. Blood Soul Abyss. Which realm master of Earthly Soul is so crazy that he dares to absorb spirit souls like this? Damn it. How dare he rob my spirit souls? The owner of Earthly Soul cursed. He circulated his soul power, trying to stop the blood soul abyss from devouring the spirit souls in the city of Earthly Soul. However, the power of the blood soul abyss was very terrifying. He could not resist it alone. After all, no matter how strong the owner of Earthly Soul was, he was only an ancient god sovereign. He was not a transcendent being. Boom. In the sky, at this moment, terrifying energy was flowing. It was like a blood rain. However, this blood rain was made up of spirit souls. More and more spirit souls were being robbed by the blood soul abyss in the city of Earthly Soul. These were all powerful spirit souls. Damn it. The owner of Earthly Soul gritted his teeth. He used all his strength but could only stop a small part of it. Is there no way to stop it? Ning Tian frowned. It's difficult. Although I am the owner of Earthly Soul in the mysterious sky continent, this power comes from another Earthly Soul. His power is above mine. The owner of Earthly Soul gritted his teeth and shook his head heavily. Then how can we solve it? Ning Tian asked. We can only let him absorb powerful spirit souls. Once he is satisfied, he will leave. But I'm afraid more than half of the powerful spirit souls in the city of Earthly Soul will be devoured by him. The owner of Earthly Soul looked grave. More than half of the spirit souls? Hearing this, Ning Tian and the others frowned. But suddenly, Ning Tian suddenly thought of something, and her expression changed drastically. A powerful spirit soul? If senior brother and senior sister come to the Earthly Soul Abyss, their spirit souls will be very powerful. If they are taken away, they can't be saved. Yi Shuang and the others were ancient god sovereigns. Even if they were dead, the power of their spirit souls was extremely terrifying. Wasn't this the target of the blood soul abyss? If it was taken away, It would be a failure. Thinking of this, Ning Tian gritted his teeth. His expression was ugly. Then, he gently pushed Bai Liu towards Luo Wuqing and the others. He shouted, "Wife, protect Bai Liu first. I'll go and see where senior brother and senior sister are." "Okay. Husband, don't worry. We will take care of Bai Liu." Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro also thought of something. Their expressions were grave. After protecting Bai Liu, they nodded. Ning Tian stepped into the sky and approached the Blood Soul Abyss. He looked around solemnly. He couldn't help but hope that the spirit souls of senior brother and senior sister had not been devoured by this thing. Boom. Boom. In the sky, countless powerful spirit souls had been devoured by the Blood Soul Abyss. But at this moment, a huge spirit soul emerged from the depths of the city of earthly soul under the suction of the Blood Soul Abyss and attacked the sky. That was, you're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.